Hello everyone. Today we're going to create this beautiful e-commerce website using Nextjs 14.0.4. Now in this special e-commerce website, it will be a fully functional with a backend support structure, which we're gonna make it using a Sanity CMS. Now every single details and other properties I'm gonna explain bit by bit to finish this project from the beginning till end. So now let's explore what this website will acquire on that. If we click any of the product here, as you see, it will take with a single product page with a particular slide of that product, and here we can actually visualize with the products on sale. Let's go back to the home. Now fall back to the header. In the header, whenever in which page you are in, if you click on that header, it will roll back to us in the home page. And also in the search bar, you can search the product according to the title. If we click any of the products, the similar action it gonna create, it will take us to that particular product's single page. And also you can find that about this item data available here. Now in the right side, we have a several tab. We have the shop, where actually we can find all the available items with a two pattern. One will be in the grid, another it will be the list properties. So now in that product view, you can change the view accordingly the way you want. Now you can make add to bag on the cart. As you see, a toaster is coming with a React hot toast, and also the product is added to the cart. So let's add two more products from here, and also let's go back to the single product item, and from here you will add one product. Now let's try to go in the cart, and as we try, we cannot go back to the cart accordingly without the sign in. So we have a different options to sign in. So I will use the GitHub account to sign in with that authentication which we created using the Next-auth. So now this is our entire card. If we can delete one product from the card, and also particularly we can do the other things. We can increase the product from here, and also we can decrease the product, but we cannot decrease less than one. And also particularly we can reset the card entirely. But before going to create a checkout proportion, let me explain what actually we are going to build and how actually what kind of tech we are using. We are using the Stripe payment authentication to create a successful payment authentication using the Nextjs for the framework, and using Next-auth for our OAuth authentication. We are using that Sanity CMS to create a backend structure fully functional, and then we are using that Redux-Toolkit to create the store, and it's a very tiny library but working is fantastic with that. And then we're using that React hot toast to show the toastify messages in our application. We're using that React icons to show the icons in our particular way, and then we are using that React slick, and that's the way we are going to create all the slider. As you see, is the slider. That's the one we're gonna use to create that, and also the similar one we are using that one. Then we are going to having that framer motion to create the motion effect inside our application. So these are all the tech we are going to modify and use. So first, let's just try to see how Sanity work. So as you see, that's our studio button here. If we just click on that button, it will open that studio. You see, it's the same line of our localhost 3000. So it's just inside, it's not within our application. There is applications. I just embedded that application in a single application so you can have the same route. So now let's try to modify something here. So let's check a product here, which is Logitech G502. So what I'm gonna do is here, instead of that Logitech G502, I'm gonna just write that test product for, it will be a product for YouTube. Okay, and also I will change the flag from here, and then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna change the price. Let's just make that price of 200. The raw price will be 250, and the rating I will give it as 1, just to see if it's working or not. It will be not new arrival, or just keep it a new arrival. And okay, let's just publish. So now the set is happening in that way. Every 10 seconds the data I'm inputting there, it will revalidate or update. Okay, so just let's go back down here. As you see, within 10 seconds it's just changed. If we go to the quick view on that product, let's go, and you see the slag is changed according to the title, and also the price is changed, and every single thing is changed perfectly. So means our 10 seconds parameter is changing. So if you're uploading any of the product, it will just give you a particularly in a good feature to adding in that way. So let's just add some more products because we want to see the checkout setup on that. But before seeing the checkout setup, we can actually create a voucher here. Let's just go and buy now portion here. So now from here we have that cart totals here 2170 and total is 2190, but now it will take us only 2170, but because I just skip that portion to add on there, so it will be 2170 payment authentication. Now let's create on checkout, proceed to checkout, and here it will integrate that our Stripe payment authentication page. So now here we are on the page. Now what actually I love to do is to set up a voucher, because we created a Stripe webhook which actually going to maintain that all the actions available here, and to implement that one to see actually how it's working or not, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just open my command prompt here, and now I'm gonna set my voucher to watch every single action going to be happen here. Okay, it's just getting ready and it's ready now. So let's just put the email, and also the default value for that Stripe payment is 4242, and then a valid date CVC123, and I'm gonna make that, remember, 2170 going to be our payment. Let's pay. And as soon as I just click on the payment, you will see that our all the actions going to be locked here. Okay, but it's not locked. There should be a reason. We're gonna come up with that because it's not giving us that. So first thing first, I'm gonna just go in. As you see, we landed in our success pages here, and also our this buy now means our cart is empty, so means our payment is successful. So let's just go to our dashboard here, and in the Stripe dashboard I will just switch through the account we are using for that, which going to be, I use that account actually, Smart YT. Now in the payment section, let's see if it's actually the payment is done or not. Okay, as you see, 2170 payment is already finished, so it's actually happened. So now what's wrong is happening here. I think we maybe mistake with that regarding that Stripe webhook. As you see, that's the webhook is giving us here, so that should be our secret key. But what I'm gonna do to implement that one, I will just make that Stripe login. Okay, so now it will give us to making another window us to confirm that login authentication. That's the way actually you can create the webhook in your application. Okay, I am giving that, allowing the access to that, so the access is granted, and now actually I can get my Stripe hook. So I will use that hook instead of my previous hook. I will use that one. So now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna regenerate that responses again. It's like real time fixing, so it can be go wrong or can go in either way. So whenever you are building that one, I will also explain it in a very good way, so you can create that one in your own potentiality. So okay, let's go back here, let's add some more product. I'll just add 3 products here, and now what I'm gonna do is that create the payment here, which is going to be 280. Now you're gonna see that the watcher going to be watch our project. Okay, let's just create the payment. Okay, 2-3, and now pay. As soon as this time, as you see, all the action is actually going to be monitored here. So the payment intent succeed, charge succeeded, payment intent created, checkout session completed. So that's the way actually you can monitor all the potentiality, and now we can store all the scenario to our database there. So that's the way you can create. So I'm gonna teach you how actually we can do it from the beginning till end, and within also very nice style which actually going to be created with a Tailwind CSS. So stay with me, we're gonna start with that. And to create a fresh project, I already just taken one empty folder. Now here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open my terminal. Now to clean up or create a Nextjs application, how you can create, what's the best practice is just go to the nextjs.org and then start from here. You're gonna have all the details. Again, I'm telling you, whatever the tech I'm using in this video, please go the documentation and learn more about it. But if you are following me to complete this website, just feel free to follow me and it will be all right for you. So now I need to run one command, and today I'm gonna use the yarn. So the command, it will be yarn and the create next app, and the name it will be YouTube. So hit the enter. Now once you hit enter, it's gonna starting to create the app, but before creating, it's gonna ask a lot of question about it. And as it's an e-commerce website, I would love to use the TypeScript. If it's a small project or the normal project, no matter to use a normal JSX or any other, even you can use the JS here, don't worry about it. But I love to use the TypeScript for the e-commerce website. I will use that ESLint, and we're gonna use that Tailwind CSS to create this beautiful design. And by the way, it's fully responsive. As you see, it's also good for the smaller skin, and it will just feel free to be invited. Okay, and then of course Tailwind, yes, and I'm gonna use the source directory to keep everything neat and clean. And app router, yes, we are not going to use the page router because right now the updated one is the app router, and it's very good to use and easy to use actually. Then the customize aliases, it will be the no. And now just give it a little bit of time to install all the dependencies in your pages. Then we're gonna start. So all the things installed. Now if you're not using the yarn, just write that npx create next app latest. And also if you're using the pnpm, you just go with the same command of the npm, just the yarn, just replace the yarn with pnpm. So now what I'm gonna do, put an ls to see. As you see, the YouTube is already created. Now if I go back to my folder, okay, I'll just get a refresh. As you see, now you can go inside and open it directly from your command line to that open with code. But as I'm a coder, I love to use my terminal. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open it from here using that code dot. So my project is open already, and there is a silly mistake we are doing. As you see, is already open in the YouTube. We are not inside our application yet. And to go inside that application from the command line, if you're using the Windows or the Git bash, you need to just put that cd and then put that directory name, which is the YouTube. Then we're gonna hit that code dot, and now it's gonna open in that VS Code. So right now we are in the good place and everything is working just fine. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just open my terminal here. As you see, in that tab, we're gonna have our the terminal, and from the terminal there is a lot of varieties. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my git bash from here and I will close the other one. And before we're going to explore a bit with the application, whatever we are getting by default, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna run that yarn dep to spin our application in a localhost 3000. And also what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna run that localhost 3000 here locally, and while it's spinning, because at the beginning it maybe take a little bit of time. So in the file over here we have .next folder, which actually compose everything and putting all the caching, server side, static types, everything it's gonna handle from here. So it's the Nextjs thing, we're gonna keep it as it is. Then we have our node modules folder. There all the packages we're going to install, it's your underline. And also we have the public folder. You can use that images, all the images to keep it here. But for this project, we are going to use a very minimal local images. So we're gonna keep whatever we have in the source folder. Then we have our source folder here. In the source we have that app folder. So now whatever you're gonna see in the browser right now, everything going to be rendered from the app. So this is our start folder, that's the main page. Now as you see, this everything is rendering from here. So if you want to clean your projects from the beginning, what actually I love most, I will just clean that main and then put a p tag, and this is our new project. Hit the save, and when you hit the save, as you see, this is our new project is available. There is still a little bit of cleanup things, and because Tailwind CSS is already configured, so we can actually go with that global.css, and we just need to keep the 3 files, which is actually based on Tailwind CSS for Tailwind based components and utilities, except these 3. If we clear others, then we're gonna have a clean project. As you see, now this is actually the clean project, and we have our layout.tsx, which actually is responsible to get all the layout effects. Because see, all the pages we're just making here in the children. So now header, footer, because we want to keep all the pages to be invisible, so we're gonna manipulate it later on. I'm just not going to explain right now. Then we have how our slength, git ignore, and the next.env.d.ts, and then other files is available. So this is the pretty much structure here. So what I'm gonna do, first thing first, in the source folder, I'm gonna take a new folder, and that folder name, it will be components, which actually going to be our components folder. And we're gonna have one more folder, actually not one more, so there will be a multiple folder here. So let's create those folders, or I'm gonna create once actually we are going to need those folders, not right now. And before going to start further, also we need one more folder, which going to be our assets, because in the assets we are going to keep all the images. And in the assets, I just took 3 images from my previous project. One will be the empty card, one the logo black, another is logo white. I'll just minimize a little bit so we can see the project stereo and also our code. So that's the 3 things we are taking in that assets. So now first thing first, in that our components, I'm gonna create another file, which first file, it's gonna be our Navbar. Okay, so navbar.tsx, and I'm gonna put that rafce to create that snippet. Now this navbar, I want my navbar and footer. As you see, that navbar and the footer is actually available in all the pages, in the shop pages, in the home pages, in all the pages. These both are going to be available. So to make it right, to keep it in that fashion, I need to keep that one inside the layout. But before taking that layout any more further, I want to clean up our app, because remember, we're gonna have 2 projects embedded in one. So one part, it will be the user, and another part, it will be for the admin. So we need to create actually 2 different portions for it. So inside the app, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another folder, and in that folder, first one, I'm gonna name as user. So the user things, it's gonna be happening there. And inside the user, I'm gonna take a file name is page.tsx and rafce. So this will be our home page. So the home page is gonna be. And what I'm gonna do, instead of taking all other portion here, remember we have one layout file. I'm gonna drag that layout file here inside that folder. So now we're going to have that layout here. So this layout is going to be okay. Now as you see, we have broken things because the root layout and the other things is not going to be happen, because there will be a mismatching with that. So we are going to fix it. But before that, what I'm gonna do, in the source folder, I'm gonna take another folder, and that folder it's gonna be named as styles. So in the styles file, so all the style things, we're gonna keep it inside that folder. So let's move it here. And now in this small project, I have a 2 page.tsx. So I'm gonna delete this one first, and also I'm gonna take back that favy icon inside that one here. So now as you see, once I did that one, so just save this file here to get that everything in good fashion. And also I have that page here, and I have that navbar here. So okay, so now let's see what's happening. Now everything is actually right, but that globals.css is whatever we have here, because we changed the directory, right? So let's go in the page.tsx. Now not the page.tsx, in the layout.tsx. So now this import we need to just change. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cut that, and then I'm gonna find my I need to go to out of that users, then I will go inside the styles, and then I'm gonna find that globals.css. So now that file is available here, and once I did that, as you see, our home page is available. You see, now we got our projects perfectly. So now what actually we can implement here, in the children, because for the user I want all the things available, right? So I'm gonna put that never, so it gonna just available on that user. So whenever we are developing the like the admin portion, it will not be available there. So first I will just create a little bit of visualization with the never, then we're gonna setting up our like the Sanity CMS to go with that to create the backend structure, which actually more important and the most important things in any of the e-commerce website. And for the never, we're gonna just go through with a different setup, because you see in our previous in our actually the existing projects, as you see, it's actually responsive, fully responsive. So we need to create that responsiveness. We're gonna do it. So first thing first, let's work a bit with the never, and then what's actually going to happen. So in here I'm gonna take a tab called nav, and inside that nav we're gonna have three portions. One it's gonna be with the logo, and another it's gonna be our search bar, and the right side it's gonna be all the tabs. So first let's implement that logo. And for the logo, because it will be in the home logo, whenever we click there it will be redirect us to the home. So I will just keep it inside link, and then I'm gonna call that image from the next image, and I need to get my logo. So it's gonna be import logo from, and that we're gonna get it from at, it's gonna be from the assets, and because it's the white background, so I will get the logo black. And for the source I will put that as logo. Oops, not the log, it will be the logo. And for the alt tag I will just put that logo, and for the class name I'll give that width of 20. And also, and don't worry about that Tailwind CSS class names, because in my channels there are a lot of video to covering up with the Tailwind CSS. Feel free to watch and visit my channel. And for the Tailwind, don't forget to go with the tailwindcss.com website. Okay, and the href it's gonna be home, always taking back to the home from wherever we start. So let's go here. As you see, we have that already, so the home page is running. To make it look a little bit better, so what I'm gonna do, let's go in the top label, give a width of full, and height I love to give it in a 20. Background I'm gonna keep it as white, and I'm gonna give a border, and this border bottom which gonna be 1 pixel, and border bottom gonna be gray of 400, just to see show you that actually that border exists. So maybe it's gonna be a little bit light, but here you can see the dark. You can keep light if you want. So in the navbar, put a class name, and the height we're gonna give the parent full height, which going to be 20, and then I'm gonna give a max width. Oops, max, just give me a second, it will be max width screen axle, and then MX auto to, oops, it will be MX auto to keep everything in the center, and the padding in x-axis going to be 4, but whenever it will hit in the axle, small extra large devices, padding x going to be just keep it as 0. Yeah, 0, no padding required. So as you see, that looks good, but it's not looks good the way. So I'm gonna make a flex item center and justify between to push everything in the lower side. As you see, we have a very good already we are having our icon, and after having the icon we need the another things. And also what I'm gonna do to keep all the things neat, bit and clean, I'm gonna just put a gap on that. So the gap gonna be just a little bit gap of 2. So now I need to keep our input area. So this will be the place where I'm gonna keep that input area. So there I'm gonna keep the input, and after here another div, I'm gonna put like all the nav links. So now as you see, that input going to be here, nav links going to be here. So in the input, so on the div, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just put an input field, and that input field is gonna be the search your products here. Okay, let's see, Okay, it's available somewhere, but we can't see actually, so let's make some work on it. And in the top level, I will make it as relative, and width going to give a full, and by default it's going to be hidden, and only in the LG devices I'm gonna put it inline flex. You can make all the things change as the way you like, so I'll just keep in the way it feels preferable for me. So LG, the width going to be 600 pixel, only the large devices, and height going to be 10, and the text going to be the base text, and the text, and for that text color combination and other things I will just go with that tailwind config.ts file, because here I'm gonna make some changes to just declare my color combination and other things. And to go with that, here you see there is a background color and everything, so actually I'm not gonna use that. But what actually I'm gonna use two things right now. One is for the color, and there is another for the box text shadow, and another things I'm gonna use later on, which going to be the font family. I'm gonna show you later. So right now I need that prime color and the light text. Okay, so now I am having that prime color, so the text going to be base and text going to be prime color, so which are gonna be a little bit darker. And let's hit the save and see if we can see anything. Okay, yeah, that's available, you see. So now we need to make a little bit more beautiful on that. And to implement that one, let's make that border of 1 pixel and border block. Okay, not the border, it will be border, border. And after that, once you make the border, and also because we need to keep some icon here, remember. Okay, first we're gonna just make something on that input field, so put some class name on that. I'm gonna make it a flex 1 to take all the available spaces, whatever is available there. By default it's gonna get the 600 pixel, but even though I'll make it flex to make it a little bit better. So height gonna be a full, makes it 10 pixel, and the outline gonna be none. Okay, outline none. And then background color, it gonna be a transparent, and the placeholder text going to be gray of 600. Yeah, gray of 600. So now it's something going to be visible. Okay, let's see. Okay, so but we cannot see any of the placeholder text. And what's actually happening here, placeholder text, because we keep the type here as the text, so that's my bad. So I will just cut it. Type gonna be text, and it gonna be the placeholder text. It's a simple mistake, the silly mistake here. So now as you see, that's available right now. So now what actually we need to do, I'm gonna make some more designing pattern here. Border the block, and item center, and the gap going to be 2, justify between, and px, the x-axis is gonna be 6, and rounded empty. Okay, that looks fine. So now we need to have an icon, and for the icon I'm gonna use another package, which is going to be the React icons. Don't forget to visit that React icons website to have a better understanding of how that thing's going to be opened. For right now, I'm going to just make that yarn at React icons to install the React icons dependencies. And from the icons, I need actually one of the icons, which is not one, actually 2 icons, one for the search icon and another for the yellow closer outline icon for the closing button. As you see, both are working just fine. So now what I'm gonna do, I need to implement that 2 things here. So to implement that one, I need to create something more specific. I need to create 2 state actually. So make that const, and that state, it's gonna be that state of that for whatever, whenever I'm typing something in there, I need to get that. So it will be search query, and set the query use state. First I'm gonna keep it empty. As soon as I hit the save, as you see, I'm gonna get a very nice little error, because we cannot use that hooks in that any of the, because by default Nextjs all the components and pages is all in just getting as a server component. So whenever we're going to use that client side projects, client side things like uses like the hooks and other client side dependencies or libraries, we need to make that components as the use client. And don't worry, because I'm keeping that Navbar as use client overall the Navbar because it's for the clients, so don't worry about it. You can be more specific, you can take that like the image outside of that client, and you can get that other things out of the client here. It depends on you. Okay, for me it's a small project, so I'm not going to worry about a lot of on the things. And so now what I'm gonna do in here, I'm gonna type something which gonna be on change function. And what actually going to happen whenever it's gonna be on change, we're gonna get a value, or I'm gonna just with that set search query, and I'm gonna take that as an event which going to be e.target.value. It will not be like that way, but for right now I'm gonna keep it as simple as possible. Okay, because later on we're gonna pouring all the other functionality here. So right now I'm just gonna make it as simple. Okay, so now we are having that value. So now we can also write the other condition. So whenever we are writing something, we're gonna have the search query, right? So whenever we have the search query, we're gonna have an icon, and that icon is gonna be closing outline. And whenever we don't have any of the search query, we're gonna have that search icon. Let's save it. And right now maybe you cannot see there is an icon available. If I remove all of this, you see the icon is changed. So to implement the good way on that, I'm gonna just put some class name on it to make it looks better. So it will be the class name, and that one it's gonna be width of 5 and height of 5 and hover cursor pointer. Okay, and now also whenever we are creating like clicking on that outline, we need to fire on one of the on click events. So it's gonna be on click, and that on click event it's gonna be like set search query. We're gonna just make it empty. That's it. So now if I type something, you see you get that button. If I click, boom, it just go out. And also what I'm gonna do for right now, there is no other classification here. So whenever we hover, text gonna be rate of 500, and the duration I'm gonna put just 200. So now if I type something, boom, type something, boom. Later on we're gonna create the functionality to give it a very good effect. So you see there's the gap is not actually getting the proper way. So what I'm gonna do, as you see LG, I'm gonna just put that width, it's gonna be minimum width of 600 at least. As you see now actually is taking full flex compatibility, right? So now this two part is done. Now we need to have that nav links, and to have that nav links, let's go and create that. And we are going to keep that here. So first, in the top layer, we're gonna create a Navbar list. So it's gonna be const and that Navbar list. And inside that, we're gonna make an array on that. So inside that array, we're gonna have a 5 item. Okay, so it just array an array of object. Inside that 5 items, I'm gonna giving just one ID. You can remove the ID actually without ID also, because we have the separate title. So ID is not mandatory. So now as you see what we have our title and the link. So if we click on the home, it will take us to the home, shop, card, profile, and studio. It's going to take back to the studio. So let's define that one, how actually going to happen. So this is our Navbar list, and remember it's an array of object, right? So now we can actually map through it. So here on that portion, we're gonna make that Navbar list dot map, and now we're gonna give an item, and that item we're gonna return, and inside here we're gonna return a link. and inside that link we're gonna put that href, and that href going to be item.link. And also don't forget to give the key, which gonna be item.link. And now inside here I will define the text, which gonna be item.title. Okay, as you see, we're having our title, everything is available. So in the top layer, I'm gonna give some styling to make it looks better. So by default, it's gonna be hidden. So whenever we are hitting in the empty screen, it's gonna be inline flex, and item center gap going to be 2. Okay, looks good. So now as we have the link, we can actually go and make some more design pattern. Okay, so now we will create a lot of things with this style. So now that all these styles going to be here, I'm gonna make a little bit bigger. Okay, now the style thing is put some class name, and that class name actually those class names, remember, whenever we are having any of the pages, it's going to be like, and because those things is not looks right, because it's scratching my logo. So also I'm gonna give it a flex 1, so logo will take the spaces, or I think it's not going to be happen. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep it in a width of simple, because it will capture on that way. Okay, okay, I think it's gonna be cool. Yeah, don't worry about it, just fix it in a way you like, but for me it will just serve the purpose. Later on we can fix that. So now I'm gonna put some class name on it, and this class name actually I'm gonna not keep in that way. So I'm gonna put with the backtick, because we're gonna stabilize this class name later on. So I'm gonna make it a flex, and whenever we hover, the font is gonna be medium font, and the width gonna be 20, height going to be 6, because we're gonna give a border color, and justify center and item center, and padding in x-axis going to be 12. Don't worry, those all things going to make sense, and the text going to be gray of 600 for right now, the initial text, and whenever we hover, it's gonna be underline, and the underline offset going to be 4, and then the decoration going to be 1 pixel. Okay, let's see what's happening actually. You see, that looks good, and it's the similar pattern we are having here. As you see, that looks good. So now we can actually stabilize more things here. So let's pour some more things, and whenever we hover, the text is gonna be gray of 950, total dark, and MD it's gonna be the border of border R, which going to be 2 pixel, and border R going to be gray of 600, and the duration going to be 200. So as you see, we are having one border here, so looks cool, and I think let's give it a 500. Okay, the effect, yeah, that looks good. Okay, that's perfect. Or we can you can make it less, the way you preferable, so the way you prefer. And now as you see, the last one, I don't want to have that border, right? I want it to be simple, and to create that effect here, what I'm gonna do, the last one, border are going to be 0, so no border. Okay, that's cool. Now we are here in the /300. So now if I click on the card, it will take back to it will give us a 404, but it will take us to the shop, because we don't have that shop page actually. So now that link is actually working perfectly. So right now there is another things on my home is active. I'm getting some good design to see that yes, the home is active, and that one we can implement here to get the path name. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get the path name here, and that's going to be, so here const path name, and it will use the path name from the next navigation. And I'm just going to show you one of the very simplest things here. So if we just make that inspector, and inspect, it's gonna open in the client side, because remember we made it a client-side application component. If it's the server side, it will be open over here in the server. So let's put the log, and I'm just log the path name. And here, as you see, we are here in a / in the home page. So if we, okay, I will just create one page here to show you the effect. So in the user, I will take one more folder, and here I'm gonna make that as it gonna be shop, and inside the shop I will take one more file, page.tsx rfce, which actually shop page. So right now, if as you see, now I am here in the / home. If I click on the shop, as you see, we are in the shop right now as the shop is available. So let's go back to the home. Now I'm gonna make some of the design here according to that criteria. And so first thing first, I'm gonna just remove that, and now let's go back here, and I'm gonna put a $sign and then the curly braces to implementing that. So what I'm gonna say, if the path name equal to item.link and so only then it gonna be effective. The text going to be a gray of 950, means the dark text, and the underline need to be implemented there. So as you see, my home is active. If you go to the shop, and you see my shop is active. So in that way you can decipher which one you want to be make it active or not. So now if I go in the darks like the smaller skin, you see it's responsive, but there is one more things to be implemented here, which going to be one icon. So let's go here. So now on that particular tab, on that particular, or I can actually go out of that. I can come here. Now here I'm gonna make that I think I need to import that one. Did I import that HI menu icon? Okay, just let me import that one first. Okay, so that's the icon I need. Okay, okay, this is the icon I require once I am in my normal screen. So now put that it will be class name, and by default it will be inline. It will be inline flex, and MD it going to be hidden, and the cursor, I think why I'm not getting a suggestion, because my class name is have a misspelling. So it going to be cursor pointer, and width of 8, height of 6, and make it in absolute, top 6, or actually no, because that's perfect. No need to put in an absolute way, as you see. Okay, so now if I just hit back to the smaller skin, as you see, that looks good. So once we click, we're gonna toggle through all the menu bar and others. So we're gonna come up with those things, because now we need to fix so many other things, because we need to pull the data from the Sanity. So we need to like entirely creating our things. But before going there, I'm gonna show you one small trick to go with that optimizing the font. So I will close all the things here, close all, and then in here on the components, I'm gonna create one file called that banner.tsx and rfce, which going to be my banner. And inside that banner, I'm gonna take a p tag, and I'm gonna write that, it will be lorem text. What I'm doing, lorem 100. Okay, so now right now these fonts, which actually okay, I need to I need to import that one in my page, otherwise I'm not gonna get that. Okay, so the banner, so I will see all the lorem text available here, and if I check the font details right now, as you see, I have the font here, which is the inter font, and that inter font is coming from my layout from the Google Fonts. Now that's actually good. It's a Nextjs caching thing is happening, and it's a very fast, robust. But what I want my font to embed it here in my project. Okay, I don't want that fonts to be fetched from any other particular things. I want it to be prefetching very good way. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open a source folder, which the name it will be the fonts. So, and inside that fonts, I'm gonna get my fonts details. So that fonts, it will be available here, which called this poppins or poppins.wff2. Then how you can get that file? Okay, so to get that, you can go to the, not the google.com, it's gonna be Google Fonts. Now from here you can choose any of the fonts you want. Now the variable fonts, the poppins is not available. So now in the fonts, okay, let's just search for the poppins. Okay, poppins. So this is the poppin fonts. Now here, while I'm having that poppins, okay, let's see, that's the poppin font. So in here, as you see that link href, they are giving a href direction here. So you need to just copy that and then open it in any of the browser. Okay, so now here you're gonna have that list actually. So now remember, it's better to go with the 200 font weight. So you need to just get that https, that link, that one, the .woff2. So if you just insert any of the tab here, it's gonna download automatically, and from there you can rename it from your download folder, and then you can get that file here, actually the way I have here in that folder. Okay, so now we need to inject that one with the Tailwind CSS. Okay, and to implement that one, remember in the Tailwind CSS, on the style in the globals, we have that Tailwind base. So instead of using that one, I will open one more file and give you a name of that base.css. Now here I'm gonna get that a Tailwind, and I'm gonna get that base. And also I'm gonna declare one more thing, which gonna be at font face. Oops, it will be font face. Now here, okay, I need to put that clone. Okay, now inside that font face, I'm gonna just inject all of these things, which is the font family. I'm giving a name of poppins, and the fonts URL, which actually interjecting. Now actually you can show it here, that from where I got that fonts details, right? So now for the URL, you can just go with that. Remember, that's the fonts folder, and then the things, bam, is right. So now in the global CSS, instead of having that actual utilities file, instead of that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that at import, and it's gonna be base.css. That's it. So now my base font is gonna be work. So now also there is one more thing is pending. I need to interlink with the tailwind config.ts. So now here on that config, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna declare with that font family, and inside that font family I'm gonna inject it here. Now first thing first, there will be two types of fonts. One is gonna be default fonts for the sans, and remember here it's better to give the names, actual names, which is here in the Google. So its actual name is the poppins, so I keep the name as poppins. And then I also need to get that, oops, it will be default, I believe it's the default theme, maybe default theme. Okay, let's import that one here. So I'm gonna import default theme, and that's gonna be from that Tailwind CSS, and then it will be the default theme. So now we're gonna have that default theme dot font family dot sans. Okay, so what's actually wrong is happening, let's see. Okay, extend partial. Okay, that's okay. And after that, we're gonna have also one the display name. You can put any of the name you want. So the similar pattern, I'm gonna pass that as a display fonts. Okay, so now my fonts is ready to use. If I click here, still my inter font is working, right? So now let's go back to the page, and not actually in the page, I will go back to my layout. Okay, so let's go back to the layout, and in the layout I will remove that inter font. Okay, I'm not gonna use that one anymore. Okay, remove that, and also removing that. Bam. So now if I check the font, you see it's by default is taking the poppins font right now. So it's as simple as possible as it is. So also you can, if you have any doubt, maybe the inter font is not working, so you just make that as font display. That's it, it's working, it's actually in the pop-ins. So just to make double sure, you can keep it in that way. Also, if you just inspect from here, you're gonna find somewhere this written is an inter font. As you see, the font family is inter. So our font is working perfectly. So right now I'm gonna close up all other things, like everything. Now we're gonna create another file, not the file, another project, which actually going to be our Sanity project. And to implement that one, first thing first, you need to create a Sanity account, and then you need to have your own dashboard. You see, I already created my account. If you visit my managed projects, you're gonna see that's my dashboard. If you have just a basic email, you can open with that email. That's simple. So now also okay, let's go there, and I will just do one small thing, which actually I think I need to do it. Layout. Okay, so I'm gonna just change these two texts from here, so my title, it's gonna looks better. So now what I need to do it, and to implement the Sanity Studio in your project, you just need to put that Sanity in it. That's it. So now what it's gonna do, it's gonna take everything. You see the continue creating a Sanity Studio v3 project, or I'm not gonna open it from here, because if I go inside from here, you're gonna see it properly, all the words and everything. So now, as you see, if I put ls, you see I'm inside my project, which is that Sanity Waribi YouTube. So now I'm gonna make this Sanity init. Okay, so now here it gonna, you see the welcome to Sanity. So now we are in the Sanity ground. It's a continue creating a Sanity Studio v3 project, which is the updated one. Put yes, and now it's actually asking if I can go with any of my existing project. No, I want to create a new project because I want to show you from the beginning. So it will create a new project, and the project name I will keep that Sanity YT. Okay, and what else? So let's see, the next pop-up gonna come. You continue, okay, and use the default dataset configuration. Yes, the default one, good. So now it's gonna create all the datasets. Now the project path, I would love to go with the default. Now there is a different already there's some of the projects available, sample projects for the Mobi project, e-commerce. You can go with the Shopify, or you can go, if you have the blog, you can go with the blog schema. But for me, I love to go with the clean project with no predefined schema. So it's a simple project we can use. And of course, we're gonna love to use the TypeScript because our project also written in TypeScript. Now it's gonna do everything. Before, one more thing, it's gonna ask which package manager I'm gonna use. So for this project, as you remember, I'm using the Yarn. So let's go with the Yarn. Now it's gonna install all the dependencies to predefine that Sanity Studio in our project. Okay, everything just installed perfectly. I'm gonna close that tab. So now if I just reduce a bit, shrink a bit down here, I'm gonna just clean my everything. Now if I open here, as you see, we have one tab which is Sanity YT. So let's go to another tab, and here I'm gonna put that CD Sanity YT, and now I'm gonna make that Sanity, or not the Sanity, I can just put that yarn dev, and now it's gonna open my Sanity project. It's a separate project within my project, and it's gonna open up, I believe, just give it seconds. Okay, it's opening in localhost 3333. So here it's gonna open my Sanity project. Okay, but now remember, this actually within my project, another project, and it's very heavy, right? But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna merge that project within my project to keep it a single project. In that way, it's gonna be more faster. And remember how actually we do it. If we click, it's getting that /studio, which is that our studio, right? So we're gonna keep it in that way. So now in the Sanity, it will ask for the login. I'm gonna use my Google account, so I'm gonna log in with that. Okay, login successful. Now we can see our Sanity structure. Now right now we don't have anything, so we will not see any documents here. And for right now we actually no longer to run that one, and I'm gonna just go back here because I'm gonna delete everything from here. So now what I want you to do to implement that one perfectly, I'm gonna open my project package.json here, which is actually sanity package.json. Not the sanity, is my our main projects, and also I'm gonna open that okay, Sanity YT project, because we're gonna take something from there, then I'm gonna remove it. So what actually we need to get from here, as you see in our dependencies, we need to get that, I think that 3 things we need. One is the sanity visions, and sanity, and that is style components. So I'm gonna copy that, then I'm gonna paste it here. That's sanity. I think this these 3 things is enough, and after that in the dev dependencies I will use that sanity ESLint for that purposes. Okay, so I have that 3 things which I take from there, and pretty much all those packages from here, no more. So now I'm gonna close that, and then I need a few more things. That one is the sanity CLI and another is the sanity config.ts. I'm gonna grab that and I will keep that in my root here. So wherever is trying that Tailwind config.ts and other main file, I'm gonna keep that 2 file there also. And one more things I may require is that one is that in that schema, that's the schema project I require also. So in my source folder here, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag that schema and I'm gonna keep it in the source folder. So right now, okay, schema is already available. So right now those are all from that Sanity YT. So I'm gonna delete that folder. So everything is looking a bit of clean, but you see Sanity CLI and other things not actually working. Remember, I took that packages but I didn't install. So what I need to do, I need to run that only yarn, and then it gonna add all the dependencies which actually I just copied from that Sanity and I deleted that project. So I need to install that one. Okay, everything is installed, and right now you see no error is happening, so we are good to go. Okay, so now we are in the single project. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close my terminal, because remember we are having 2 separate projects embedded in one, and then I'm gonna put that yarn deb, and don't worry, still now we're gonna have that project embedded yet, because we need to make so many other parameters to work together. So right now, as you see, I need to get one more file which going to be .env. Now here in that env file, I need to keep all the other parameter, like all the keys and everything. And what all the things we need actually is the Sanity public project ID, Sanity dataset API, Sanity API token, node env, and then the Next-auth URLs and the Next-auth secret for the other things. For right now, we're gonna focus that 3 things. And from where actually you're gonna get that things? As you see, we have that Sanity, our project ID available here. So let's go back to here, and that gonna be Sanity project ID. And also we're gonna have the dataset here, which is going to be that production dataset. And then for that date label, I'm gonna put that 2023 and then 0503 from the main, the latest one. Let's hit the save. So now instead of keeping those 2 values, remember the project ID and the dataset, I can now use that actually the particular value on it. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get 2 variables for it there, which is going to be my project ID and also going to be my dataset, which I'm gonna getting from that process.env, and that env file I'm accessing, and that next public Sanity project ID and next public Sanity dataset. There's 2 variables I am just going to get from there. So instead of getting that one manually here directly, I'm just keeping that in my .env file. Okay, that's cool. Also these two things, I'm gonna use that here also for my Sanity CLI. And also in the top layer, I'm gonna just paste it, and then I'm gonna keep it like that. Okay, so now in that sanity config.ts, I need to make a little bit of work. I need to declare here one of the base path, in which path I'm gonna go and see my studio. So it's gonna be studio/studio. You can keep as admin or anything, any name, it will work. As this is Sanity Studio, I'm just going to keep that simple name. Okay, we are having one error, and what's the error is there? Okay, it's failed to loading the chunk. Just hit a refresh. Let's see, maybe some caching is happening. Okay, let's go. Okay, we're good to go. So now for the name and title, I'm gonna use my name and my title, which is going to be RAB Online Shopping. Okay, and the project ID, dataset, everything looks so cool. So now what I'm gonna do here, let's type that /studio. If everything is good to go, we're gonna see, okay, we still cannot see our studio, means it's still not configured yet. Okay, what's the things we did wrong? API is working fine, sanity config is working. Okay, we have the vision tool. Okay, and one of the valid reason for this page is not working is because that we didn't create any routes here, right? We're checking a lot of things, but remember, in the page we have our user portion, and also we need to create our admin portion for Sanity to give us a page. So now we will create that page for that, and that will be our admin. And now inside that admin, we're gonna create a page.tsx. So it will be page.tsx RFCE, and that one going to be our, like, this Sanity page. Okay, so inside that Sanity page, we gotta do all other things which actually going to make things work. So now in the studio, okay, in the admin, I'm gonna create one folder. Actually, it's gonna be the folder. Inside that folder, we need to declare that page, right? Because the folder is the route in Nextjs, so we need to keep that one inside that folder. So now we have our studio route, and also I'm gonna take one more file here, which I'm gonna give the name as studio.tsx. Okay, so now here, because remember the Sanity is actually not supporting in the server-side component, so we need to create a client-side component on to make it in a feature way. Either we can make that page.tsx as a client component, which is not a good practice. So I'm gonna take another file, which one I'm gonna make that as a client-side component. So let's create that RAFCE. So this is my studio. Now first thing first, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it as a use client. Okay, use client. So now here, I'm gonna create all other configuration. So first, let's go take that Sanity next Sanity. So not the next Sanity, it will be the next studio from that next Sanity studio. Okay, you need to install one more dependencies, which is the next Sanity. So that one you can see I already having, I think, in the packages. So it's going to be that next Sanity. So that one you need to install here. Now I have the next Sanity, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove all that. So I'm gonna put that next studio, and here I'm gonna pass a variable which going to be the configuration for the config, and then I'm gonna get that Sanity config from the config file I am having here, which is underlying all the configuration with the base path and all other variables. So now my studio is going to be all right. Let's hit the save. And now in the page.tsx, I need to connect that one. Now I don't need to make that as a client-side component, right? So I'm gonna remove that. And now what I'm gonna do, simply I'm gonna get my studio here from the studio. So right now, as you see, my studio should be accessible from here. If I click, it will take back me to my studio. Okay, just wait for a while. As you see, it's compiling, so it will just take a bit of time at the first, but it will be okay at this later on. Also, what I can do is, see, by default it's giving me one layout, so it's Next already created that layout for me. If it's not created, you can create that layout by yourself. Okay, the configuration is done. Let's see, we are having one error. Okay, I think I click somewhere and the error is gone. So okay, let's wait a bit, it will give the error again. Okay, the error is showing. I need to before we continue, we need to pass that course origin. So let's continue. Now it will take back me to my dashboard, and from here I need to add that course origin. So okay, let's continue and add the course origin, and after hitting back, it will take back to my project. As you see, this is my project. So this project is embedded here in my main project. So now what I need to do, I need to create some setup. So first thing first, I need to create one of the schemas. Okay, so this is the layout. I move back my Sanity schemas inside my Sanity folder. So now here I need to create the schema. So first I will create one schema, which is the banner, for the banner images. So banner.ts. So in the banner, we're gonna create that schema portion, and to writing that schema, you can go back to the Sanity and you can just read that the documentation, and you will feel better to understand that one. But for me, again, I'm gonna go with that the simple setup by which I can make you understand how you can create it simply. So right now I will take a function which gonna be export default, and that it gonna be a defined type which I need to import from Sanity, and it will be a function. Then I'm gonna pass the object parameter. The type it gonna be document, and also the name which going to be the banner, by which name I'm gonna fetch that, and the title it's gonna be the it will be banner. And now I need to define all the fields. The fields, it will going to be array of fields. So now let's define field. I think it will be define field, which I also need to import from Sanity. And here I need to pass the object. The first field it gonna be the title. Remember, it's going to be the small letter. And the title, I need to define the what kind of title it will be, the title, or you can just keep that as a banner title if you want to have any title for banner. And the type which are going to be string, the banner type. And now I need to have the images here. So again, define another field which I need to pass an object. The name is going to be the image, and then I need to pass the title which is going to be capital image. And then the type, I need to define the type, and the type going to be the image type, and also the description, it will be banner image, just a little short description. And I want to put a validation, because for the banner, as everything is going to be defined of that banner portion of the images, so images need to be required. So the rule dot require, so images require for mandatory for that. And after passing that validation, I will pass that options. Also, I will make my image hotspot. I think it will be okay. Let's see, hotspot, maybe hotspot gonna be true. And also I will put that preview mode, so you can have a preview, and that preview going to be selective. So the image URL which is going to be asset.url, and the title, I will just put the title inside the caption. And now once I'm saving that, I want to have a preview mode to see the images, so I will set up that preview. Now it's gonna be in a selective mode. I want to see the title, which is going to be the title of the defined title, and the media also going to be the image. Okay, so schema is done. Now I need to import that schema in my index.ts. So now let's import that banner. Banner is done. So now if I go back here, as you see, it's reloading and prefetching. Now I'm gonna have my banner. As you see, banner is working fine. So now you can have a bit of I think it's small or good. It looks different because I need to create a setup on it to make it looks perfect. So now in the banner, if I just to have a look a bit, you see now I have the field and everything. Okay, it's untitled. So now I can keep that first banner, second banner, something like that, which is going to be my first banner. Now I can inject my image. So let's upload some image for our first banner. So I can click on the upload. Remember, there is a mark so which is showing that you need to require, so you cannot publish until you set that. So let's upload that one. I will go inside the project, go inside the image where I'm having my banner. So I will import that first banner or any of the banner, and then you see my file is choosing, and now I can actually upload from here. Now you see my publish button is now is visible, so I can publish it. Okay, let's hit that one. So now it's publishing. You see the document is published. Now I can actually get that banner. I can fetch that banner, then I can showcase actually. So before fetching the banner and creating other participation things, I'm gonna just work a bit on those things. That is, I need to create another portion, right? If we go back to our studio here, you see it's gonna be a different setup, which is not like the one actually we are looking for. So we need to set that up. Okay, I need to, because as you see that one have entirely another portion of banner here which we are missing here, and also the color combination is a different setup. So we need to implement that. And to implement that things, I will go back to my component. I will take one more file which is going to be a studio header or a studio navbar. You can keep, I'll just keep studio header.tsx rafce. Okay, now inside that studio header we will create that header portion, and to get that header work with us, so we need to go inside that, not in the banner. Okay, we need to go inside that sanity config.ts. So below the schema, we can take another variable which is for the studio. Here we can get the configuration, we can go to take the components, and inside that components we're gonna take the navbar which is going to be that studio header. Okay, so now if I save that one, you're gonna see a header is available. As you see, the studio header is in the top. So now we can actually modify that one. So how we can modify? First thing first, go inside back to the studio header. So in the div, let's keep the div because I'm gonna take the props, whatever the props is available, because I want to keep all the default designs. As you see, the default banner is gone. So there is a default banner which actually is gone. I want to get the default setup, and to get that inside here, I'm gonna say whatever the props is coming. So props dot I think that it will be render default, render default, and I'm gonna pass the props. So whatever is in the default, it should appear. You see the default is appearing. So after default, I'm gonna pass all other things I want to implement. So now I'm gonna take a div, and then I'm gonna pass a link, and inside that link I'm gonna get one logo. So let's import the logo. So it will be import logo from, it will be from the assets, and that logo is the I think the light logo will be perfect because it's the black screen. So now I'm gonna get that image tag from the next image, and that image tag gonna to take a source which going to be the logo, and the alt tag going to be the logo, and also the class name. I'm gonna pass the text, not the text. Okay, what's happening? I'm gonna pass the text, class name of that width of 24, just the previous value, just to show you that if a logo is available or not. Okay, what's happening? Okay, did we missing that? Let's go back to there. Okay, let's also okay, I believe it will be just I want to just keep a simple image, not the logo, or because we're gonna pass a other variable to go on that way. So let's go back to the studio again. Let's see if we can see the logo available or not. Okay, we are heading back there. Okay, so now that logo should appear somewhere, but we can see that because in the top layer we will put some class name. So let's put some class name, which gonna be padding of 5, and then the bg I'm gonna make a black. Okay, so now I think the logo can be available to see. And one thing is more annoying is that our Tailwind CSS is not working here, right? And it's a very simple way to fix that. Remember, we already take admin and there is a layout, right? But we didn't fix that layout to let our Tailwind work on that. You need to keep that in mind. We have that layout, but we didn't inject any of the CSS portion here. Remember, in our user layout, we already imported the Tailwind CSS by using that global CSS. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy that, and in the layout I'm gonna inject that layout also to import from Tailwind CSS. And once I did, so now if I just go back here, and I believe we need to make it okay, without reload also is working. So now as you see, we are having our logo here. Okay, so now you can see the logo and everything looks clean. So now let's go back to here, and also I'm gonna make a text gray of 100 to give some defined color. So now inside the below that top of the logo, I will pass a link, and inside that link I'm gonna make that which going to be go to website. And inside that link I'm gonna put also one href, which going to take back to the home. And also after that I'm gonna take another div, or not the div, I'm gonna just get a p tag, which going to say that admin studio for Oribi online shopping. Okay, so now we're gonna have three things together. As you see, it's stacked together. And also to make it looks better, what I'm gonna do, so the gray 100, I'm gonna make a flex item center justify between. So now it gonna looks perfect. As you see, that looks good. So I need one more icon here to make it looks a little bit clean and better. So I will take that icon, and in here, before that to go to website, I'm gonna pass that icon. And that icon puts some class name, which is going to be text to Excel. Okay, so now we are going to have that. Okay, looks good. So now in that href, I'm gonna put some class name over there, which is going to be a flex item center, the gap going to be a 3, and the font going to be a semi bold, and hover text going to be blue of 600, and duration going to be 200. So now if also before passing that, I will just do something here. I'll just make it a small text. Okay, so right now if I just want to go back to my website, as you see, go to website, I'm in the website. If I want to go back to studio, I'm here in my studio. Okay, it will just take a bit of time because it's a two separate project embedded in one. So sometimes you need to be a little bit like just to be wait for it. So now, as I saw you how actually we're gonna have that banner portion. So we're gonna have the first banner. In that way we can actually deploy as many banner as you want. So like if you can duplicate that banner and you can create one more banner, or you can create the new banner. So like if I just make that okay, I will just do it that delete that one. Okay, you can delete. They just change some more design from here, so that behavior and that behavior, you're gonna have a little bit discrepancy because the design is changed from the Sanity. So right now okay, that's the first banner. I am deleting, still not deleting. Let's see again. Okay, still at it. So how you can just import the banner, just you need to open a new banner. If you just put that like second banner, and then you can upload a new photo for that particular banner. Like I want to keep that banner photo, and it will start uploading, and then just hit the publish. So now the banner is available. So now as you see, we're gonna create two more things. One is category, one is product. These two particular schema we need to implement. So first thing first, let's go and create the product. So let's go Sanity and schemas. We're gonna get that product.ts, and remember the similar way, export, or I'm gonna just get my all of the product variable, then I'm going to explain it to you. So now here I'm defining that export default define type, and in the default define type I'm going to having a name of the product, title product, type document, and the product going to have a title, and in the description I'm making keep the title relative to product. Then also that product going to be have a particular flag. Remember, once we are going on that single product page, it's gonna fetch that product according to the flag. Don't worry, I'm gonna show you how those things actually working. Just focus through to go all the things available for that particular criteria. And the defaults, of course, the flag should be required. Then we're gonna have a description. Description can be required or cannot be, it depends on the consumer. Then we're gonna have an image, and then also we're gonna have a category for the product. Also we're gonna have the price and the raw price. Remember, there will be two price, one is the particular price, another is the without the discount price. Then we have the rating numbers. Also we have is new, which going to be boolean value. It will describe if our product is new or not. Then the body content, which going to be the blog content. Also we have the naming position. Remember, to make it a new arrival or some other things, we're gonna have that naming convention. Then we are having that brand and the quantity, and for the preview we are showing the title, image, and position. So this pretty much everything for the product. So I will just save it, and I will go back to my index folder, and here I'm gonna get that product. And once I save the product, I'm gonna of course get one more error. Okay, it will just take a bit of time. Now you see the category is undefined because I don't have the category and the blog content parameter. So these two parameters I need to get right now. So one is the blog content, one is the category, which I interlinked here in my product. So I define here that it will be a blog content, and also I define that it will be reference will be the category, but I don't have that schema, so I need to create that. So let's open a new file, and here I'm gonna get that as a category.ts, and inside that categories it's gonna come up with a sum of that two variable. I'm just trying to keep it simple. One is the title, one is the description, these two things. And after the category I need to create one more schema, which going to be a blog content.ts, and inside that blog content it's gonna be the content of predefined content of that, like the details content. So this content is going to be a name of that blog content, title going to be the blog content. It will be defined as an array, and in the array I'm gonna have that normal text h1, h2, h3. It's gonna be a rich text point. And then the list parameter, we're gonna have a bullet, value the bullet, and other is strong, or just the normal things passing in that way. So this two is now okay. Don't worry about that. These all are all going to be available in the GitHub repo, so you can have it and you can break it and do it whatever you want. So now let's go back to the index. I'm gonna get my category. I'm gonna get my blog content. Okay. Hit the save. Let's just shrink a bit, and now come over here, and you're gonna see everything is working just perfect. So how you can import a product? So let's go back here, and in the product you just click on the plus sign. Now you will be eligible to create a product. I'm gonna show you a default setup, because later on I'm gonna just switch through my previous product project, because there is a very limited time to create all the products till now. So now I'm gonna get a simple product like the text. Oops, it will be test product. that's the title you need to give for the product. And then the slug, it will generate automatically. If you click, you see the test product slug is generated. And now here you can give the description for that. You can upload a product image. So let's go back to the images. Let's keep that watch. And now I can add the category, remember, but I don't have a category. So what I'm gonna do, I can actually create a new category to opening by a new tab, or I can go with the category by itself. So the category, I'm gonna give a title. The title, it's gonna be like fashion, okay? And the description is just a okay, that's it. Let's publish that one. So after publishing that, I can now interlink. As you see, the fashion category is available here. Now the price, of course, mandatory, give to 50. Raw price, either it can be there, not be there. So previous price is 300. The ratings, remember, the ratings cannot go beyond 5. So I will give 4. And of course, you can give the boolean value. I'm keeping as a new arrival. So for the body text, I will go my previous one of the product, and from here I'm gonna just get some demo text. You see the about that list item. So now you can prefetch whatever the way you want to prefer. I want to keep it as simple. I just want to show you how you can implement. Later on you can do it as the way you want. See, that's the text. We want to keep it in the body, and for that the position I will keep it in the new arrivals. Okay, for the brand, I just keep it unknown, and the quantity, I'll keep it as 1. That one quantity, it will be the default quantity. The default sales unit should be there. So this will, I'll keep it at default. So whenever we are adding the product in the cart, it will be so much helpful. So now hit the publish, and you're gonna see your product is implemented. So in that similar fashion, in that similar way, you can upload all the products, all the available products you need to create on your own. So now that's products, and that's the banner. We will implement that one here in the project. So what I'm gonna do, instead of implementing all from the beginning, I'm gonna switch through my existing project, which I will just open my project ID. I will change my project ID, so it will just get my previous project, and then I will get all the values. So now in the banner, as you see, if I click on the banner, okay, it's upgraded. Now I have my previous value. Okay, everything is good to go. I have the product. So now here I have different kind of product which having the same setup. Remember, trust me, it's the same setup, the same value. Just getting a different thing is that checking in that position where I want to keep, and the brand, other things. So okay, it's good. And in the category, I have several categories here. So now we will access this project to get all the values from here. Let's go back to website, and now we will start working. Okay, so let's close all. I'm gonna open my banner. So now in the banner, it will be a simple slider accessing all the things from there. So to implement that, I will use that React Slick slider. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get that one, which going to be yarn at. Don't forget to go and read the documentation to have a very good and better understanding on it. And also in the layout, I need to import one more file, which going to be that slick carousel. Okay, so let's go my okay, it should be in the user layout. Okay, I need to import that, and also I need to add that one. Okay, slick carousel. Okay, let's hit the save, and now after that, let's go back to my banner. Here I need to access the data, and then I can also start working. So before accessing the data, I need to make one more things which should be make it in a good way. I will create one more folder in my source folder. It's gonna be the lib, and inside that lib folder, I will take one more file, which is going to be sanity client.ts. Okay, what's the error I'm getting? Let's hit refresh. Okay, what is that? failed to read source code from okay, let's check again. Okay, I think it's a simple error because we are importing that package before we are accessing, like installing that one. So now in the Sanity client, we need to make so many things. First thing first, I need to just install Next Sanity, and also I need to install one more thing, which is the Sanity image URL. So let's yarn add Sanity image URL and the Next Sanity. So now these two things I require here. And why I require, so first thing first, I need to get the API, like the API version, the token, because those things I need to access here. So this Sanity API token, to get the token, you just simply need to go back to the sanity.io, and inside here you need to go back to your projects. So I'll just go back to the manage projects. Now here, because I'm using that one particularly, but I will show you how you can generate the token. You can just go back to the API, and here you can put add API token, and as a developer token you can put that and hit save. Now you will ask something, just put DD or some other name. Now it will generate the token, so you need to copy that. So what I am gonna do for right now is that to get my previous token. Okay, and my previous token is that, okay, let me just grab that. Okay, so this is my previous token, so I need to access that four things here. Okay, so right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just declare those variable. My project ID would be that public next public Sanity project ID, dataset, API version, and the token. So now I'm gonna pass a variable export const, which going to be the client, and that client I'm gonna declare with that create client from Next Sanity. And here I'm gonna pass an object. Here I'm gonna pass that project ID, okay, and also that dataset, API version, and also the token. And for right now, I'll just make that Euclidean false. I don't want to keep any caching and other things. So now here in the Sanity, we're gonna having the image, but you cannot directly inject the image. And to get the image and to use it, we also need a builder function here. And that one is that const builder, and that builder is gonna be image URL builder. So we need to import that from that image URL. So let's go and import. It's going to be import image URL builder, and that's going to be a from I believe, oops, it will be Sanity, and then okay, it's not yet let's see, I think it's imported already, so why it's not happening? Okay, let me, I'm not getting any suggestion. Okay, just let me grab it. Okay, image URL builder. Okay, so that's going to be here, image URL builder, and inside that builder we're gonna pass that client, which going to be the Sanity client. And now here we're gonna get one that, which is the export const, not the const, we need to make that URL function, so it will be, oh sorry, export the const, and then URL for, you can give any name you prefer. And here I'm gonna keep that source, and that source going to be the any source, and then I'm gonna return something, and that's return builder dot image, and that image going to coming from the source. So now I can access that image, I can access that different things from that Sanity. So now let's go head back to the banner, because now we can actually go and create so many things to get and access the data. And remember, we are having that banner, but we are calling that banner here in our front page, right? So I'm just gonna wrap it with the main, and also that main I'm gonna give a class name. I'm gonna make all the text of a small text in the main, and overflow going to be hidden, and min height going to be screen. Okay, so now we need to, because this one is the server component, right? But here in the banner, this is, we're gonna make it as a client component because we're gonna use that React Slick. So we're gonna create a server side call. That's what we're gonna do it here. So first, let's go here, and now we're gonna make a query. So the banner query equal to, it's gonna be a grok query, which we're gonna import from the next Sanity. Feel free to go and read the documentation of Sanity, why and how to use the grok. And now we're gonna write a query. Before writing the query, I'm gonna inject that query here so that you can understand how actually those things working. So now what I'm gonna do, let's go back to the Sanity Studio, and over here we're gonna interject and interlinked all the preparation. We're gonna go in the version tab, where actually we can prefer to how we can fetch the data. You see there is my previous vision thing is happening from my previous project. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write a new grok query. So this grok query, it's gonna be just inject with that, it will be underscore type, and underscore type equal to, remember we gave the name for the banner is the banner, and now here from the type, from the banner type, we're gonna get everything. So whatever is in the banner, I want to fetch. So now as you see, we are having a 0 item. So okay, not everything. So let's see what we're gonna have. Banner have the image, and also banner have the ID. So let's see if it can fetch. Okay, still it cannot fetch anything. Okay, I think maybe my query have something wrong. Okay, yeah, it's having wrong. I write the query in a wrong way, because remember this one, it's gonna be start after finishing that. Okay, so that's the parameter I need to pass. Okay, so now if we fetch, you see we can fetch even this without 2. If we just put $3, it's gonna fetch everything right now. So now we can get all the data from the banner, right? In that way we're going to write our query. So now in the banner, I need only the image and the ID. So how we can write that one here? Put a backtick, then the second bracket, and now I'm gonna pass the condition, which going to be my type, and type equal to, it's gonna be banner. And whenever we are having that banner, what I'm gonna say, from the banner, give the image, because I need only those portions, so no need to get all. Oops, it will be image, and also give that ID. And also I want a something from there. What is that is, I want that one should be orderable. So order, and it's gonna be underscore created at ASC, ascending. Okay, so now I written the banner query. I need to access that data, right? And to access that, I'm just gonna call that function. Okay, so now const banners equal to await, because I need to wait for the result. It will go to the Sanity, then gonna access that one. So let's put it as an assign function. So await, remember we have a one client, smaller function. So from the client, which is the Sanity, it's gonna be fetch. What is the going to fetch? Going to fetch the banner query. So now if I put a log over here and put writing on that banners, I will be able to see the banners in my console. You see it's coming up with the ID and with the image. So now I'm having the banner. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass that banner on that banner component. So it's gonna be banners, which going to be banners. Now let's head back to the banner. Now I can get that banner here, and it can inject here to use. So now it's gonna be banners, and I'll just, for right now, I'll just keep it as any to just feel free to make it out of any of the problem. Okay, so right now I'm out of any of the issue. So let's head back here. I need to import one more thing, which is for that I believe that slider we need to import. So because the slider, it should be as a client side project, so I will make it as a use client, and then I'm gonna import the slider. And in the slick slider, I'm gonna interject all the parameter. So let's go here. I'm gonna keep that, and I'm gonna make that slider. Okay, and here I need to inject the setting. So now I will go with a very similar fashion to describe the setting, because I already have several projects where I use that React Slick. It's a very much simple things I love to use because the complication is very simple, so I feel better to use that one. So I'm gonna explain that one for sure, but first let me get that. Okay, and then one more thing is there, the type, which I need to get the type file. So I will just get that types of React Slick. Just give me a sec. So yarn at React Slick. So now the type is gonna be implemented. So what I'm actually doing, I'm accessing the settings file from there, and in the setting file I'm just putting that how I want to interject. Remember, I told you before, if you have any doubt of what I'm using, you better go with a particular properties, and then you can be having a very good understanding how to use that. Okay, so you can go with that React Slick pages, and you can read all the details to how you to use that one. Okay, that's the settings. I'm accessing all the things from arrows and others, and then I'm appending the dots in the image where I want to dots or not, because remember, in our image, you see that's the dots I'm appending here. And then I'm getting that I'm saying you can have those code, and then you can toggle through, because I need a lot of time, so you can just feel free. And also the responsiveness, I just work a bit with the responsiveness. You can work in your own way and you can make it responsive, because my prime goals is not for the slider, so I'm just skipping it in a bit. And now I need to pass that settings here, so it will work pretty much fine. So now here, as I am having that, remember it will not be a self-closing div, so I just need to pass another slider. Now here I need to interject all over the things. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna access my banners, and whenever the banners is available, I want to map through the banners, and I will take all the things as an item. For right now, again, I'm gonna keep an any, don't worry, I'm gonna fix it right now. So here I can actually console log by making it a return, but I will just pass the default things, and in the link, which going to be href, whenever someone click on that, it will just take back to the shop. And then I'm gonna pass one image tag from the next image, and remember the source, and that source, it will not be interject the image primarily. Remember, we have one utilities function, which is url4. We need to get from it from that lib sanity client, and then I'm gonna pass that item.image, the image we are getting. Then we're gonna give that URL. Okay, so now we can actually get that image value. So it will be banner image, and also the width going to be, I'm gonna give a larger width to make it more clear, and the height going to be 2000. Okay, let's save it, and let's see what actually we are getting. Of course, there will be so many things which is not should be in a good way. Okay, nothing is happening. Okay, okay, just getting, I think my net is slower. Now you see we cannot directly inject that image in our application, because remember, this image is coming up from Sanity, and now we need to modify that Sanity, because what Nextjs is doing is prefetching the image once it's loading. So it's getting the image in a server-side rendering, so we need to define from where we are getting our images. So what I'm gonna do, we need to work a bit with the next.config.ts, the JS. In here, I will take a variable called images, and inside that images, I will pass that remote patterns. And in the remote patterns, I will take it as an array, because there can be multiple remote patterns. So the protocol is gonna be HTTPS, and for the host name, which is the CDN, okay, you can copy from here. Okay, it will be that cdn.sanity.io. So That's the host name is here, and the path name I'm gonna just put in the functional path name, so it will be in the default way. Okay, so let's just keep a reload. But the best practice is once you are changing any value in that nextconfig.ts, close the server, then open the server. I think for this small project it will not make any kind of error, so let's give it a time to load. Okay, looks fine, everything compiled perfectly. Okay, that looks good, but there is some problem issue is there. We're gonna fix it right now. Okay, but our image is rendering, right? So now let's head back to the banner. We're gonna fix those issues. So in the banner, what I'm gonna do on the link, I'm gonna just put some class name. I'm gonna just make it a relative div. And now in the image, let's type some class name. The width going to be full, and the max height going to be okay, I'm gonna put it manual height. It gonna be, I'm gonna put it is a 750 pixel, the max height, and the object should be cover to fit everything. Okay, let's see. Okay, as you see, it's working fine. So now it's good. It's because it's happening because I'm declaring that things over here, so you need to fix that issue. Okay, so go with all the class name and feel free to implement that one. So now I want to create another effect here. The effect, it would be a little bit of blur effect. So after that image, I will take a self-closing div, and on particular div I'm gonna go and give some class name, and that class name width going to be full and height going to be 40, and bj gradient t, okay, from gray 100 to transparent, and it's gonna be absolute, bottom going to be 0, z opacity going to be 220. So now you see there is an effect with the shadowy effect, so it looks okay, looks cool. Now my header is making weird, so I will need to fix that navbar. And to fix the navbar, let's go inside that navbar. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna make some more class name for that, because I need to make it sticky. So sticky top 0 z 50. Okay, so now if I just roll back through it, you see it's sticking together. So now you see we are getting that banner from the Sanity. Okay, so now you can change the banner, you can make toggle through the banner, you can add more banner. Like if I want to add more banner, so now there is no timing limit we interject. If we add more banner, it may not come. So now what I need to do to implement that one, in the page I will write a revalidation function. So now it's gonna be export const revalidate of 10. So every 10 milliseconds it's gonna revalidate. Okay, so let's head back to the studio. Okay, it's compiling the studio. So now what we're gonna do in the banner, we're gonna add one more banner to see if it's working or not. So let's add one more. Okay, fifth image, and we're gonna upload one image. So let's go in the banner image, we're gonna upload, okay, we're gonna upload that one. Let's see if it's uploading or not. Let's hit the publish. Okay, so now okay, there is some image because it's not a string, cannot diff match path image updated because it's not a string. Okay, I think the tool is crashed. Let's just okay, let's debug that one. Okay, what's actually saying the image updated is not a string. Okay, let's just I think let's go back to the website and let's go back to the studio again. I believe it's because of that. Okay, because we didn't change a bit of that. Remember, we're gonna create one binary schemas. I think maybe we missed something in the binary schemas. So what actually we missed? Okay, so the document banner, we have the title, banner title, string, which is actually a string, then the image, type of image. Okay, and then we have the asset.url preview section. Okay, let's try one more time if we can actually make the banner to, okay, fifth image is already here. I think there is it's an uploading issue with that Sanity, maybe some loading issue or something, because as you see it's still loading. I think it's because of the network error. Okay, now it's uploaded. I think it's because of the network issue maybe, so I will just hit publish. Okay, so it's already published. Now let's go back to the website. Let's see if it's broken or not, because remember we are actually, it's just stacking on that caching portion. Okay, it's gone. So now as you see we have the fifth images, and let's go one by one. I just give it a time because just now it's getting one stuck. So now, okay, we have our images. Okay, you see it started spinning and it's just in the /studio. It's pretty cool to work with the Sanity. You can get so many things by free. Now if we just roll back to our products, you see so many products are available. So right now the first thing we need to do to create this portion, but before creating that I will do this two button here. Okay, we're gonna implement that one. So let's go back to our website. And here what I'm gonna do to take one more components, which gonna name it will be like for that page button. You can give any name you want. I will just create the snippet to create a React component. Okay, and this one, it should be available in all the pages, so I need to get that one in my, remember in the app I have a two folder, which for the admin, which is related to the Sanity, and I have another folder which is the user. So in the user I will inject it inside the layout, so it will be available for all the pages. So under the Navbar I'm gonna inject that one here, so it will be page button. Okay, just I think, yeah, we give the name of the page a button, and we made a mistake here because we need to give the component letter should be always in capital, so it will be the page button. And here also we're gonna just modify this thing. Okay, page button, and now we will be able to get that one. Okay, if we save, it will be appearing somewhere here. You see the paste button is available. So from this we need to turn that one into these two remarkable button. So we're gonna create that one, and to implement that one, let's go inside that page button, and here we're gonna do the trick. So first thing first, that's the parent div, and under that div I'm gonna take another div, not actually one div, it should be within the two div. Okay, one for the card and another for the user. So first thing first, I will first do for the first one, which is for the profile one, and inside that div in the first layer, what I'm gonna do to take the switch account, I need the two icon for these two particular things, one for the card and another for the profile. So this will be my first one for that switch account. So here I'm gonna get that, so it will be md switch account, and also I'm gonna put some class name on that, which gonna be text of 2XL to make it a little bit bigger. And then okay, just let's see if it's appearing or not. Okay, we actually can't see it anywhere, so let's just try to modify the design pattern here. So here I'm gonna put some class name. I will make it in a fixed portion, and from the top it will be a 60, and from the right it's gonna be 2, and I'm gonna make it Z at 20, and it will be flex in column, and also the gap going to be 2. And for the portion where actually in that particular div, I'm gonna put some class name also, and that class name gonna be similar for both of the components. So it's gonna be beige white, and width gonna be 16, and height I'm gonna just give a 70 pixel. You can combine the width and height the way you preferable. So rounded going to be MD, and flex it will be in the column of course, and the gap going to be 1, and the text going to be, for right now I will just put that primary color or the prime color. So let's see if it's appearing or not. What's happening here? Okay, I still can't see that one, so something is up. So where actually is that? The reason we may not see here, because remember we changed the page name, so still it's just coming with that forecasting for the smaller letter, so we can see nothing here. So right now you can see that is available right here. So now for the other portion, let's go in the top layer. I will just try to combine some of the color on it. So that's gonna be text prime color, and then we're gonna make it justify center, item center, and also I'm gonna make it the shadow of the text shadow which we provide in the Tailwind config.js. And then also we're gonna make the overflow X will be hidden, and I will make it as a group, and also the cursor going to be pointer. So after saving those portion, you see that's coming with a good handy portion. And for the background color, I think a little bit dark, that one, so I will try to make it a bit of light color. Okay, so I will just put a dummy color on that. Okay, little bit lighter. Okay, that looks good. So now here what I need to do actually after that portion, in this section also I will try to combine something, but before that I will take these things entirely inside a div. Okay, so it will be inside a div, and there should be 2 icons, and then also out of the div I'm gonna having a text which is going to say me as the profile. Remember, there should be a multiple scenario, right? Once we just going to hover it, one icon will disappear, another will come, just giving this beautiful effect, and same along with the card. So this effect we also need to make it ensure. So now we have those portions, so we need to make it be in a good portion. Here in this portion, what I'm gonna do, put a class name of flex, justify center, and item center. So now it's going to give me an alignment with that. Now for that both of the icon, I'm gonna put some class name. First one is gonna be minus translate x, going to be a 12. Okay, and whenever I'm gonna make a hover on the group, the translate okay, group, okay, I'll just go from the beginning. So first is the 12, and whenever I'm gonna make it group in hover, the translate x going to be just keep it I think 3, it will be enough, and transition going to be in the transform. Okay, and the duration going to be 200. So this similar portion of the class name also be applied here, but there will be some changes on the core, because whenever the translate x going to be first of that 3, and that 3 not it will be -3, and whenever gonna be hover, it gonna be translate x going to be 12. Okay, 12. Okay, let's hit the save, and you see, okay, that's cool, giving that effect. So now for the profile also, what I'm gonna do, put some class name on it, and that class name, the text going to be extra small, XX, and then font going to be the semi bold, and font just default font. Okay, that looks cool. So now this is my profile, and instead of keeping it as a div, I'm gonna put it in a link format, and href going to be just profile right now. Okay, looks fine. And also for the other portion also I can do the same. So what I'm gonna do, instead of keeping that link, I'm gonna take that link and then I'm gonna paste it here. So let's see if I can have that too. Okay, that looks good. And instead of this profile, I'm gonna put that the cart icon. Okay, the cart icon, and that one gonna be returned at it will be buy now. I think that's the text we provided here. Yeah, buy now. Okay, so the cart icon is available. So now we need to put one more thing, is that below on that p tag, and also before doing that one, I need to make this particular div as relative. Okay, so now I can combine the portion here. So below that p tag, I will take another p tag, and here, just for right now, I'm gonna pass the zero value and put a class name which gonna be absolute, and for the top it gonna be 1 from there, and the right going to be 2. BJ, it will be the prime color, and text going to be the color of white, and text going to be extra small, and then I'm gonna give a manual width 4 and height 4, and also make it rounded full to make it a rounded portion. And then simple portion, item center, justify a center. Okay, and also I'm gonna just highlight the font, so it's gonna be semi-bold. Hit the save. So after saving that, I believe you see the icon. So now this two button is working perfectly. So now what we need to do to create this perfect page shape, by creating that, because once we click on that particular page, we should be able to render in a Slack page. Okay, so now this two portion we are going to create. So I think this portion is done. Close the layout, and in the page we're gonna create the other thing. And by the way, for the page button, remember we need to modify here because we will just keep it in the cart. So now here in the banner, like in the main portion, I'm gonna create another folder, not the folder, in the file on the components, and that file, the name it going to be the name of new arrival.tsx. So this portion going to be rendering all the new arrival section. So now also I'm gonna pass that one here, which is going to be new arrival component. Okay. So right now we will going to be see that new arrival is evaporating here. As you see, that new arrival is appearing. So now we need to modify that one. And how actually we are going to forecast that one? See, there is some products, so there will be an array of products which is actually coming with that position of that new arrivals. So beforehand we already use one query for the banner query. What I'm gonna do to just copy that, okay, nothing else. I'm gonna copy that one, and then this banner query, so I'm not gonna keep it a banner query, it will be new arrival query. Okay, that's it. So how actually I'm gonna get the products from here? So let's go and start a query to see if we have any products which actually having the position of new arrivals. So let's roll back to our studio to see if we have that or not. Okay, it's compiling the studio. Okay, compiling is done. So if we go back to in the product, we can see all the products, but we're gonna go in that vision. So in the vision tab, we're gonna have to give the type for it. So this time it will not be the type of banner, but the type going to be our particular type of the product, which we have been created that one. And we're gonna pass another variable, which we're gonna get that position, and that position is equal to be that new arrivals. Okay, so now here I want to get everything from that. So let's fetch that one. As you see, I got all the new arrivals data. So you may have question from where actually I got the data. If we go in the product section, and if we see in the particular any of the products, and now it will be available here with that all the product scenario data, and in that data you're gonna have one button here which is for the position of new arrivals. So we're gonna fetch all the products which actually having that position of new arrivals. Let's roll back to our website. And in the website, now we actually got that. So the type it gonna be the product, and the position is going to be new arrivals. Okay, so once I have these two things, what I want everything from there. Okay, so whatever is that, return back to me. Okay, so I want all the new arrival products to be appearing here. So now I need to just declare that one, const new arrival products, and of course I will await, and I have the client, and from the client I'm gonna fetch what I'm gonna fetch, that new arrival query. Okay, so now in the new arrival section, if I console log that one, you will see the data is available. I'm not gonna do that right now, so I'm gonna just a simple thing as the products, and in the products I'm gonna pass that new arrival products. So now I have all the new arrival products to be available there, which actually I can go and work with. So now let's go back to the new arrival section, and here I'm gonna go and catch those products. So that will be that products, and for right now, to passing any error, I'm just putting any, but don't worry, we're gonna go and make all the particular things, all the class definition, we're gonna do it, don't worry about it. We're gonna do it right now, just give me a second. Okay, for that one, now as you see in the new arrival, actually there is it's not looks so good in that positioning. So what I'm gonna do to declare a container to put it in a specific design to render in a perfect way. So in the component, okay, what's actually happening here, I think I made some mistake. Okay, it's a new arrival. Okay, that's right. Okay, I'll just reload my, okay, what's happening? Okay, I'll just reload my window if actually I'm having an error or not. No, it's not an error, so we're good to go. Okay, so now what actually I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a like a container component. So let's roll back to the components. Here I'm going to create another file, which the name is going to be container.tsx RAFCE, to create that React Native snippet. And here what I'm going to do is to get children and also that class name. And the children and class name, I will just pass the props of the value that what actually you're gonna pass. So interface, it's gonna be declaring as the props, and inside the props, the children, it's going to be React node, and for the class name, it's going to be a string. And now here I'm gonna pass that types as props. Okay, so error is gone. Now what actually you're gonna have inside our container? Of course, we're gonna pass everything within it as a children, and here we're gonna pass some class name with a backtick, and that class name for the max width is going to be screen axle, and mx auto to keep it inside the middle, and padding in y-axis is going to be 2, and px going to be 4, and lgpx going to be 0. So that's the default class name we are passing. What if we're going to pass some more class name? Remember, we passed that class name variable, so I will pass that class name. So if we are passing any of the class name, it's gonna take that one, and also it's gonna take the existing class name. So in the new arrival section, we now actually declare that container here. So instead of that div, I'm gonna pass that container. Okay, and I need to make it a similar portion on that. Save the container, and after saving that, you're gonna see that your container is now entitling here. Now here you can see actually we are having an error. That error is coming because we told there should be children, we are passing the children, but also we said there should be class name. So now sometimes we may not need to send any class name. So what I'm gonna say now, just simply, if there is a class name, keep the class name, otherwise keep it as empty. Okay, for right now I will just give some class name on that. Class name should be minus empty of 60 to put it in the top. Okay, so we'll see. Now you cannot see anything. If I just try to make of the Z of 20, maybe it's gonna appear. Okay, not appearing. Okay, anyway, don't worry about it. Okay, I'm gonna just keep it right now in that way, because whenever I'm gonna implementing that, you're gonna see it will make a sense. It will make a lot of sense. So now here I'm gonna take another div. Remember, we work with slider beforehand in this because that's the slider we created. So this here actually I didn't explain a bit that much, but when we're gonna create this particular slider, so I need to explain a lot of things here, otherwise you will not catch each and everything. So feel free to go to documentation for the React Slick slider or React Slick. Because it's a very good combination to work with that. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and make it as a client component, because I need to use that Slick slider, and that is a client-side application, otherwise I can't use it. So now here I will use that inside the div. I'm gonna use the slider, so it will be my slider. Okay, or before using the slider, I can make the products props, like I can actually map the products. Okay, I will just make the products to appear the products here. So remember, I have that products value. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make that products dot map, and here I'm gonna declare the item, and for the item right now I'm gonna return a container, and that container also, not the container, the component, I'm gonna give the name as the single product. So product product.tsx, again keep that snippet. Okay, so I'm gonna return a particular product for that individual thing, so the product. Okay, and hit save. So now if I have some item in the array, I will see some, you see I have 4 products which are going to have that new arrival. It's only 4, but here how many I got? Yeah, it's only 4. Okay, I think it's more, it's not 4. Or instead of new arrivals, we can put some other variable. We can put is the bestseller products, because this combination have more products, because here we need to put a slider, right? So what I'm gonna do, instead of getting this positioning of that new arrivals, because in the key of the bestseller products I have some more products, I will just render it here. Okay, so now if we get reloading, you see I have 6 products. So now it's good, we can see the scrolling properly. So now in the item, you see I'm getting an error for the item, but because this item can combine a lot of things, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna define the types that what the item actually contain. So first thing first, I'm gonna put a log, and inside that log, I'm gonna get that the products, all the available products of their title. Okay, so put in inspection, and that one actually going to have in the client side console, because I made it in a client component, and each of that particular product I have a body, brand, category, description, images. So right now I need to define the types for it, and in my root layer I'm going to define a file which going to be type.ts, and that will be my type definition file. So here I need to define the type. Okay, so in the type, what actually I'm gonna do, it will be export interface, and that interface I'm gonna define is as product. Okay, so that product, or actually instead of product I will just make it the name as the product props. So that product's going to have an ID, and that ID going to be a string. Or instead of typing that one from the core, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just be fetching all the things which actually gonna make sense. So now what actually I have, so my product contains several things. First thing first is going to have an ID, which is type of a string. As you see, if we are looking for some of the ID, you see it's the type of the value of the string. And then I'm gonna have the type rev, and the created at price number, row price the number, title is string, position is string, ratings number, description is string, brand, the slag, and the slag is gonna having a 2 value, which one is going to be the current value, and the type it will be the slag. Now this slag I actually also can define it in a predefined way. And then I have the images, which the type is going to be string, the asset referring all are going to be string, and the category string value is new is the boolean value. Remember, it can be the new product or cannot be. And for the body, I just keep any because there will be a lot of data in the body. You see a particular string of data for the key value. So many things need to be described. So I'll just avoiding to describing and killing the time. And then I'm gonna having the quantity, which is a number. So now I have that particular type, which is the product props. I can use that products props to define my type. So instead of that item putting any value, I'm gonna just put that product props. Okay, I didn't save that types, so I cannot access that. So now here it's gonna be product props, and you see the error is just disappear. So now here also for the type, like if I put that interface, which going to be props, and here the products going to be product props of array of product props, right? So now if we just put that props value, okay, what's happening? There is something here does not exist on the type of props. So this value, okay, now it's good. So this new arrival products is just combining 6 of that new arrival products, which is combining of the product props. So this one as an array of products, right? So we are passing that array as the props, and now this one passing that as the product props. It's simple, just you need to making a fetch decision and try to combine it with that. So right now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna just take that inside a div, and then I'm gonna pass it. And now here in the div, we're gonna give that key value. So put the class name, not the class name. I need to give the key, which gonna be item dot. Now I can access all the properties here and predefine type definition. So it's a very limited time to make something wrong. Okay, and the class name px going to be 2. Okay, so right now we're having the product. So inside the product, now we are going to inject the item. So the item and it's going to be product, and that product we are passing that entire item as the product. So as we are passing that item to the product, now we need to go inside the product and need to make all the things to be happen properly. So in the product, I will make it also in the variable, and then it's gonna be the product. And remember, now we need to make that similar fashion which we did that one for the array, because we are passing that product. So now let's define that interface, and that going to be the props. And inside that props, what we will define is that the product it's going to be the product props. Okay, so it's going to be the product props, and here we're gonna pass that as the props. Okay, it's I think product. Okay, I just misspelled that one again. Okay, so what actually we are passing here, product product. Okay, so we are passing the product, we are passing the product. Okay, so now we need to pour all the details and data inside that product. So first thing first, to implement all of those things, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just take an empty braces. Inside here, I'm gonna interject a lot of things. So first div, inside the div, I will take another div, and here I'm gonna take one more div, and within that div I'm gonna pass that image. And just to make you a bit of understanding and comfortable way of the designing, remember we have that entire product, and this is one div for the image, there is another div for the text, and these two rolling up within that section of the div of the image. So these two button, it will be combining with the image portion. So we're gonna have actually pretty much 3 div within that parent div. Not the 3, actually it's going to be that actually the 2 div, so to implement all the other amplifier. So let's roll back there, let's see what actually we can create. So in the link, of course we're gonna make the href. For right now I'll just combine it here, and here we are going to generate our image. To implement the image, let's import the image from the next image, And here I'm gonna put that source. Remember, we make an helper function in the utils, which is the URL for, and here we're gonna pass that product dot, it will be product dot image, and then we need to get that URL. Okay, so now we are going to get the products from that URL, and also we need to put an alt tag, so which going to be, I think, yeah, it's going to be the URL for, then the product dot image, and then we are prefetching the URL. Okay, put some alt tag, and that it will be the product image. I want that image to be clear, so I will give a width of 700 and height of 700. Let's hit the save button and see if we can see any available product. Okay, you see, that's a big bunch of product is appearing here. So right now we can see the product is available, right? And also the everything is working smoothly. And now before going further, I will put a class name. I will just define that with the height of 72, width of 72, height 72, object contain. Okay, so now my image going to be looks a little bit better. And also in the top, I'm gonna just put some class name on that. Then I'm gonna implement that actually those slider here. So the class name width going to be a full, and I will make it as relative, and also it will be group, and then border it going to be 1 pixel, and the border it will be black. Okay, border black, and hover shadow it going to be LG, and then the duration I'm gonna give it as 200, and okay, hover shadow is gonna be LG, but normal shadow I will also want to provide a shadow of the normal. So the shadow going to be just put a gray of 500. Okay, and then for the overflow I'll make it as hidden, and also I'm gonna make it as group just to put it in a combination. Okay, so now, and also for the another div portion, you see that actually looks good, it's working. So before going further, I'm gonna just enclose it here in a bit. Okay, what's actually wrong with it? Nothing wrong, it's just an silly error, because sometimes it's giving with that network issue, because if you just reload the window, it's just going to be disappear. So don't worry about it. Okay, so now instead of going through all the details on that particular seg, what I'm gonna do to declare my slider, because I have the details here, now I can bring the sliders here to show you this particular design, then I will implement the other portion. So let's go to roll back to keep the slider. Okay, so here it's going to be a slider. Okay, now that slider by default going to take a parameter which is going to be the class name, not the class name, it will be the of the settings actually. So we need to define the setting here. So const it going to be settings, and now we need to define the settings. So right now what actually you're gonna define, it will be that we want to make that infinite loop. So in infinite it going to be true, and I can actually pass the variable which actually we want, and infinite true, then the speed going to be a 500, and then now here I want to just focus two things. So one is that particular thing is that how many slices we want to show in particular tab, with the slice to show going to be 4 and slice to scroll going to be 1, and there should be two more things which is actually for the arrow. I'm gonna keep it later on. For right now I will put that responsiveness, so it will be responsive. So I will combine the responsiveness, it will be an array of things. Now in the responsiveness I'll just define the breakpoints, and I'm gonna pass it here. So that's the breakpoints it's gonna work. So that's like whenever it's in the bigger devices is 1025, this it will show the a number of 3. Now here is showing the 4, but in the little bit smaller from the 1025, so 770 to 1025 it will show the 2 slides, and slide to scroll is 1, and for the 769 2 slide, and for the 480 for small devices it will be just 1 particular slide. Okay, So now what we need to do is to pass that slider settings here. So it will be dot settings. Okay, we pass the settings here. So now if we hit the save, as you see, we are having a perfect combination of this position. Now if we click in the previous, you see that looks good, it's working fine. So now these two buttons, it should not be like that, it should be like that, right? So to combine that one like this way, we need to define two particular parameters. But before doing that, we need to take two more components. So the one component is going to be it will be next-auth.tsx RAFCE. Okay, and the second one it's going to be prev arrow. Okay, it will be prev arrow.tsx RAFCE. So we'll go with one by one. Let's go to the next arrow, and in the next arrow, what is the next arrow is here. Okay, next arrow. Now in the next arrow, we're gonna take the props. Remember, is the action is coming through from the props, and also we need to have one icon. So I'll get that icon here, and this one counts on click because we are getting one function from there to having a click event, and that function is passing up from the props. Now what actually going to happen in here, I'm gonna pass an span tag, and inside that span tag I'm gonna get that far long arrow right. Okay, and now whenever I'm gonna click on that particular button, it's gonna give me that on click event. Okay, so now if I just, okay, what's happening now, it's going to be on click. Okay, what we, oh okay, it's just a smaller letter. Okay, one click. Okay, right now I have the next arrow, but I still cannot see that because I need to import it here. So after that, I'm gonna get that next arrow, and that next arrow it's gonna be the next arrow, and for the prev arrow it's going to be prev arrow. So now the arrow should be appear in one portion. Okay, let's see. Okay, what's happening? Let's see the error. Okay, components class functioning on object, you like to forget exported component from the file is defined. Okay, let's see what actually we define next arrow and a prev arrow. Okay, yeah, it's defined properly. What's wrong with that? Next arrow and the prev arrow. Okay, and inside the next arrow, did we miss something? Which we are going to defining that export default next arrow and giving passing that on click value. Okay, and the span tag. I think the error is I didn't save that one here. Yeah, we just create the component, but we didn't save it. I think that's the thing is causing me the problem. So now let's go back here. As you see, we are having one button here, which is actually for the next arrow. So now I'm gonna get put the class name here. So in that particular div, let's put some class name, and width going to be 14 and height going to be 14, and rounded going to be full, and the text it will be white, not the wrap, it will be white, and bj it will be black. Okay, and bj opacity, let's give it as 40, and whenever you're gonna hover, bj opacity going to be 100. Okay, and now the duration for that particular period going to be 300. Cursor going to be the pointer, and I'm gonna make it a flex. Item center, justify center, z of 10, and then absolute, and from the top it just going to be laid down of that 35%. Okay, that's it. So let's see. You see it's already existing here, but it should not be here, right? And how actually we can combine here? After giving the top, we need to also define the right position. So the right is going to be 2. Okay, so it will be coming here, as you see. Okay, That's perfect. I think that's the simple things also we created for that. Okay, so now we have that portion. So what I'm gonna do for that span tag, let's put some class name. The text going to be Excel. Okay, so now I'm gonna also roll back those things and going to take for my next component. So not the next, for the prev component. So I will just paste it here. And in the prev component, let's just combine those all things. So it's going to be as props, and the props going to be in any props. And here, instead of I think instead of left, sorry, instead of right, I'm gonna pass that left icon. Okay, so that's the icon, and I need to pass that icon here. Now instead keeping that right here, what I need to do just to keep it as left too. Okay, okay, now that looks perfect. So also I need to do one more thing. I will just close this container and other portion, next arrow, and okay, for the, I think I need to work a bit in the page, not the page, in the new arrival section, where I need to define a little bit the okay, that's the portion I think in the container actually I was looking for to work, and it will be minus empty of 60 to pull that in the top level. As you see, now it's actually fitting with the position. Okay, so now what I need to do is to clear up and make something to make my product looks perfect. So to implement that one, let's roll back to the product. And here, as I did in that portion, so let's go and put some class name. The width going to be full, and height I want to keep it as 8. Make it a flex, item center, justify center, and bj is going to be white. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that looks perfect. So now, as we have been done, now I need to get to implement to up the cart, right? So it will be showing the cart here. So that's the div combining to finish the image with a particular link, and below that image I need to implement that. Okay, so there's the link I finish here. I'm gonna take another div here, and there I'm gonna have one button. That button gonna say add to back. Okay, so that will be one button, and also we need to have another button for the quick view. So for right now, instead of giving the button, I will just put that link name. Okay, and the href I'm gonna just combining here right now in that way. And inside that button, I need to pouring like, instead of putting that one directly here, I'm gonna take a span tag, and here it will be outline. Okay, I need to get 2 more. Did I get the icon? No, I didn't get it yet. So I need to get 2 icons, one for the, okay, I need to have this 2 icon here. Actually not 2 icon, I need several icons. I think it will be altogether 3 icon. Okay, so now first it will be AI outline shopping. Okay, that's the icon, because we are going to create those portion right now. Okay, so AI outline shopping, and after that span tag I'm gonna put my add to back. Let's hit the save. So after hitting the save, did you see that? Okay, that's available, we can see in the bottom. And before combining that, let's just make that footer portion, because it's not looks good to see all the page bottom there. So tsx rafce, so the footer, and that footer also we need to inject in our layout. So the footer, so the footer is gonna be just a simple thing, so I am not going to just take a bit of time with that to explain. It's a simple design, so you can figure it out, just defining with some of the class names. So I will just get the import of that particular things, and also the icons, and that's it. So that's the footer. Okay, I think it will appear. Yeah, that's the simple footer I created with my icon and other things. It's a simple design. You can figure it out how actually that design created. Okay, so the footer done. Now what I need to do is to work in the product. So now in the product, as you see, I have that add to bag icon. So now here I need to make something to look it's a much more perfect way. So first thing first, I'm gonna design that link parameter button. So the class name is gonna be bj gray of 800. Okay, I will just shrink it here down. Bj gray of 800, and then the text gray of 200. Okay, the padding in x-axis is going to be a 4 and padding in y going to be 2, and the text going to be extra small and also rounded full, flex item center, and the gap should be 1 from the text to the icon, and hover bj gray of 950, and hover text going to be white, and the duration going to be 200. Okay, so now we will be able to see, you see, add to bag is actually here and it looks cool. So we are going to have not one, particularly two button. One, it will be the add to bag, and another it will be that quick view. So it will be BS arrows full screen, and that's going to be named as quick view. Okay, so we're going to have two icon, and you see, so both going to be appearing now. Okay, this is stacked together because remember in the parent we make that overflow hidden somewhere. So yeah, we cannot see. If we just remove that one, you can see both icon flourishing together. Okay, I think okay, let's keep it in that way. Okay, quick view. So now what I'm gonna do in the top layer on that particular div, in that layer, I'm gonna make it a class name. First thing first, I'm gonna make it as an absolute. Okay, from the bottom it's gonna be 0, flex item center. Okay, and the gap going to be 5. Okay, now you see that looks good. Okay, and also to make it a little bit perfect, I'm gonna make it also justify between. Maybe it's gonna push that through together. Okay, is that what actually we did before? No, it's actually not together. It's just justify center. Okay, yeah, that looks good. So now first, how actually we want that to be appearing. Okay, so first translates y, it's going to be in the 10110%, and that person is going to be as okay, translate y of 110 to just go out of that particular div. See, it's not showing anymore. And now what we want in the group, whenever we're gonna hover, the translate y going to be 2. Okay, and the transition would be transform, and the duration going to be 300. Okay, so now if we hover any of the product, you see that's actually coming in a proper handy way, but we need to make some more design parameter to actually make it work. Okay, I think it should be, or translate y, it will be -2 maybe. Okay, let's put some -2, so it will be changed a bit. Yeah, -2, not actually the 2. And I think, yeah, that much was the parameter. Okay, so it's hit the purposes. Now there will be one more thing, so we will just unclose that particular tab. Okay, so after that tab we will get another div. Not on that, here we're gonna take another div. So now we will take one more portion. So this portion going to take is the product. If our product is new item, oops, is new, then we're gonna we want to show something there. We're gonna pass a div, and inside that div we're gonna just put that what's actually we want. We want a p tag, and that p tag going to say new. if it's a new item, it's gonna forecast as new. But let's see if any of our item is new or not. So let's to make some items is new, so actually it's gonna appearing on that particular tab. Okay, here is our product. So let's go with that mouse. Okay, that's the mouse. So let's see if the boolean value is true or not, if it is new or not. Okay, actually it's new. Yeah, it's new, is available for that particular product. Okay, so it should appear somewhere. Okay, so let's go there. And now, so if product is new, it should give that design. So put a class name, make it absolute, and from the top it's going to be 2, and from the right going to be 2. Okay, is it showing? No, we can't see yet. Why is actually not showing? Okay, just make a log and see. Oops, it will be log products. Let's make the inspect. Okay, in the product, if we see is new, yeah, it's new, is true, so it should appear. Okay, so instead of keeping that one here in that, I want to keep inside that div. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna roll it in one more layer, and let's see if we can see right now. Okay, still we can't see. So we made that one in absolute. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put a class name of here. I'm gonna make that div as relative. Okay, let's see if we can still, we can't see that. Okay, what's happening? And even, okay, even here also you can see what's wrong with that. Let's see. Okay, first for that particular p tag, what I'm gonna do, just get some class name because it's getting delay with that things. So I'll just pull back here, just giving some classes and other things, nothing more. Okay, let's hit. Okay, okay, instead of keeping here, what if I will interject here inside that image? Is it showing? No. I think I find the problem here. C is new, actually is not is new. It should be in a smaller letter. Okay, and that's what's happening with our types also. So in the type.ts, actually this combination is not is new. It should be capital, sorry, smaller is new. Okay, so if I save that one, so now it's gonna give me that perfect landing. You see, now we can see that is new is available. Okay, that's only for the type C. The type definition, sometimes if you mislead in the type definition, sometimes it can give you some confusion of declaring the error or some other things. So right now we are having those is new items, so we are almost good to go. So now here, actually this one right now not actually not needable, because later on we're gonna implement a toaster. I think, yeah, right now this interject is not needing. So now after that particular div, so before the last div, we need to pass that a text format. So I will take another div here, and here I'm gonna pass all other parameter like for the text and more details. So I will take one more div here, and inside that div I'm gonna put one h2 tag, and here I'm gonna pass that product dot title. So let's hit the save, and you will see the title here appearing. Okay, you see the title. Okay, now you see that's the overflow. I need to restrict here not to be seen anywhere. So what I'm gonna do in that particular tab, okay, not here actually, or also I can define it here. Okay, that's the same portion. I don't want any overflow also from the parent, and also from that subparent here. Okay, so the overflow should be hidden, and you see now only that portion is coming. So now inside that div I can make some more design here. So let's put some class name. Okay, that class name, the max width it gonna be 80. Okay, and the padding y it going to be 6. Flex it gonna be in a column portion, and the gap going to be 1, and padding in x-axis going to be 4. Okay, so now you see there is a bit of a gapping, and its combination is going to be good. And now in that particular div, what I'm gonna do is that, so it's just I am focusing to get the title. So let's put some design on the title. Class name, the text going to be large text, and the text going to be a prime color, and the font going to be bold. Okay, so now this text can be more, so I want to limit that one here. So I will make that as a substring, and in the substring what I'm gonna do, I want it from 0 to max 15 character. Okay, so now let's see if we have, okay, we have also the price section here. So that's the one div which actually I'm combining here. So now what I will do is to take another div within that div, and then I'm gonna pass that p tag, and in the p tag I'm gonna get that product dot which is going to give me the raw price. Okay, and I will just pass an $sign. Okay, so now you see that's the value I'm getting for that. And also I'm gonna get another portion here in that particular layer, so that portion going to give me that product dot price. Okay, price. Now I have two initial div. One is the raw price not discounted, another is the discounted price. So let's go in the top layer. Here I'm gonna make a flex item center justify between a font. Okay, font is good. Okay, so now on that particular div I need to make some class name, and here again it's going to be flex item center, and the gap going to be 2. Okay, looks good. Now in that particular, the first one, what I will do is to make some class name on that. So that text for the raw price, the text going to be, let's give some color combination 7676. Okay, and text going to be extra small, and it will be line through. Okay, looks perfect. And now for the second text, which going to be class name and font, it will be semi bold. Okay, that looks cool. Okay, and then after finishing that particular era, so now what I need to do is that clicking the next session, which is the product by company name, and then the I think the ratings. Okay, so now after that div, not in that initial div, so this the finishing the first line of that. So in the second div I'm gonna take one more div layer, and here I'm gonna take a p tag where I'm gonna write a product by, and then I'm gonna make an span tag, and here I need to define that product dot brand. Okay, so now for in the top layer for that p tag, put a class name, and the text again, that the defined text we did before 7676, and then the text going to be base. Okay, now you see that's appearing. Or instead of text base, we will just, okay, I will just give one default of that 14px. Let's see how the text is combining. Okay, yeah, that's good, small text. Or what actually we can put sm, small text. That's the similar. So now for that company name, I need to emphasize on that one. So class name, font it gonna be semi bold, and text going to be prime color. Okay, now it's highlighted. So after that p tag, I need to pass that rating hallmark. So I will take one more div, and here I'm gonna take that MD outline purple 500 for that star mark. Put a class name. Oops, it will be class name, and here the text going to be LG and the text going to be YOLO 500. Okay, and now also I will put one more span tag, and here I will define that product dot ratings. So how much ratings we get, we also want to highlight it here. So where is my text definition? Okay, it's already appearing here. So now in the top layer, first thing first, I'm gonna put that class name flex item center justify between, and now in that particular div layer section, put a class name which going to be a flex item center and the gap going to be 1, and also for the span tag, put some class name of font medium, and then text going to be small sm. Okay, so now you see our particular card product looks good, and we can do one more thing, is that to make a little bit around the shaping. So here on that, which will be rounded MD, to give a pure effect on that rounding. Okay, looks good. So now after that section, we are going to have one more section which is handling as the banner portion. And to implement that, let's create one more component. So I'm gonna close all other things. Now in the components, I'm gonna make that as, oops, it will be home banner.tsx rafce. So now that home banner, we can just define it in manually from the local, because for one single banner, you know how to create that. So you can just by simply what you can do is that take a challenge and to go to in your schema, in the Sanity schema, then create one schema for the home banner, and then you can create your own banner. Okay, it's simple to create a banner. So now let's go to our home banner. Here I will take one image here. That image I already having available in my asset, as you see, that's the banner 1. So I will just want to show that banner here. So now what I'm gonna do is to import that banner img from, and it will be from the assets, and that going to be banner 1 image. So inside that particular div, I will just take that image tag, and image should be coming from the next image. And here in the source, I will just define that banner image, and also tag it will be the banner image. Oops, banner image. And for the class name, width full and height full, just I'm gonna give a default value for the things is happening. Okay, let's see if it's actually rendering or not. Okay, our banner is available. Now you can do one more thing, you can put inside the container, or you can just keep it as simple as like that way. So now this portion is done, so we need to go through with our bestseller and also the special offers. And to create and prefetch this particular things, let's go back to our page, and here we're gonna do the trick. So first thing first, we are going to having that new arrival products. Remember, we changed the products duration on that. So that's the things we have been done. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create all of my other two properties. So one I'm gonna having that bestseller and a special offer. Okay, so now these two parameter I'm going to combine. Okay, one going to be the bestseller query, another going to be special offers query, and you will just combine that one in that way. Okay, so now as I'm having that, I'm also going to be declaring that products in that way. So that will be my forecasting for category. Okay, so right now in here, instead of that bestsellers, what's actually I want to pass that particular call as new arrivals, but here in that particular bestseller, what I'm gonna pass in the new arrival products, I'm gonna pass that new arrivals query. Okay, I think it will do the trick. Okay, okay, let's see if still we're having that 6 product or not. No, we are having that 4 products. Okay, either we can change, you can go and change that, but for right now what I will do, I will just get that bestseller query here and to put it in that way. Okay, so that's the bestseller query I'm gonna pass, and here I'm gonna pass that new arrival query just to keep the proportion in a good way. You can now go and change the sanity positioning, and then you're gonna find the perfect match on that. Okay. Okay, now what's happening? Did I just mismatch something? Okay, what's wrong with that? Grok type product and position new arrivals. Okay, maybe I typed something wrong. No, it's okay, fine. So now we need to create one more component, and that component name going to be for that is that best sellers.tsx RAFCE. And now here, what's we gonna do? I'm gonna call it in after that home banner, and here I'm gonna pass that bestsellers component. And now also for the products, okay, for the products I'm gonna pass that one as new arrival products. Okay, or just to give that bestseller products. Okay, that's it. So now in the bestseller, let's go inside the bestseller, and okay, bestseller is available or not? Yeah, that's appearing in the bottom. So now let's roll back to the bestseller. Instead of that particular div, I will take that container from the container. Okay, and inside the container now I will take one heading tag. Okay, so here we're gonna define the title. So first thing first, I'm gonna create that heading. So let's go in the component and gonna take that heading.tsx RAFCE, and that heading we are creating, actually that's the heading of those heading. Okay, it's gonna change the name only, but the things it's gonna be simple. So for that heading, we're gonna take two parameter, which going to be taking the, I think, the text and heading and class name. So it will take that heading and that the class name. And for that, I will just define the direct in the line. So for the heading, it's going to be a string, and for the class name, if available, then it's going to be a string. That's it. So now here in the heading, we will inject that class name, and also not the class name, actually we're gonna inject that heading. Okay, or we can actually pass that as a p tag, but I'm gonna just keep it in a simple way, or passing the p tag. That looks perfect. So the class name, and using the backtick, the text going to be 3 XL, and font going to be semi bold, and padding bottom going to be 6. And if we are passing any of the class name, it will just take back the class name together. So let's roll back to the container. Remember, after the container we need to do the things. So here we're gonna give that heading from the heading, and in the heading title going to be we need to pass the title. Okay, let's see what actually we are passing. Actually we can pass the title from the parent. Okay, so we will know that which product we are passing where. So we're gonna passing the title here, which is going to be our best sellers. Okay, so now here actually we can combine that title, and we can fetch the title here. So two things we will actually going to get here. One is the products, one is the title. So that's the products, which the products we are passing, and we are passing the title. Okay, now the heading, it will take that the title we are passing, title title. Okay, let's roll back our application, and you see the title is appearing. So now here we're gonna define some of the props. So it will be interface, and then the props, and the products, it will be products props, and the title, if the title is there, it's going to be string. Okay, so now here we'll pass the props. Okay, not the title on the heading. Okay, what's is heading is string undefinable. Let's go back to the heading, HEAD, heading. So if the heading is available, then only. If not available, it's okay. So now in the container, let's put something of that. So the width going to be full and padding bottom, I will just keep that as 20. And after the heading, remember, I will keep a div, and then I will put that products.map, where I'm gonna define that product, and then I'm gonna just pass that product here, not from the schema, product from the product component. And here the key, it's going to be okay, it's going to be item dot okay, that's product prop should not be there, remember. So what you're gonna say, interface, it will be item, and that item going to be like for the products, it will be product props. So now instead of products props, we can just pass that item. Or what actually, yeah, this oops, yeah, that's my bad, because this products props actually having an array of the products. Okay, that's my bad. Okay, so the item.id going to be available here, and we need to pass the product. So the product going to be item. Okay, and also actually we can pass the background color, because so in that way we can combine the background, that whatever background we are passing. So for that, I'm gonna give a white background here. Okay, so now we are going to roll back the product here. As you see in the bestseller, it should appear it should appearing the product. Okay, you see our bestseller products is available. So right now what I'm gonna do, in the class name, I will make the width of full, the width we are giving. By default it will be grid, and the grid value should be grid calls should be 1, and MD grid calls going to be 2, and LGL or LG screen, the grid calls should be 3. Okay, or not actual in LG. What I'm gonna do is just in Excel devices, I'll just make it grid calls of 4, or I'll just keep it in that simple way. You can predefine the way you want. So an Excel devices grid call of 4, and the gap going to be 5. Okay, now let's see after implementing the design how actually is looking. Okay, grading is working perfectly. Okay, look nice. Okay, that's good. So now what actually we can do, we can pass that value as the background color if you want to pass, or we can pass any the other. Now what actually going to happen once we pass the BG color? Okay, so now we will give a BG color, or let's say white. Okay, but the opacity of 20. Okay, so that's the color we want to pass. So let's roll back to the product to see how actually we can implement that color. So in the product, we will also going to get the background color, and that BG going to be string. So now here, where actually you want to pass the color? We want to pass the color here in the link portion. So okay, so in the image portion actually, and we will get that as background. So we're going to have an image background. Okay, it will not interject here because it's gonna be like, let's put black color. Okay, that image is getting the full color, so I'll just keep it in white. It just to I think also we implement that one in that way. Okay, that's the white color, not a big deal. So now we have that portion. So what actually you need to do to implement the latter one is that to give that product of the year. Okay, let's go and grab that. So what I'm gonna do is to create one more component here, not the component, oops, it will be one more file inside the component, and that will be year product.tsx rafce. So in the year product, what's actually inside the div, I need to pass the container, okay, because that will give the full resolution of the container. And here I'm gonna get an image, and that image going to be having a source, and I have another image there. So import product of the year from, of course it's going to be from the assets, and here is the product of the year. Okay, so now here is the source, it will be a product of the year, and I'll take product and I will pass the class name here, and that class name gonna define the complexity of how I want to show that particular tab. And the weight going to be full, height going to be full, and also object should be cover, and then by default it's gonna be hidden, only MD it will be inline block. Let's hit the save and see if anything is appearing here in our tab. Okay, nothing yet, nothing so far. Just give it a time, maybe it's gonna, or I will just hit reload. Of course it will not be seen here because we didn't import here. Okay, I will just close the bestseller. I need to import it here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this bestseller down here, and here I'm gonna pass that year product, and for that particular product on the bottom I will pass that special offer products, and I'm gonna name that special offers. Special offers. Okay, so now hit the save. I think it will roll back and give us the things. You see the image is appearing and other properties is look so good, so it's cool. So now what actually happening with the image? Okay, it should comparing all the properties. So let's roll back to our year product, and in the top layer put some class name on it. We're gonna make that one to looks like the other one. So here width going to be full, and the background color I'm gonna give the same background color, which going to be F3. Okay, now you will combine that, this going to be interlinked all together. Okay, that looks sick. So now in that container I will, after the image I'm gonna have another div, and inside that div I'm gonna having one h1 tag, and this h1 tag will combine that product of the year. Okay, so now see if we can, the text is appearing. Okay, that's appearing. So now for that container I'm gonna make MD, it's the BG going to be transparent and relative, and PY going to be 0, and yeah, that's it. Or also I'm gonna make it also MB of 10 just to push it a little bit downward. Okay, that's cool. Now for the div, for the class name, width going to be a full, and MD width going to be 2x3, and Axel I'm gonna make that width of half width of that parent div, and height going to be 80, and I'm gonna make it an absolute. P padding in x-axis going to be 4, MD px 0, and from the top it will be 0 right from the 0 flex. And after putting the flex, I'm gonna just make the simple as it is. So it will be flex column item center, or item I'm gonna put as an start, and gonna gap of 6, justify center. Okay, so now I have that one tab only, product of the year. After that particular one I'm gonna having one more. So let's put another p tag. I'm gonna just pass some of the lorem 20 texts here. Okay, and then after that p tag I'm gonna having one link from the next link, and this one going to say as that shop now, and this will also interlink of that href of shop. Okay, now see if the three are appearing. Okay, these three are appearing. So now for the h1 tag, let's design it. The text going to be 3-axle, and also for font going to be a semi bold, and also the text going to be prime color. And for the p tag, put some class name. Text going to be base, font going to be normal, text again the prime color, and max width of 600 pixel, and then margin right going to be 4. Let's see what's happening there. Okay, looks cool. Now for the shop, now let's design it a bit. So put a class name, bj going to be a prime color, and the text going to be white, and also text going to be large text and white. We'll give some width and height, or you can give some padding and margin also. Let's try with the width of 180 pixel and height of 50 pixel. It's just combining of the ground. You can put anything you like. Okay, and the hover, it will be the bg going to be a black, and the duration going to be let's put 300. And also font, I want to give a bold font, flex, item center, justify center, rounded, MD. Okay, that looks perfect. So now what we need to do, we need to create that page. Once we click on that quick view, it should take us to another page. Now it's taking us to the home page, because remember we redirect that to the home page. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open my product card. So the product component, it will be here. So this is the product card. Now as you see, we are console logging here. So now we can actually ensure to show one more thing, is that what actually consisting that products. So right now what I'm gonna do is that console.log, and then I will just try to make that slug and dot current. It will be dot current. So let's see what actually we're getting in the particular send. You see all the specific slag related to that particular product is available here. So now with that slag we can actually get the products. And how actually you can do it, let's go to the Sanity to show you how actually you can go with the Vision tab and make that one. Now here we will go with the Vision tab. Now in the Vision tab we can create a search query, so we can go with that particular slag to fetch the product. So now here we will type just a simple query, the graph query. So it will come with the type, and the type equal to, it will be I think the product, yes, product, and we will just keep that slug dot current, and that slug dot current we will put that our slag. So now we need to fetch one slag which we will pass here. So just remember, I will just get that cap for voice, so I want that slag to be fetch. So let's click that, and after keeping that flag, what I will do is that I want to get that 0 index value with that particular things, and I want everything from that particular slag. So let's click, and you see I have the details for that single slag. I have all the properties. So in that way, you see the brand, raw price, and is new, and type. So everything is now defined here. So in that way I can get the query and fetch the product. So now I need to pass only the slag. So how actually I can pass that? First of all, I'll go in the user, I will just create one folder. A folder means, in Nextjs, a folder means a page, right? So it will be the product folder, and then I will create a unique page, like unique identifier on that page. So I will take another folder. You can directly inject the folder, no worry about it, it will work just fine. So that will be my identifier. So on the product /product, I need to just pass the slag. So I will create the page and RAFCE. That particular page name, I will give that, like I will put that single page to remember those things that is actually working. And also what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna combine it in my container, so that there will be a little bit nice design pattern here, so that will be my container. And okay, hit the save. So now once I just go over here, after that I will type that product and then just type anything, and you will land in the single page, right, with that particular infinite slack. So you see we are here in the single page. So now we need to just create that particular link to interject with that. So first of all, I will come here. You see that instead of this thing, I need to make that slack to be rendered there. Remember, we're getting the slack from here, so I will just pass it here and it will just do the trick. And to implement that one, I will use the backtick, and after the backtick, not the backtick, yeah, backtick, then I will put that product, and after product I will pass the variable, which it will be a product dot slack dot current. So now it's gonna get me on that particular tab. Okay, so now here is actually you can get the things with that, or I can pass that with the path name. First just keep in that way, let's see we can get that or not. So let's click any of the product, and okay, still I believe we are in the right track, right? So it's in that particular page. Okay, because that page contain it should be only in the image. If I click in the image, yeah, you see that's a product. After the product we need to put a /, so which actually we are missing, so it will be / to just inject the router. Okay, now we'll try again. Let's click here, and you see we landed here. So now we need to get that portion, that's like we need to retrieve from the router, right? Otherwise we can't use it. So how actually we're gonna do it? But first thing first, we can actually get it from there, like from the params we are getting. So if we go over here in the Slack page, and here I want to just log, I just want to get the params in my log, so I will just put that params, and I will put that log to see my params, what I'm getting inside my params. You see in the params I'm getting the Slack, so now I can retrieve the Slack and use that in this particular page. Okay, and the Slack, what kind of things it will be contained with the Slack, like within the param. So I will just get the interface, which I'm going to define as the props, and I will just define the params value, what it gonna be. First of all, it's gonna be a Slack, the Slack we are passing through, and it will be string. So now I will define that a props for the type definition, and I'm getting the Slack. So now I have the Slack. Now I can pass the query to get the particular product, and I will do just a simple trick to get that. So now I will pass that const query, and that query, of course, we will call the query, and then with a backtick, remember how we use that. So put in a star mark, and then then it will be the third bracket, and then I will pass the type. Okay, and the type, it will be equal to product, and we will pass that and that slug dot current, it should be equal to the slug we are passing right now. Okay, it should not be that operator, so I need to remove that, and that's gonna be the slug we are passing from that params, right? Okay, from the params. So I think we actually I can okay, I can actually modify that one in a bit before interjecting here, so that it can actually give me the particular Slack. So to implement that one, remember, I can actually use this way also, it will work, but I will just comment it out because I want to make it more compatible way. So now what I'm gonna do, export const, and it will be generate static params, and it will be an async function, because the params we will wait to get it from there. And then what we're gonna do is that we're gonna write a query, and that query is gonna be the grok query, and inside that grok query we're gonna pass something called and it will be type, and the type equal to product. Okay, so now we are passing the type in the product. So from that particular product we just want to get the Slack. That's it. So now we are getting oops, I think I made a mistake here, so it should be come over here. Okay, what's wrong? Okay, so now I am having that query to get back my Slack from that particular instances. Now here what I can do is that const slacks, and that slacks, for right now I'll just pass in any value on that, and it will be await, and then it will coming from the client dot fetch, and that fetch going to be happening with the query. So in that way it will just fetch the Slack in the server side and then pass it that to me. So now const Slack routes, so that will be actually helpful. Also we are going to build all the pages, so in that way it will just build the pages in the server side, and it will be very, very helpful on your generating an each and every Slack page. So if I have 20 Slack, it will generate at the build time, and it's a very, very productive. So now for the Slack routes, and I will just make that on map, and for that map I will just put the Slack, and that Slack value is going to be string. Okay, and then I'm gonna pass something which going to be the Slack. Did I miss something here? Okay, first I need to define the Slack routes. So it will be const Slack routes. So the Slack routes it should be that slacks dot map. So we're gonna map here, okay, not there. So it will be Slack, and we will pass that any value. So the Slack can be anything, or so then it will be Slack, and then we're gonna pass that current, and instead of in the const we will just return that. So now we're gonna have that Slack value to interject here. So we are having that params, so from the params we are getting that Slack value. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna just pass the params, and then we're gonna destructure to get also the Slack, and that Slacks we can use it now here. So I'm just gonna okay, let's remove that one. Okay, so now we can active that query, and here we will pass that query, because right now we are going to have our Slack, and whenever we are using in the grok parameter we no need to use that $sign. So now we have the Slack parameter, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass to get that single value, and then I will get everything from that particular value. Okay, so now I have the query, and also I can do one more thing, const product, and that will be await, and of course once we are making that await it should be async, and here it will be client dot fetch, of course, and then we're gonna pass the query, and inside the query we're gonna pass that parameter value which gonna be Slack. Now if I just going to log that one, let's log it, let's see what actually we are getting. Okay, so now we are getting all the things related to that particular Slack, which we have that flower base. So now if we see go and you see the flower base, the title is available. So now we actually are fetching that particular Slack. So now we can use the product in everywhere. So now we can show the product in our this page. So now we are having that product. So I will just cut the console. And now what I will do, because there will be one more extra thing is that we're gonna have one sell product, right? So these things also we need to create, but first thing first, there should be like a 3D portion, okay, in our overall this product information and other portions. So right now what I'm gonna do, in that single order, I'm gonna take 3D, so 1, 2 and 3. So the first one, I will just interject one of that on-sell things. And remember, we have some product which is actually going to the special offers query. So I will just get that query because we actually created several queries here. So this query will interlink with the other products for the special offers. It will go for the product position on sale, and the ascending, it will be the order ascending. So we will get the products whatever the entitled with the on sale position. So now also we're gonna define here is that const special offers product, and it will be the similar way. Await client.fetch, and remember we all are doing that server side fetching. Okay, there is no client side fetching yet. So now here, first thing first, we need to keep that on sale product here. Okay, so now on that div I will just try to create another, or I will create another component which going to be get that on sale product, on sale.tsx. Now rafce. So now our on sale thing is ready. So what I'm gonna do here, I will interject on sale, and now I'm gonna pass that special products. So it will be products, and there it will be a special offer product. So now we are passing that product there, and if we just come back again here, let's go to back to the Orabi shopping in homepage, and if we click, as you see, our on sale components is rendered. Okay, so now we can actually start working on the portion of the on sale product things. Now what actually it gonna be? So if we just make our demo site, the demo one, you see that portion, it will be the on sale, there will be the image, and that the other portion, and we're gonna have that text. Okay, that's what actually we are going to create right now. So now let's go back to the on sale. In the on sale, we're gonna just get one h3 which will say us that products on sale. Okay, and for that one, what I'm gonna do, put a class name, text going to be Excel, and the font I will make it as semi-bold, margin bottom going to be 6. I will make it underline, and underline offset going to be 4, and also decoration. I will just put the decoration of 1 pixel. Okay, 1 pixel. Okay, products on sale available. What I'm gonna do, one more thing is that in the pages here, now remember that's actually going to be predefined in a very magical way because we have a max width and height. So I'll put a class name, and I will just make one my of 10 in a margin in vertical axis, and also in the div here for the first one, because remember it will be responsive for sure. So if we just go back here, and if we just go in the responsive tab, you see is fully responsive. So we need to create on that particular fashion. So we will just go and follow the design parameter from the beginning. So first it's gonna be we're gonna take the full width by default, and then we're gonna make it grid, and also actually it will not be that one. I'm gonna make that one in that container. So this container, it's taking that parameter of the max container width. So I will just make it as a grid, and grid calls of 1 by default, md grid calls of 2. Okay, and whenever it's in Excel, grid calls of 6. Okay, so now we can break through all the grid, and then I will give a gap of 4, and height, it will be the full height, and minus empty of 5. Okay, now Excel minus empty, it will be 8, and the BG, it will be gray of 100, and padding going to be 4. Okay, so now we can actually work a bit with it. So in this layer, in this particular layer, I'll put the class name, and here what I'm gonna do is that I'll just keep it simple. Okay, so it will get the grid pattern in its own way. Or okay, let's go back to the on sale. Here I will just fetch the products, and that products, it gonna be combining with the product props. So it will be interface, and that I'm gonna pass that as a props. Remember we have already one types which is actually defined. So this types is actually that products props, so this will be the types, and here we will predefine the types, and it will be array of products. Okay, I think not the products, it will be the products. Okay, so we are having our products. Okay, so that's the things. Okay, I think it's pretty much similar on that. So there is one more thing which need to be followed through. So instead of keeping that on here, I'm gonna keep it here so that it gonna work. So I will cut that and put a class name, inject here. Okay, so now we have that design. Now also instead of a py, we can do okay, what if my margin is 10? Is it taking? Okay, margin is taking. Okay, fine. Now in the on sale, let's go and click the other things. So we are now here in on sale. Now after below that h3, we're gonna also pouring the other details. So now I will just take a div. Inside the div, I'm gonna just go through that products dot, I'm gonna just map through. If I have that products, then I'm gonna map through it, and I will take it as the item, and that item is gonna be as a the product props. And now I'm gonna return what I'm gonna return. I'm gonna return a link parameter, and I'm gonna get it from the next link. And here I'm gonna take a div, and inside that div I will get one image, and that image I will give a source. So the source, it will be url4. We have the helper function there, and in that url4 I will pass that item.image, and I will get the URL. That's it. And an auto tag, it will be that product image. Okay, and also for the class name, I will just put a weight of 24 object contain, and for the default, to make it this pixel clear, I will just make it as 200 weight, and height I will give it just 200. And for the link, remember, whenever we need to pass the similar fashion, so the link it's going to be href in the backtick, and here I will pass it to product. Then I think it will be /product. How actually we pass it? It's the similar things, it will be there. Okay, that's the thing we pass. So we can copy it, either we can type it here. So it will be product, then it will be slag, not directly the slag, it will be item.slag.current. Okay, that's it. Let's hit the save. So now we will be able to see the product image if everything is going all right. Okay, it's rendered, you see, looks good. So now also in the top layer on that particular div, put a class name, and here it will be flex in the column. So it's still now in the column section, and gap I'll give a 2, and justify start, and height, or height it can actually get the full height by default. So bit a gap of here. And after passing that image, so that's the image is done. What else is happening here? Okay, we have another portion. So this the image, and the below of that image I will take another div, and here I will take the p tag, and inside the p tag I'm gonna get that item.title, and also I'll make as a substring because I don't want it to be go out of that container, as it's just crashing a bit of tiny container. Okay, now I have that, and after initial of that one, I will just take this one, and here I'm gonna get the price. So now this price, remember, we created this price by keeping like in the normal session, you know, the $sign and other things, but I love to create the price in a separate file. So whenever we want to modify the price, like we want to make the $sign, or you want to put the pound or your currency sign, that is very easy to modify in a single file. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another file which I'll give the name of that price.tsx. And now inside that price.tsx, I will just create my price function from where I can declare it as a dollar or any other things. So now here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass as a props of amount and also a pass of the class name. Both things I'll pass from here. Now I will just define that interface props, and that amount, it will be a number, and that class name, it can be there or not, so it will be a string. Now I will define that one as the props. And now I will just make that price format, and it will take the new, and also it will interject from the JavaScript that number, and I will pass that amount, and that amount I will make it to local string. So whatever local I'm gonna passing for right now, I will pass that United States $1, and inside the object I will pass the style. That style is like to getting that currency style, and also for the currency it's getting USD, and then maximum a fraction of digits going to be 2. So now instead of passing those particular parameter, what I'm gonna do, I will just take a span tag, and here I will pass that not the amount, it will be that price format, means the formatted price, it will be there. And for the span I will pass that class name, remember. So I will take the backtick and I will just pass the class name. So any of the class name we are injecting here, we will just get it from here, class name. Okay, so now we have the price format, so now we can inject the price here very easily. So how actually gonna do it? Remember, we are passing it as an amount, so inside the p tag I will just take the price, and just don't forget to import it, and now I will pass the value with that amount, item dot price, and you're gonna see it will come with a particular $sign. Okay, there is the number, prototype, salary, strings, option, property, style. So now that amount is not getting properly. Let's see what's going wrong. I think we maybe missed something. Let's go back to the price. Yeah, see, it will be C, not T, so it will be currency. I think that's what we missed. And okay, everything is good to go. We're perfect. So now I will just make some style on it here. So for that one, put class name text small, and of text small should be there, and tracking it should be tighter, and also font going to be medium. And for the price section, let's put some class name here, the text going to be SM, and font going to be semi-bold. Okay, and also in that particular tab for the class name, it will be a flex column, and the gap it will be 2. And now let's go in the top layer of the div. Okay, let's use the save. Okay, now what actually is pending here to make it a side by side. Okay, so now from where we can do it, remember we have a div here on that top layer, or actually we can work it in the link, because that is the div for the image, or is for everything, yeah, overall the div. So actually in the middle we no need to have a div, actually we have a link, so we can work with the link. Put a class name, and then we're gonna make it as a flex item center, and the gap we will pass the gap of 4, and also I'm gonna make it border bottom of 1 pixel. Okay, and border B, oops, I just misspelled so many things. So the border bottom, it will be gray of, give it a 300, and the padding in y-axis going to be 2. Okay, let's see if it's working. Okay, looks cool. So now we are having our cell. So if we just click on particular cell, it will take us to that. You see, it's already changed. It's changed here. Okay, so if I put in the laptop, it's changed here. Okay, so now you can also loop through it to find actually to like what you call that, you just extract that particular, whenever you click on that it will remove, other two will be available, so you can do the trick, you know. So now what I'm gonna do, let's go back to the Slack page. because we need to create two more things here. So now in that div, we're gonna just put an image, okay, and that image, it will be appearing from the next image. And first put the source, and that source going to be for URL4, okay, URL4, and it will be well, actually we give the name product, yeah, product dot image dot okay, it's going to be okay. Why I'm not getting the suggestion? Okay, this product actually not having any properties, so it's going to be a product props. Okay, so now we're gonna have that suggestion here. Okay, image, that's cool, and URL, okay, URL. So now we are having that product, it will be a product image. And also for the class name, I'm gonna give a width full, height full, so whatever is actually getting, it will be the similar way. And object contain, now we give height and width full, remember is in a parent div. I'm gonna put a class name here, I'm gonna give a height of full, and axle, it will be called span 2, so it will take the 2 span. Remember we have the 6, so 2 and 1, so it will combine 2 and 1, 3, so it will take 3 and it will take the another 3 for the axle devices. And now for giving a clear view of that particular product image, I'll give a width of 500 and height of 500. Hit the save, and you will see the product here appeared. Okay, just give it a little bit time, you see product appear. So now we need to create the other portion, and that other portion, because now here this entire page is actually now the server side. So now we will create something, because whenever we are clicking, you see we are adding a product, so we need to create the client side integration. So I will make it a separate component. Okay, so now let's go in that components. I'll create one, is that product info.tsx rafce. So now in that product info, we can render all the properties. Now here, what I'm gonna say, it will just take that product info, and also for that product info, or it will just pass the product, it will be the product, that's it. And give a class name on that, class name. Height width, it will be the similar, md call span, it gonna be 2, okay. And axle call span gonna be I think the 3, okay. By default I will just give a full width going to be full, so no column needed by default. And axle, I'm gonna give a padding of 14, okay, to make it looks better. Flex column, and gap, it will be 6, and justify going to be center, not the between. So it will, everything, it will be the center axis. So we'll see the product info right now. There will be something here, okay, anything available, yeah, product info. So now we will upload that product info with the details properties. So let's go here inside that product info. First thing first, we're gonna extract the product, and that one, it will be the type of product props. Now what I'm gonna do, okay, did we pass the product from here? Product, okay, we passed the product, but okay, because we passed the product and there is no interface for that particular product. Remember how actually we get that product on sale. So I will just take this one here, so pass it here, and that one not be an array, just simple product, and I will pass that props here. Okay, it will not be the products, simple single products. So now I'm gonna make it a use client, because I'm gonna create that client side interactivity here. Okay, now how many portion it gonna be? See, 1 2 3 4 5 6 portion it going to be generate. So actually we're gonna have a 6 different individual portion. So first it will be the entire top layer of the div, then we're gonna have an h2 which gonna generate of that product dot title. Okay, now here it will be the full title. So let's put some class name on it, class name, and that one it gonna be a text of 4 axle, okay, and font it will be semi bold. Okay, let's see if one is working, then other it will be also appeared. Then I'm gonna pouring everything here. So this product info need to be generated here. Okay, it's working. Also I'm gonna give it like a class name flex column and the gap of 5. Actually, while I'm generating here, so you can just remove that flex contain here things. It depends on you. You can remove because actually not needable anymore, but depends on you. Try to remove it and let's see what actually going to happen. So now we have one h2 tag. Then I'm gonna generate one div, and here in the p tag I'm gonna define the price, and inside that price I will pass the amount, and the first amount which is going to be products dot raw price. Okay, and that raw price, let's give some class name on it. Put some class name which going to be text, going to be large text, font it gonna be normal, and also the text gray of 500, not 50, 500, and it gonna be line through. Okay, so it will just cut on that so that it will not be the prime price. Then we have another p tag, and inside here I'm gonna get the price again, and inside that price I'm gonna pass the amount, and that amount it's going to be like product info dot price. Okay, product info dot not the product info, sorry, is product dot price. What's happening? Oops, it will be smaller letter, product dot price. Okay, so there is the 2 is done. Now we need to pass another variable which gonna say us that you saved, and I need to pass the amount, so it will be price, and inside that price we need to pass the amount, and from this item. Okay, so now here I will pass that amount which going to be like product dot raw price minus product dot price. Okay, so let's see if it's working or not. We're gonna see so many things. Okay, this value is correct. Now in the top layer, put some class name, make flex item center, and I'm gonna give a gap of 4. Okay, that looks cool. Now for that, okay, raw price is done. Now you can remove the p tag and give the, like if I remove the p tag, and what if I put the class name in here in the price? It will work definitely. Put some class name, the text is going to be SM, or the text going to be LG, font going to be bold. Let's see if it's working or not, because it's a span tag, and you see that's just fine. Now you can put that, make a design here. So the class name, the text going to be a small text, and after passing the text here in the product, we can actually modify some style here. Class name bg going to be green of 700, and then text going to be white, and a padding in x-axis from the horizontal axis going to be 2, and rounded MD, just to highlight the price a bit, that how much they save. So you see you save $20 from this item, so 75 minus 55 is 20. Now what else is gonna be there? We have the description and other properties. Now this is the second one, so we need to put another div, not actually in the div, we'll just put the p tag here. Okay, and now I'm gonna pass that product dot description, and this one we can just put a simple class name. Okay, class name, text going to be small text, and a tracking going to be white, and also the text gray of 600. And after that particular p tag, we're gonna have another p tag. It will be the first to leave a review. Now you can connect your review portion. It's very easy, because whenever I'm gonna use that to create for the Stripe payment webhook, that time I'm gonna show you how you can pass the data, pass any data, any post request to Sanity. Okay, so you just think something about it. Okay, so text SM, and again text gray of 500. Okay, So now I have these two particular things. Okay, now what else is going to be done? So I need to have a button here. Okay, that button going to be define so many things. It will be add to cart, and after that button, okay, let's style the button here, put some class name, and we'll give a full width, padding in Y it's going to be a 4, BJ it's gonna be prime color, hover BJ going to be a black, and duration I will pass that as 300, text going to be white, and text going to be LG, and then rounded should be MD. Okay, now let's see, we are having that button. Okay, hover effect is working perfect. Now we're gonna have another p tag, the last one, and now we're gonna pass in a span tag where it's gonna be categories. Span is done. Now here I'm gonna pass some of the demo text. Later on, actually you can pass the categories or you can pass demo, it depends on you. I'll just not going to make it much more designable pressure for you. You can just go through it in a normal way, or you can make it as beautiful as you want. So the font, it will be normal, text going to be small text, and for this parameter for the span tag, the text going to be the base text and the font going to be medium. Okay, so as you see, this portion is done. If we click, okay, that is changing. I think we can actually prefetch and create a loader here, because as you see, it's taking a bit of time to load the product. Just taking a little bit of time. I think my network is a little bit slower at night. As you see, it's taking now one homework for you. Whenever you click, you can just delete that products from here. Not the delete, just remove that product. You know how you can do it. So filter that product from there, from that array, and then inject only that particular 3 product. So you can do it, and if you are coming with a new product from the home page, it will just show all the products, all the available products here. Now after that, we need to make one more thing, is that generating this particular section. So now how we can do that? Now we will do it in our Slack page, not here. So let's go back to the Slack page. Here we're gonna generate that one after. Okay, we're gonna generate here, and to generate that one, we're gonna take we're gonna render actually the portable text from. We need to install one of that. I think it's we will use the portable text React. Okay, so let's just get to install that package here. So git bash, and here it's going to be yarn. Okay, oh sorry, it's not that yarn. Okay, I need to pass that add command, otherwise it will not inject here. Oops, it will be add. So now it will install that dependency here. Now we're gonna pass that portable text to create that effect. Okay, so now let's make that. Okay, let's just give it a time to install that one. While it's installing, I will just take one more component to combine it here, which is going to be like rich text.tsx. Here we're gonna create that rich text components to combine that parameter. So now let's see if that portable text, okay, is appeared. And also for that value, we're gonna pass that value for that product dot body. Okay, let's hit the save. And while we're saving, I believe we're gonna we will be able to see that things. So now why actually those things happening? Because we need to go out of that line, and you can see it will just go out of that particular things. So now this text is a raw design for the for the portable text, but we can design it like that. And how actually we're gonna do it? I'm gonna just go with a little bit of faster on that rich text portion, and here we can define that one in a very similar fashion. So in my previous video, I actually explained elaborately on that. You can go to see watch the previous one. But for this portion, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make a hallmark, and then I'm gonna pass that value here. Okay. Instead of export default, or I can actually make export default here, and let's get the link. Don't worry, I'm gonna explain that one. Okay. No, it's not working in that way. Or better, I'm gonna create that function for you. So instead of rendering that, I'm gonna just create a function here which is gonna export by default way. So export const, it will be rich text. Okay, so inside that rich text, now we're gonna pass the types. So first types, it will take my image. Now I need to pass the image value. So the image value, it's going to be any value. Okay, now I will pass that parameter. Okay, so now what I need to do, I will return that image portion. Okay, so now what I did wrong, because that's the value I'm passing, so I'm passing any value here. Okay, it just let me debug it a bit. Okay, I was wrong to get the value in that way, because remember, we are passing that value. So now we'll just inject again. So I need to pass the value here. I'm gonna passing the value, and that value can be any value. Okay, and now I will inject that parameter. So here I'm gonna return, I just need to return that parameter. I will need to import the image from there, and also I need to import the URL. Okay, now what actually you're gonna do, we're gonna passing that image. Remember, that can be having an image or cannot be. Then I'm passing the image with height, and it can be a post image. So that's it. Now after the image, so I'm done with the image. Now I need to pass another things. If I have any list item, I will pass for that design for that list item. Okay, so let's import the React for the React children, and also need to get that icon. Okay, now this list icon going to generate this one. Okay, so the list icon design is here, which is going to the mapping from the children. And feel free to go with that text design parameter, and you can learn a bit from there when you are reading the documentation. And also I'm gonna generate some more properties for the number and the marks and other things. So that's it. Okay, now here what we have, it just passing the design parameter. Okay, so now if I have the number, it will give me that design, which is the order list, or for the unordered list, it will passing that parameter. And if I have the h1, because I can have a blog of a text, because that will contain from the Slack. And now that blog, if I have the h1, it will give that design. If we have the h2 design, then h3, h4, and for the black code, that's the design. And for the mark, so it's basically passing the design parameter, nothing else. I'm just explaining what kind of design it gonna be. So now if I go back to my page, and if I pass the components, and I'll just pass that rich text, and you're gonna see the design parameter, it will execute here. Okay, just give it a bit of time. You see that design is done. Now what if I want to change the design? Let's go back to the h2 tag, where actually we'll change the h2, make the text as rate of 500. Let's see, I think this one is sorry, we make it in h1, so it will be in h2. Okay, you see that is red. Now if you want to change the icon text, you can do it from here. I think that's the icon, so make it blue. Okay, blue 600. You see the icon is changed. So now it's depend on you how you want to change the properties. I think blue is good, so 600. Okay, with that we are done with this page. So it's time to create our shop page. So this is the page actually is balanced for today. Then we're gonna go with that other properties. And for the shop, because we created lots of things of we actually also can create the page in client side. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We will create this entire page as client side, then we're gonna fetch the data from Nextjs. That also because beforehand we used to do that using use effect, we're fetching the data, and today we can also do it with Nextjs. Even there is a server side component possibilities there, but we will use in our old way. Okay, so now in the user, I will take a folder which is going to be named as a shop, and our folder is that okay, this folder shop. Okay, I think we created that one beforehand. Yeah, that's the shop. Okay, so it's there already. So if we go to the shop, we're gonna land in our particular shop page. Let's see. Yeah, shop page actually created beforehand. So I will pass that as a container. Okay, so that is passing as a container. Now you see that's a page. It's a server side. Not only the page, everything is rendered as a server side. Now there is an initial error is there. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. You need to be very specific about that, because once you are going to deploy universal, if you didn't pass any key parameter, it will stack you through that you cannot deploy that without passing that key parameter, and the key parameter should be very, very unique. Okay, where what else we are using that? Okay, I think we're good to go. Yeah, we're good to go. If you are missing anywhere, just try to put that and it will be just fine. Okay, so now here in our page, okay, so what actually is going to be there? It's a simple page with two different things on the button, and then we're gonna render the product. If we click on that, it will give a list view. If we click on that, it's gonna give us the grid view. So let's create, so it will be within the two properties. So let's create these two properties. I'm gonna create a div, and not the div actually, I'm gonna create an h2 tag here, which is going to be all products. Okay, let's just put something here. The text going to be to Excel text. It will be the prime color, and also the font going to be bold. Let's go back to our initial page. Okay, looks cool. And here we're gonna have two button. Okay, so I'm gonna take it inside a div, or these two parameter going, I will take it in a div, because later on I need to make it a flex. Okay, so now first thing first, for the first div, I will pass an span tag, and inside that span tag I will pass that be as the icon name, it will be grid fill. Okay, that's the icon I will pass. Let's hit the save. Icon is available. So now here in this top layer, put a class name flex item center, justify between, and padding bottom of 10. Okay, you see that is appearing here. So now in that span tag, I'm gonna make some design, but before taking that design, I'm gonna take two parameter which gonna give us that grid portion and the list portion. So take two const which gonna be show grid and set show grid, which will be use state. By default it's going to be false. Okay, so I'm gonna just copy that one, and this value going to be list. Okay, so now I will combine the design, both value. First one I will just make it as true. Okay, just to show how the design actually going to be happening. Now you see what I told you, I will make this entire one as use client, because we're gonna use the hook directly. We're gonna inject the hook directly within our component, not the component within the page. And Nextjs, not, it will not give a blink. See, it's just working similar fashion. Okay, there is nothing, no error. You can use your old style, and then you can use also the server side things. It depends on you. You can do it as the things you want. Let's put some class name on it, and I'm gonna take that class name within the backtick, because I'm gonna put a lot of things. So I will put that a condition if it will be in the $sign. If show grid is available and is not available, then if show grid available, then it will be one design. If it's not available, then it will be another design. Then what kind of design it will be? If show grid is available, BG it will be prime color, and also the text it's going to be white. If it's not available, then what it gonna be? I'm gonna put a border of 1 pixel. Okay, then border gray of, just make it border gray of 300, and I will put the text as, oops, it will be what the text are you gonna give? I'm gonna give a 737373, little bit a light of text. Okay, 73. Okay, so now that will be if it's available. Okay, let's see. So now it's available. Okay, you can see actually. Okay, where actually it had gone. Show grid is available. Okay, if show grid is available, we're gonna make it as wide. Okay, we need to also define the other properties. We're gonna give it width of 8, height of 8, and then we will make it a text of LG. We're gonna make it a flex, item center, justify center, cursor pointer, and I'm gonna make it as okay, just that's it. Let's see if it's, yeah, it's appearing. You see the grid view is here right now. So now how actually it's gonna be projectile is okay, that's the design is here. Now we're gonna have the another one. Also we can pass on function here on click event, so that we can actually see the designing parameter how it's work. So let's click an on click event. So in on click there would be two parameter, set show grid, which always going to be true whenever we click on that, and set show list going to be false if we click on that. So in that similar fashion, because we're gonna have two button, in the similar fashion I'm gonna generate the other button which gonna be list item. Okay, so I'm also going to import that one from React icons. Okay, so that's the similar one, just passing the condition in a different way. So now it will be pouring through the other one. You see both button, if we click, one active, one deactivated. Now in the top layer of that particular div, I'm gonna put some class name. Okay, class name, and we're gonna make a flex item center, and the gap going to be 4. Okay, looks great. Now it's time to get our product. How actually you can get the product? We don't have any server-side properties. Don't worry about that. We can fetch the product too. Now what I'm gonna do is that create a helper function to get our products to be rendered. Remember we have one like that Sanity client, right? So I will just go with that Sanity client, and then I will get the product from there, Sanity client. Now here I'm gonna pass something. I'm gonna pass a very interesting thing. I'm gonna pass a function from here. Okay, without grok, we will pass the grok here, so we don't need to worry about to running grok in a client side. So const export const, it will be a product query, and that query it's gonna take from the grok. Oops, it will be grok. Okay, so that grok we're gonna pass the backtick on it, then we're gonna inject our function here. So there not the in oops, it will be, I think, yeah, I just misspelled something again. So the type it will be product. So we will take all the products we have. Okay, and then it will just return all the products. So whatever the products we have, we want to show all together, and then we're gonna just order through it, and that order through it, it will go created at, and it will make it as descending. So now we can actually make that product query also. This query you can use to get the product. Now we will inject the function within it. So I'm just exporting it because you can use it, or we can use it later on, and export const. So now we will get the products, and that products it will be an async function, because we're gonna get the call to server, and then const product data equal to await client.fetch, and it's gonna be that product query, and then we're gonna return that our product data. So whenever we call that function, it's gonna return that product data in any of the page I'm calling. So now here in our particular page, we're gonna call that right now. And how we will call that? First, we're gonna take an instances of effect state, which going to be product data, and set product data, and by default it will be use state, and here it will be an empty array. Now we will render that. And how we gonna do that? Use effect. We're gonna call that use effect. Okay. And also we will pass an array value there. And now here we're gonna create a try catch function. Okay, how we will do that? So first we're gonna make a function called fetch data. That will be a fetch data, and it will be again an assign call. Okay, and then we're gonna pass that products from that leave sanity. So now we're gonna have an error of that. Remember what actually is saying okay, that is not an error because we are creating the function, so we need to do in that way. Okay, so now we are calling that function. So to fetch the data, actually we made that mistake. This is not the function we should be creating in that way. It's my bad. So const, it will be a fetch data, and it will be that assign block, and here we're gonna pass that variable. Okay, that's how we're gonna create the function. So now we will make that try catch. Sometimes it's better to make mistakes, so you will have some fun that you know better than me, but it's very easy. Try you're gonna learn something better whenever you are trying to finding someone's mistake or someone making mistake, and you just inject it. So now we're gonna get that const data equal to await, and we will await for the products. We already imported it, so it's just gonna return that. Now we will pass the, whenever we are going to get the products, we will get the product value, and from there we're gonna set product data, whatever the data we are receiving. And for here in the console, if we are receiving any of the error, we're gonna just pass that error. Okay, and in the below of that, we're gonna pass that fetch data function. Okay, so now if I just try to see what we are receiving in the console, we're gonna just make that to see that product data. Now you will not see anything here in the console. Remember, we made it as a client-side component, so we need to see it inside the client-side console. So let's open the console, and you're gonna see an empty array, so we are not receiving any of the product yet. Okay, let's roll back and come again. Let's see if it's giving us anything or not. Okay, in the shop, you see it's coming. So we got the call, we're having the products now. So now we can modify the products, we can render the products as the way we want, and how we want to render, that's the question. So now after below that div, we will render it here. So what I'm gonna show, if a show grid is available, then I'm gonna inject a div. It will be a div. And if it's not available, means the list view, it will be there. So I will also pass a div. Okay, now inside the div, I'm gonna pass the parameter value. So what I'm gonna do, it will be product data dot map, and that map I'm gonna pass the item, so it will be that product props, and I'm gonna just simply return my product. Remember, we are having that product, so we can return it here. So it will be product card, and that product card going to be injected with that. So the key, it will be item.id, and the product, so another props which going to be the product, it should be the item. Okay, so now we are having that product. So what's the problem with that product? Okay, missing key string of product. Product. So let's go back here. That's the product we are passing. So why actually is missing here? Okay, did you import that one? Okay, it's imported. So let's go back through it. Let's see what's the error we are getting in the console. Okay, any error? No error, and no product. Okay, yeah, we're getting the product. I think this error, maybe I will just hit a reload of my window. Maybe just a TypeScript error, sometimes it's getting, sometimes it's not. Yeah, that's not an error, it's just a problem for the type definition. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, as you see, I'm getting all the products, so I need to modify that product to see in a real-time fashion. So how we're gonna do it? if you're facing that problem with me about the TypeScript, just reload the window, it will just be fine. I'll give a width of full and I will make it a grid, and the grid columns, it will be 1. Okay, by default it's gonna be 1. MD grid calls, it will be 2. And for the Excel devices, grid columns will be grid calls will be 4. Okay, and I'm gonna give a gap of 5. That's it. As you see, that looks good. I have all the products rendered here. Now if I click any of the products, yeah, it will take me to that particular thing because I'm rendering the products, right? Okay, what actually that property BG is missing? Remember, we are passing a property, background property, so we keep it as mandatory. I will just keep it if there is the background if you want to pass. Okay, otherwise don't worry about it. Okay, now we pass that list view. Now even though if I just try to copy this 2 portion, it's going to be the similar, but now I need to create a list product. Okay, so that's I will create. It will be product.tsx. So that's my list product. I'm gonna inject here. So now what I'm gonna do, instead of keeping that particular product, okay, I'll inject that also, and then I'm gonna pass that list product component. Okay, so now if I click here, you see list product is there. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get everything from that particular product. Okay, because I'll just create that list view on that. So I'm gonna paste it here because this is the product value of beforehand, and I'm gonna take that property 2. So this 2 I'm gonna copy also. We're gonna just manipulate as much as we can. Okay, value here, then I'm gonna get everything from here because it's the same level, so it will not be an issue. Okay, now as you see, if I hit the save, I will get the same grid pattern. Okay, so now why is not giving the design parameter? Because remember, I didn't style it yet. So let's style. Let's go back to the page here, and then we will just style a bit. And here, how we want to style, we will just make it with a full and grid columns 1 and the gap of 5 because it will be in a grid view. So now grid view is created, and how actually we're gonna interlink with that grid view, and that is very simple. What I'm gonna do, in the top parameter we will change a lot of things. So this is the image view and the other view is here. So now here we made it okay, I will try to make it in a flex. Let's see, flex item center. Okay, let's see what actually is giving. Okay, flex item center, it's giving something at least. Okay, now after pouring that one, so that's the link here, and that's my div. Okay, in the div I will put some class name, okay, or because it's all depends on the styling here, so I don't want to actually waste a lot of time of defining that. You just go through it, and if you have any question, I will just okay, oops, I'll just copying that one from my previous build. Okay, because that function is going to be coming from the dispatch event, which we're gonna create later on, and the bridge, you know, so that bridge actually we didn't create it. So the product, if it's new, is available. How actually we define that? Let's see if the product new is available. We define something, yeah. So we're gonna pass that one, that value here. Okay, that's it. Let's see if it's working. Okay, that's it. It's just passing some props and parameters, nothing else. I'm just modifying the design, so feel free to go with the design, because if I just combining a lot of time here, you will feel boring because it's only about the design parameter, which actually we did beforehand. Now how much far we are leaving? If we click here, it's giving a grid view. If you click here, it's giving a list view. So I think we are now in a very good positioning here right now. Create the store, because whenever we are clicking any of the product, we want to add that product, right? Right now, nothing going to be added because we didn't create any store to configure with it. And to do that one, we will use that Redux toolkit. Again, I recommend you to read the documentation from a top to bottom properly. But if you are following me right now, then it's just go alongside with me. I will just show you what you need to do to just make all the things configured. And by the way, also you can go through it. I think, yeah, with the yarn, we need to install this portion here, which is that Redux toolkit. So let's install here. That's the one thing we need to install to run the Redux, and there is another which we need to React Redux to let's Redux toolkit to access in our React application. So I will take one more terminal here and just install that one. Okay, so now after installing that dependencies, we need to create the folder from where we are going to running our store. And to do that, I will take one more folder within my source directory, and the folder name, it will be, I will just keep the name of Redux just to make it as simple as possible. And the first file we will create is that orb slice.ts. So we are going to create all the slices here. So now let's define make the initial state. So I will just go with that const initial state. And that initial state, we will just create one state, which is going to be a product data. And that product data, it will be an array of data. Okay. Oops, it will be clone. Okay. So that will be array of data. And now we need to implement that export const orb slice. And that slice is going to be that create slice, which we need to import from that Redux toolkit. Let me get a bit bigger. Now actually how we can modify this store and how we can create this store is all are available here in the documentation. If you just go with that and the quick start, you will learn how actually simply you can make the configure store and do all the things from the beginning. But again, I will just go with a quick short view on that, then I will just follow alongside with me. You can work it with that. Okay, so I make that create slice here. Now in that create slice is a function and is taking the object and return parameter. So the name will first give a name here. So the name, it will be orb. And after the name, we will declare the initial state, and that initial state can access the state over here which we declared as the product data. So now we can access that state, and after that we need to define the reducers. Oops, not for the creator. It will be reducers. Okay, so now that reducer is an object. We can pass as many as reducer we want. So first reducer we want to add is add to cart. Now I can actually go and create this store, then show how store is working, but we'll just go with the simple way. So in the add to cart, it will take two parameter, which is that state, and another one is that action. And now we will write the function over here. So what it's gonna do, we can actually make that like state. We can access that state of product data, and from there we will just push that data, which is going to be action dot payload. So whatever the action and payload we are going to pouring in, it will be on that. So now of course the TypeScript is gonna just start crying. So right now I'm not gonna specify any TypeScript, because when I'm going to describe all the every other reducers, that time we're gonna explain that. And from here we just export const, and here we will make that add to cart, and that add to cart, it will be from equal to orb slice dot actions, and then we need to make that export default and orb slice dot reducer. So now we have our reducer done, and inside here in that Redux we need to create one store. So store.ts. Now in that store we are going to connect it. Okay, so how actually we can connect that one? Again, if you're feeling a little bit doubt, what I really recommend you to go and learn everything from that documentation here. As you see, that's the things we have been done. That's the store we need to create actually. If you just can copy all the things and it will work. Okay, so if you follow the documentation, it will be so simple. Okay, and that's the part done. That's one we will do later on. So now we are having that portion. So now we need to pass our reducer here. Okay, the reducer we have been created, and which is the reducer is that. So that one, it will be import Oribi reducer from, okay, from Oribi slice. Now we have that reducer. Okay, now in that reducer, how actually we can pass, we can pass with that, give a name which is Oribi, and then Oribi reducer. That's it. So our reducer is injected here. So but still it will not work. Okay, if you just go with that in the inspection, I will find that my reducer is still taking the action of the beforehand on the previous one. So if we go in the next route and put auto instances, I believe it will not give any hint right now because still is not implemented. And how actually we can implement? And remember, everything we inject in the route or route, what we actually need to specify in that layout. And now there is a catchy thing is that by default, the Nextjs, all the components and pages is rendering in the server side, but the Redux-Toolkit and the Redux portions, and also whenever we will use that Next-auth portion, those libraries is not rendering the server side because it's rendering on the client side. It's a client side application. So we cannot inject directly any client-side library here in the layout, in our root layout. Remember, in the root layout, we cannot inject directly. But because if I just, because the next thing is that to use the provider, okay, use the provider and inject it here, because we will use the provider for managing the store and also the session provider for the Next-auth, but we cannot inject here directly. So what we will do, we will create a dummy layout. Okay, say layout .tsx, so make it RAFCE. So this is a dummy layout, and we will make that layout as a client-side application. So we will make it, oops, it's my bad, we will make it simply all part, it will be as use client. Now we will inject all of our provider and other things here. So now here by default, everything it will be injected as children. Okay, and that children, what kind of children it will be? It will be children, and that children we will define that TypeScript for that children is that React Node. Okay, that's the properties for the children. And now first thing first, we need to pass the provider. So let's pass the provider. Okay, so we will make it similar with that as the provider, and by default this provider taking a properties which is the store, and inside that store we will pass our store, and this store, which one is that? That's the store we create here with that Oribi reducers. So now let's save that one. Now this layout we can inject in our layout.ts in the root layout. So what I will do, under the body, don't inject the layout, like don't keep that within the body. Okay, so it will sorry, outside the body, keep it within the body, otherwise it will give an issue for you. So it will be inside the body. Okay, so now I can access my store inside my application, and you see it's compiled properly. There is no error at all, I believe. So it will not be. Okay, it's already refreshed. Let's inspect that one and let's see if we have anything. You need to install that Redux extension for the Chrome, otherwise you will not see. Okay, as you see, we have our product data, so our reducers actually working. Now we can access the store. Okay, so let's modify our store properly, because we will inject all the slices we're going to use at a time, because I already created lots of videos on it, so you may hear about it, how we do it. So I will just go with this quick an idea, so you will understand how actually it's going to be work. And so first thing first, that's the action.payload. Or before I'm going through it, let's just create one slice, create one action to let you see how actually this thing work. So to implement that one, we will go with that our products inside our product. So let's go in the product, and inside the product we have a button, I believe, which see add to bag button. So here we will use that action. So first, before creating that portion also, I want to install one more things, which is the React hot toast to show the message in the toast. So it will be yarn add React hot toast. And now what actually it's going to be. So first thing first, you need to remember this product, it should be a client-side application because we're gonna use that dispatch portion. So it will be use client, otherwise it will not work with you. So now we need to use the dispatch functionality to dispatch any action to go inside that a particular store. So it will be const dispatch, and we will use dispatch function to make that, not the function, the hook. So now we will dispatch one action here. So what we're gonna dispatch is add to bag. So let's this one is fine, it will take okay, for the quick view actually. Remember, for the quick view also we can, because remember, whenever we click in that particular product, is taking us to the single page and giving us that a particular page on that. Okay, let me refresh again, something is up. Okay, as you see, it's taking back to the particular slide. So that's the same thing it's going to be happen also. So what I'm gonna do, I will just create the same functionality here also. So it will be link href. So that's also going to be work whenever we are clicking on that quick view. Okay, let's see if it's working. We click in the quick view. Okay, it's taking us back to that product. So now we can actually dispatch one action here. So whenever we're going to dispatch here, we will not keep it as the link. Now we will create it as a button. So to make it as a button, I will just pass that button parameter. And now here, this href, I'm going to remove that one. And here I will make that a function which will be on click. It will give me an on click event. Remember, don't forget to make it as use client, otherwise it will start crying, because you cannot use that uses that hooks or any hooks within the server side component. Now what I will do, I will dispatch an action. That action, it will be add to cart, and as you see, I imported it here. So you need to import it. If it's not also importing, you just need to do it manually. So add to cart. Now what actually I want to inject within the cart, I have the product, right? That's the product I'm getting from as a parameter, as a prop. So that's all the product I'm gonna inject here within this add to cart. Okay, and it's not only about that we will add the product, we also going to give a message that this product is added. So for that I will add another parameter, and then I will make that a toast.success, and inside that a success message I want to pass that a very reliable message which can relate it to be the product. So I will pass that product, and inside the product, from the product I will take the title, and from the title I will make it as substring, so it will not go beyond the toaster, and it will take only 12 characters from the product. And then I will make dot dot, if it's more than there, add it to cart. And still, to let the toast to work properly, which I need to do, already toast is imported, and also one more portion I need to do it to take the toaster portion. So feel free to go to the React hot toast documentation. It's very clearly written there how you can use it. So I will just pass my toaster container here, and I will import it from the toaster. It will just showing here in the bottom right. Okay, so let's go back here and let's also open the inspect to see if we can successfully adding any products or not. So okay, that's the Oribi shopping, and here it will be our product data to render. Add to cart, as you see, new backpack added to cart, and if you just enlarge that one, you see one product is already added. Now what if we add one more? Okay, another product is added. So it's actually working cool. Okay, I think we are in a wrong portion because it should not add two together. Okay, so let's just make a reload because it's a caching issue with that Chrome. So we will take the spinning with that. Okay, that's the one. Which one actually is coming? Okay, so let's add one more. Okay, it should not take two because we didn't initialize the state. Okay, next router, and we'll make auto instances. Okay, anyway, okay, what's actually we are getting here, let's just see. Arabi and state. Okay, it can be a problem with the like the caching issues, but it should not take the two because I was running my both application here, so it's taking from somewhere. But now I'm gonna tell you how actually we can interact with this store, as we can add more products. So what we will do, I will just initialize my all the slices here accordingly. So first one, it will be add to cart slice. Okay, now this one, instead of passing the directly here all the value, we need to modify it. Like if we have one product, then it will not inject that particular product again. What it will do, it will just increase the quantity. So to implement that one, we will make that const existing. It will be existing a product, and that existing product, it will be we will access that product from the state. So state dot product data dot find, we will find within that product data and that item. Remember, we have one props, which is the types, which is the product types, the similar product we are sending here. So that's the type it can be defined here. So now item dot id, that item dot id, it should be equal to action dot payload dot underscore id. So whatever we are getting from the action, it's going to be the similar id of that id here. So within that, we're gonna filter it out, we're gonna remove that. So we will just keep extract if it's an existing item or not. So like if we have that existing product, what it's gonna do, if we have that we will do that existing product dot quantity, we will increase the quantity, so it will be plus sign and action dot payload dot quantity. So now what actually is crying here, that maybe optional property access. Okay, there should be an error on something. Okay, I'm gonna remove that optional chain. So this quantity does not exist on type, so now we need to create a type parameter. Okay, so now this initial state actually can access the types if we want to give that. So I will make that interface, and then we're gonna pass that store state, and that store state going to be access that product data, and that product data, it will be the product props of array. So array of products props data. So within that initial state, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna also pass that store state. Okay, so now you will see the error is gone. So now what it will do, if the existing product is available, it will just pass that as it will just increase the quantity. If it's not available, it will just make the state.productData.push action.payload. So whatever we are going to pass in the store, it will just take it all the payload it will take, and in the payload what we are sending the product. So it's a very simple. If we have the similar product, the same product within our store, then if we click again on that to add to cart, it will just increase the quantity. If it's not the similar, if it's a new product, it will take entire product to the store. So that's the one thing. And now I'm gonna define that other two, which is going to be increasing quantity and decreasing quantity. Trust me, it's the similar fashion. So increasing quantity, I'm also taking the existing product, and from there I'm increasing the quantity, and one is that decreasing quantity, and inside the decreasing quantity we cannot decrease more than one, like below one. So existing quantity, if it's equal to 1, then it will just keep it as 1. If it's like more than 1, then it will just decrease the quantity. Like if we have the 5 items, then it will decrease 4, 3, 2, 1. If it's in 1, it cannot decrease more. Okay, so that's the 2 more action. So now there we need to define last 2 action is that delete product and receipt card. How actually we can delete the product from the store? So state.product data, we will just take that, and then we're gonna filter through accordingly with the item.id, which will be not equal to action.payload. So whatever the action.payload we're gonna send means we are going to send that particular product ID. So it will take that ID and it will filter through all the available products in the state. If it's matched with that particular product, it will filter, it will remove that product and give me a fresh state by removing that product. So that's simple as it is. So now I'm gonna have all my state here, which is going to be add to cart, increasing quantity, decrease quantity, delete product, and receipt card. So now I already made several videos how you can actually make that more convenient, but today I will not go with that much further because we have a lot of things to cover up with that Stripe payment and Stripe webhooks. So now what I will do, I will use that to create one Redux persist, because what is gonna happen if we just add a product here right now, I'm gonna show you to increase that. Let's just get that products here. So what I will do first, I'm gonna show you how actually we can access that. So it's actually we are getting in that page button. So let's go back in the page button. We're gonna access the properties here. Now again, we need to make it as a client-side application as we're gonna access the product from the Redux store. So first thing first, let's access that. So it will be const and there product data. We can just destructure the product data from the store. It will be use selector, which we need to import from React Redux, and inside that use selector we will take a state, and right now we will keep the state name as any. So it will be state.orb, the name we have been provided. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a log of that product data. So let's see, open our inspector. As is a client side, we made a client side component. So what the log, all the log, it should become in that client side library. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, what we did, okay, it's just taking a time to reload because we create a client side component here. Or okay, each child in a list should have a unique prop which is in the banner. So we missed that in to add that props in the banner. Not here in the, it will be in the banner component. Okay, so in the banner, when we are giving all the images here, you see that's the where actually we have been making the mistake. The key, it should be item.id. okay, so that's the key we need to pass. That's why it was crying with that. Let's hit the reload. Okay, error is gone, and now we have no product in our store. If we add, you see we're having one product here. So now what we will do in that particular page button, where I will just remove that, both of that layout, no need. I'll keep the page button and I'm gonna close the others. Now I can access that product data, so I can find the length here and then I can inject the length overall here. So this is the 0 button. So what I'm gonna do, product data dot length, if that if the product data is available, I'll put a condition. If product data is available, then put that product data dot length. If there is no length, just keep it as 0 and save. So now if we just add it, you see we can have 2 products, but the problem is once we just refresh, that state is disappearing. So it's not saving in the browser side or something. And to implement that, like whenever we're gonna reload, also that data will amplify, it will stay. But before going that one, we need to define the type for that any, which we actually maintain. And to implement that, let's go inside my type.ts. Now here we will define one state for the state properties. So it will be export interface, because we will use it in a many components. So I will declare it from here. So state props, and that state props will contain a name which is the orb, and inside that orb I have the things which call that product data, which is a product props of array of product props. So these the things we need to pass. Now instead of putting it an array, we will just define as the state props from the type, and you see the error is gone. So now what we need to do, we need to implement that Redux persist to create that our store should not just disappear once we just reload the button. So it should always be there. Okay. And to implement that, we need to install that Redux persist in our application. So let's put that yarn add Redux persist. So after taking that portion, we need to also get so many things here, and which is that below of that we need to import a lot of things which can be persist state. First things first, persist is I think state, which are from the Redux persist. So along with that, with the Redux persist, we need to take more other things, which is that persist reducer, flash, push, or persist, purge. This all are things you will find everything in the Redux-Toolkit documentation. These all things are necessary to implement that browser side or just managing the memory in your application. So that's why we are taking that. So now what we need to do, we directly right now in Nextjs like Nextjs 13.4, after that, or now is in 14. So you cannot inject directly that persist within your application. So what you need to do, you need to create a dummy server. Only then you can inject that. Okay. So to implement that, let's make a function export. It will be a function, and that function, it will be create persist. Oops, it will be persist store. So that's the function we will create, and that one we will be defining that like as a web storage for the parameter to define the types. Okay, and that web storage also we need to okay, web storage, I think that's the one we're using. So okay, that's already amplified here. So now we will just create a server here. That will be a dummy server. So it will be a type of window, and it equal to be undefined. Okay, so now we will return our, we will like returns our, oops, it will be dummy server. Here we're gonna return the dummy server, so it will amplify here. Now if each server is available, what it gonna do, it will return a value, and that value it will give that get item, and that item gonna also amplify as a function, and then we're gonna declare here it will be return, it will pass a promise, and then we're gonna resolve this promise. By default it will be none for the first time. Now if that's the one scenario, okay, so then there will be another scenario, then again it will be or instead of going through it one by one, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pass that all the value here. That's the similar fashionable work. So if it's server, we're returning that get item, then resolve null first time, then again is the resolve with the promise, and then also return the whenever we are so it's the three value. One is the get item, one is the set item, one is the remove item. And now the final return, which it going to be return, and it will be create web storage. Okay, so that create web storage you need to import from their Redux Redux persist ES storage and create web storage. So from here we're gonna implement here, and we need to mention it by which way it will do, and it will just make it from the oops, actually I believe we, yeah, I created that one when we copy that. Okay, let me just, from where actually it's coming. Okay, that's here, yeah. Okay, I just need to import that web storage here, that's why. Okay, now I am passing that create web storage from the local. So now we are having that dummy server. So now we will create that our storage, and how we will manipulate that, again it will be a type of window. If it's not equal to window, or like if it's the window is undefined, then we're gonna pass something. If it's not undefined, then we're gonna pass something. If it's undefined, then create web storage, which going to be local. Okay, and if it's not undefined, then what it gonna do, it's going to make that create persist store. Okay, so that's the function it's gonna run. And now we have that persist config. We need to implement that persist config. So persist, it will be a config. Okay, so in the persist config, we will pass that an object, and that key it will be key will be the root key, and then we need to specify the version, which going to be 1, and we will get the storage. We're gonna use that storage from here. Okay, we got the storage. Okay, that's the storage we are implementing here. And now also we need to pass one more value, which is going to be a persist reducer, and that persist reducer, it will be a persist okay, let me see from where actually we are importing that a persist reducer. It should not import from somewhere. Okay, it's already here. Redux persist, yes, persist reducer, no. So okay, it should be, because we already imported here. That's the persist reducer we need to use. Okay, so this will be a persist reducer, and there inside that reducer we need to pass the variable which will take that persist config, and also will take that orb reducer, and we can give a name of that as a persisted reducer, not a similar name. So now in the configure store, as we have our store, now here we will pass that orb reducer, and within that, in the reducer, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna inject it with an object. It's already injected. So instead of orb reducer, now I'm gonna pass that as a persisted reducer. Okay, that's the reducer I'm going to pass that. And also for the middleware, I'm gonna just pass this function to inject with the middleware. Okay, now I'm gonna remove this portion, it's not necessary, and export let persist store, which going to be like the persist store, and we will pass our configuration, which we did. Not the configuration, the store, actually we need to pass store. Okay, so now we can use that persist store in our application, and where actually we can inject that one. Remember, we have a file called layout where actually we are passing all the values. So within that layout, below that provider, I will just copy this portion, and here I will pass that as a persist get, which we need to import from that Redux persist integration React, and here I will paste the children. And now we need to indicate the persist to use the effect. So the loading, it's going to be as a null value, and the persistor, it will be the persistor we are using, persistor. Remember, we define a persistor here, which actually we export later on. So that's the persistor we need to implement. So let's hit the save. And after saving it, everything is going fine and everything written properly. If we just add more products and if we reload there, it should not, the product should not be disappearing. It should affect there. As you see, we have that product. So right now, let's go back to our, what you call that, Oribi online shopping. So which one is deployed already? Let's go. Okay, because it's the auth error, that's why you cannot see that. So let's just not waste the time to configuring that one. So what I'm gonna do, we will need to create another page, which it will be our cart. So from there, actually we can show the product and do the other things. So what I'm gonna do, in the user, I will open another folder, which will be a cart, and inside that cart folder, I will create another file, which will be page.tsx, rfce. It will be cart page. Okay, so now inside that cart page, we'll not directly inject anything here. because it's as a page, I will also make another card.tsx, which going to be a component RAFCE, and that component we will inject here, because later on you can modify your card data, because the card is better to keep it in a server side rendered. So later on we will inject all other properties here to list how actually it can be modified. So if we now put in by now, we'll be able to go back to the card. Let's click. Okay, now here we are inside the cart. Okay, so now to make things looks perfect, what I'm gonna do, I will take that card within a container. Okay, so in not here, oops, it's my bad, it will be not here, it's the div. So we will inject here in the card. I will close the others, and now it will be a container. Okay, now within that container, remember we can access the products from the reducer, right? Not from the store. Actually we did it already in our one of the portion, which is for the page button. So that's the properties. We just going to copy that, because that's the similar things we are going to adopt that on here. So import the use selector from the React Redux, import the state props from the props. So now we have the product data. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna combine everything here. So first thing first, we will make that things to be in a proper way. We will make a condition. If that product data dot length if it's bigger than 0, then we're gonna pass a div, and if it's like a 0, so then we're gonna pass a div. Oops, it will be a div, and we'll pass a p tag, which going to say no product available. Okay, and here we're gonna pass that product. Let's see which one is actually affecting. Of course we can see the product here. Okay, this function is not supported in a React server components. Remember, we forgot to make it as a use client, that's why it's giving us that error. So just make it as use client. I will hit the refresh button to just leave all the error gone. Okay, now we have our product portion. So the second part we will do it later, which is coming with the message, because we need to amplify that delete portion here. So now what actually I'm going to do is that I will take a div here. It's already taken a div. So now within that div, I'm gonna take another div, then I will pass an h2 tag, and here it will be the products. Okay, so we will implement that design here. So now in the parent div, first one, we will just make a padding bottom of 20, and here in the second div, I will just inject two more things. One, it will be our product, so it will be total 4 things should be available: one product, one price, one quantity, one subtotal. So this 4 is available here. So now in the parent level of the div, I will make it within that as a call span to integrating it properly. So width, it gonna be take a full width, height it going to take 20, and a bj, so the background it going to be like f5, f7, f7, little bit whitish but not fully white, and the text going to be the prime color, and by default it going to be hidden lg. It will be a grid pattern and grid calls of 5. Okay, it will be 5 columns grid, and the place content it will be let's make it in the center, and also we can actually implement that okay, let's see how actually those things working. Let's hit the save button. Anything nothing changes here. Did you save it yet? Yeah, we saved. We just give it a time. Okay, product, price, quantity. So it's actually affecting, you see that price and quantity is right now available. Okay, so now also we will give a padding portion, and that padding let's just give a padding of 6, so it will be in x-axis, padding in x-axis 6, and the text going to be lg, and font going to be semi-bold. Okay, hit save button. Okay, let's see. Okay, now we have this our portion of that one. So now we need to pouring our product here. So below that div we will take another div, and within here we will map through our products. So it will be products. Okay, not the products actually. Okay, we actually take it as a product data, right? So okay, so we can actually map through that particular product data. Okay, product data dot map, and that map we will pass that item. Okay, and we're gonna pass a functionality. We'll pass a div. Remember, don't forget to give the key, which is going to be item.id. And now we will take a component here, and that component it will define as cart item.tsx RAFCE to create that component. So what we will do, we will pass that component here as a parameter, which is going to be cart item, and here we're gonna pass that product, or we'll just keep it as item. Simple way, we'll pass that item as item. So we should be able to see 4 cart item. So now let's go inside the cart item. We will create that cart item in a fashionable way. Now in the cart item actually there also should be how many properties. Let's just define it, because you see this product, price, quantity and subtotal. So the 4 position it should be there also. So the first position is that in the cart item, first let's take the product here. So let's get that, extract that item, and that item we also declare the type. So it will be interface, and the props, inside that props we will pass the item, which actually it will be as the product props. Okay, so the item should be take as the properties as props. So now within that we have a div. Inside that we will create another div and 2 more div actually. So now we will go through on that. So first thing first, put a class name with going to be full, and it will be a grid calls of 5, the similar 5 we have been given, and then margin bottom it will be a 4, and a give a border, and py should be 2. Okay, so now in that layer of the div, put a class name. It will be a flex. Flex. Right now just keep it as a flex, because now we will define all other properties here. Let's just pour some data here so that you will understand it perfectly. So first I will take one image here, which is going to be from need to import from the next image, and within that image I will put the source, and that source you'll take from that URL for the helper function we have been created beforehand. And that one it will be item.image, and from that we will make that, we need to pass that URL. Okay, now with that image let's put an alternative tag. So it will be product image, and just let's put that width of 50 and also the height of 50 to give a good clarification here, and then the class name width of 32 and the height of 32, and object should be contain. Hit the save. So now we should be able to see 4 images here, as you see the 4 image. So now we will render the other properties like for the icon and also the text. Okay, so this is our image. So in the top of the image we will like this image, it's going to be passing with a link. Remember, whenever we click on that link it should be taking us to that single image portion, and that link going to take an href coming with a backtick, where it will take that product / then we're gonna pass that item dot I think it's slack dot current. Okay, so now if I'm just going to click any of the image, as you see it's taking us to a single screen page. Okay, so okay, that looks fine. So now in the top of that image I will take one icon, which will be I am cross icon, and that icon, it will be modified to delete that product from that card. So put a class name. Oops, it will be class name, and that one, it will be text should be the prime color, and hover text should be red of 500, and cursor pointer duration should be 300. Okay, let's see is appearing or not. Okay, it's coming that crop, not the crop, it should be the cross. Okay, let's just modify that name. We get the wrong icon. Okay, so the cross. Okay, looks good. Okay, now let's just modify that one in a bit. So which is going to be let's make that flex, and call span should be as a 2 call as a 5, I think. Let's make the call span of 5, and we are giving a grid calls of 5. Okay, let's just go with that. And now whenever we hit an MD, so the call span should be 2. Okay, by default it will take the all parameter and item center, and the gap should be a 4, and margin left going to be 4. Okay, so hit the save. As you see, that looks smooth on that. Now on that div below that link properties, we will take one h1 tag to define that up item dot title. Okay, item dot title, and here we will also make a substring of the title, which is going to be 20. Oops, it needs to be provided also substring. Okay, okay, so and that one, let's put a class name, and a font will make it as semi-bold. Oops, it will be semi-bold. See, semi-bold. Okay, so now you see that looks quite well. So now we will pour the other properties also. So that's the way we finish the first one. So now we will provide a several div. So that's one, it would be that div. Oops. Now within that div, we're gonna pass all other properties. So first thing first, it should be 3 more divs here. Okay, within that div. So 1, 2, 3, and that within that 3 more div, the first div is gonna contain several things. So first, I will just define the class name to go within a proper way. So first thing first, put a class name, and it will be a call span of 5. Okay, call span of 5. MD should be call span of 3. Okay, and it will be a flex item center justify between, padding in y-axis going to be a 4, and MD padding y-axis going to be 0, padding in x going to be a 4, LG px going to be 0, and the gap should be 6. Okay, now let's go and pass the other properties. The first one, it will take only a single parameter, or instead of going through a div, what actually, okay, what's the okay, what actually we can do, we can just pass a p tag. Okay, and that we can pass the item dot price, the actual price. Remember, we have that one price component where actually we can show the price, and the amount we will pass that item dot price. Okay, let's see if his price is available. Okay, we got the price, and after that price we need to have another component, like not a component, another div, and within that div we're gonna have actually a span tag, one span tag, and then it will be one p tag. Okay, then again the span tag, because the first one it will show a plus minus, so it will be for a second one it will be minus, the first one it will be the plus, so increasing and decreasing the quantity, and in the middle we will show that item dot quantity. So if we save right now, we will see this portion, so we need to work a bit on that. So let's go within the top of the div in that portion, class name and width going to be like 1/3, or without giving that also it will work. So make it a flex item center, and the gap should be 6, text going to be LG. the large text. Okay, that looks good. So what I will do, I will prefer to put everything should be in the center. So this portion of the work also I need to make it properly. So let's put a class name, and here I will make that also the similar fashion. So what I will do, for that price portion, I'll pass that class. Okay, so price is little highlighted, and for that spend portion I will pass a width, so it will be in the middle, so 1/3. Okay, so right now before styling that, I will just pouring through another div. It will be the similar div of the price, remember. So that's the one. So this div should be here, and it will just pass that item.quantity into item.price. Okay, so now we have two more like one div. So whenever we click here, we need to create that functionality to increase and decrease. So now in this span tag, let's just go and pouring through some class name. Width going to be 6, height going to be 6, and then bj going to be gray of 100, the text going to be 2xl, flex item center, and then justify center whenever I hover, bj gray of 300, and then cursor pointer would be there, duration should be 300, and also we will pass a border of 1 pixel. And after passing that, we'll make a border of gray of 300, and hover border gray of 500. Okay, that's pouring through it. Let's see. Okay, that's cool. It's actually effective and working. Okay, so that's the similar portion of the class name I'm gonna pouring here also in that span tag. Now you can modify those things. If you want, you can put the value you actually looking forward, or just replace it. So now here in this span tag, I will just assign a function which gonna give me that portion of that item is deleted or not, or some other properties. So also I want to show a toast message, so I'll get the toaster here, okay, which I need to import from the React hot toast. And also I need to get the dispatch functionality to make the dispatch, and also I'm going to use the dispatch. I need to make it as use client. Okay, so now whenever I click on that minus button, so it will be on click, and I will just hit back one dispatch event. So that one be this, oops, it will be I didn't declare the dispatch function here. Okay, so the const dispatch, which we need to import from that use dispatch here from React Redux. So now we need to pass that even here, so it will be dispatch, and that one it will be decrease, it will be okay, decrease quantity. Why it's not showing? Decrease, oh oops, it will be a DCREA. Okay, decrease quantity, and within that we will pass an object, should be id, and that item.id. Okay, so now if also for within that also we can inject one another thing is that which we can pass here. Okay, toast dot success product added successfully. Oh no, product reduced successfully. And once we are just passing that event here, it will be increase quantity, and this should be the message added successfully. So now if we click, as you see, it's added. If we just decrease, now you see the message is coming, even we can decrease more and more. Now that's your homework. If the value is 1, and when we cannot decrease anymore, it should give a message to just reflect that you cannot decrease less than 1. Okay, feel free to implement that one. But now I can check the value, and as you see, the price and other things is changing properly. So this view is actually working. Now what actually I want to do more is to create that delete functionality, and that actually going to be effective once we are clicking on that cross. Okay, so that's the similar. I'll just get the bottom one, and here I will pass that variable, and which going to be take as a delete product. Okay, and that delete product should be not added, deleted from cart. And that one, it should not give a success message, toast.info or toast. What you can say, or we will pass success because it's deleted successfully. Click, as you see, flower base deleted from cart. And if we delete another, okay, actually its delete is not working. It's because we are passing the dispatch item dot, so the delete product. Let's go to see the delete product, what actually is passing. In the delete product state.product data, so now we are filtering through that product data.filter item.id action.payload. So now here what we are passing, we are passing also that item.id. Okay, so it should work. Let's hit refresh. Okay, it's deleted, it just didn't give. Okay, now it's looking good. Okay, let's go back to our home page. Sometimes it's just having with a network error, maybe it will not work instantly, just you need to wait a bit, but it will work for sure. So now let's go back to bottom section, or in the, because we have the cart item, so let's go back now in the cart. Inside the cart, so now as you can see, we can actually make that cart item. So now in the cart, after that cart item, as we having the cart item, so below that cart item we can do a lot of other things. So that's the div. So put a class name empty of 5. I'll just make that in a margin top from the 5 to, okay, now after that div we will define the other portion, which is going to be a button, and that button, it will be marking as receipt card. Okay, receipt card, and put a class name, padding in y it will be 2, px going to be 10, and background it will be red of 500, and then text going to be white, and the font going to be a semi bold uppercase of course, and then margin bottom going to be a 4, and whenever it's hover it will be red of 700, and then the duration going to passing as 300, because within that button once we click it should delete all the products. So now let's make that as an on-click event, or on-click function should be handle receipts. So let's just call that function in the top layer. So we'll go in the top here, we will declare that function. So that one, const handle reset, and within that handle reset, what we will declare is that we will just get a confirmed message, confirmed. So that confirmed, it will be related to window.confirm. So that is going to pass a message, are you sure to reset your cards? Okay, so that's the is a surety message for the people if are they really going to delete the card or not. And now we're gonna inject. First we're gonna take the dispatch properties, because we will inject the dispatch. So const dispatch should be use dispatch from React Redux. Now we will pass a condition if confirmed, or we just make that confirmed and we will pass that properties. If it's confirmed, then we're gonna dispatch that event, which is going to be receipt card, and also the receipt card, and then also we can show one toast message, toast.success that it should be card receipted successfully. Okay, so that's the message we need to pass. If we put receipt card, okay, are you sure to receipt your card? If it's okay, the product is available. So now we can pass a message for like we don't have product and some other subsidiary. So to implement that one, I will use framer motion effect. So once we delete the product, it should come with a very good simple effect on that. And to implement that one, let's install that framer motion, which will be yarn at framer motion. And we are going to implement it here in the bottom. So let's just do it. And first, in that div, we need to take on image here. So that image, and that image going to be, because in the assets we should have one image here. Okay, what's wrong with that? Okay, there is something wrong. Okay, I think. Okay, let it just go with this course. First, let's go back to the asset, and in the asset we should have one image. As you see, empty card, that's the image we are going to use here. So let's import that, import, and it will be empty card from assets, empty card. So we need to like trigger the source here. So that one to be source should be empty card image, and then alternative tag, it should be empty card, and let's put some class name, and that class name, it will be width going to be 80, rounded LG, and padding should be 4, and mx auto. Okay, also need to import that image. It will need to import that from the next image. So now we will see that image. You see the image is available, and after having that image, we will wrap it within the motion div. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just cut that all and put motion dot, it will be motion dot div, and we're gonna inject it here. Let's import the motion. Okay, it will not be imported here like that. So now we need to import, interject the motion directly within our application. Also, it will be like import. It will be import and motion from framer motion. Okay, so now we need to specify what kind of motion effect we want to show. Say it here. First, give a class name flex and flex column, because we will have some other properties, and md, it will be a flex row, and justify center, item center, gap, it should be a 4, padding bottom should be 20. And now let's specify how the motion it will affect. First, in initial value, it will be y should be 30, and opacity should be 0. And whenever it will start animating, that y should be 0 and opacity should be 1. And then the transition, it's going to be duration of 0.4. Okay, so it will come up with a pretty simple effect. If we just reload that one, you're gonna see that. Okay, as you see, it's just simply coming top to bottom. Now below that div, so the image div, or you can just put the simple image there. I will add another div, h1 tag, which will say as your card feels lonely. Okay, and after that also I'm gonna pass another message within a p tag to identifying that what, just to give it a little text pattern to make it more interesting. Now in the div, in the class name, for the h1, the text, it will be XL, and the font is going to be bold, and we will make it as uppercase. And below that we will add a button, and without keeping a button, I will just add a link actually. Okay, and that link, it will just passing with an href tag, href, which will take us back to the home. Now let's specify some class name on it. Before putting the class name, it will just say as continue shopping. Okay, so put some class name on it. It will be background color, it will be prime color, okay, rounded MD, and cursor pointer hover bg will be black, and active it will be a bg, it will be gray of 900. Okay, so okay, and after that padding X it will be 8, padding in Y axis going to be 2, font it will be semi bold, and text going to be LG, and text it will be gray of 200, and hover text going to be white, and duration going to be 300. Let's save it. Okay, hover text not wrap, it will be white. Okay, so now if we just go with it, you see it's actually working, but the design is broken, so which we need to amplify. So that's the text over here, that's the div we are interjecting. So now okay, that's one div, flex call, and we give it an MD is a flex row. Okay, or what if we just make it a flex column? No need to keep it flex row. Okay, so I think okay, that one it was fine, I believe so. Maybe we missed something somewhere. Okay, that's the one we need to implement a bit here. And yeah, so this the div which we didn't work with that, so we need to implement some class name on that, which going to be max width of just give a 500 pixel, just normal setup, and padding should be 4, and also padding in Y should be 8, and BJ going to be white, and flex in column gap should be 4, and item center rounded MD, and also we'll make a shadow of LG just to make it a little bit better. Okay, if we make any small devices, okay, that looks fine. Let's go to make some more shopping. So continue shopping here and put some more item on the bag. Let's see how it's reflecting. If we just go to see the cart, let's make it smaller devices for, okay, that's convenient. Okay, so if we receipt, it will just we can receipt all together, and you can see the message is coming. So now add more products here, because we need to add one more button here with the details for our cart. Okay, so that's the things going to be implemented in the cart page. So let's go back to the cart. So we are already here in the cart. Okay, so after the receipt button we have implemented, after that we need to work on a bit. So let's go to where we use that button. So that's the handle receipt button here. So below that we will just take a div here. So in the div we will make one more portion, so we'll take another div within that div, and here I will make an input value. So input the type, it will be the text, and we'll just make a simple input value. So how we can see that, so it will be the placeholder, it will be coupon number, and put a class name on that. So the class name, it will be width going to be 44, and this what you call that, LG width going to be 52, and padding okay, let's give a height of 8, padding x-axis going to be 4, let's put a border, and text going to be prime color, and text SM, outline none, and border should be gray of 400. Okay, so we will see one text field which saying that coupon, and after that input will be a p tag which will be apply coupon. Okay, so that p tag we will just make a simple, pass a class name which going to be text going to be LG, and font going to be semi bold. Okay, so apply the coupon is injected. Let's put a div in the class name, flex item center, and the gap will be 4. Now you can modify that coupon, you can inject whatever the things you want to pour into it, but I will just keep it simple for right now. So now here I'm gonna have another div. First, in the top layer of the div, I will just put some class name which will be max width, which going to be 7 axle, and gap should be 4, flex justify and margin top going to be 4. Okay, so now here in that div I'm gonna put an h2 tag which going to amplify that cart totals. So let's see where actually is showing. Okay, that's the cart totals, but it's injected on that pretty much everything all together. We need to be specify on that. Justify, let's put between. Okay, looks good. Okay, justify between is working fine on that. So now what we will do in that h2 tag, let's just put some class name on that class name, and the text going to be 2xl, and font going to be semi bold, and text going to be right. And in that particular div we will put some initial class name on that, put a class name, and that will be width going to be 96, flex it will be in column, and the gap should be 4. So after that h2 tag, let's just drive through, create a p tag here which are going to be inject that subtotal. Okay, and inside that p tag I will take another spend tag which will define the total amount, and for right now I'll just put price, and that price is going to be injected that amount of, like, give it 100 just to see how it's appearing. Okay, subtotal is appearing here 100 and looks better. So now this is our overall div here, so we can work a bit on that. Actually, I think I made a wrong approach to implement that one, because that coupon and those things, it should be appearing in that here. So apply coupon, after that it should be implementing that here with that car update that. So the apply coupon, this one div is finished here, and below that div should be a p tag. Okay, let's put a p tag which is going to be update cart. So let's see if it's showing. Okay, update cart. Okay, now it's going to be working. So what I will do is that I'm gonna just comment that 2 things here, because these things I need to make a bit in a good way. So now what is happening, so this is my overall the div. Okay, so now in that particular div, what I'm gonna do, instead of keeping that, I'm gonna remove this portion, so it will be flex. By default gonna be flex column, md should be flex row, and then a justify between should be border, padding in y should be 4, or just give me a padding of 4 in both axes, and then item center, it will be item center, gap should be 2, md gap will be 0. Okay, now let's see. Okay, that's the coupon portion is done. So this div is done. So now below that div, so actually I commented something here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove actually, so you're gonna create it again. So that is the div in that layer which is giving that update card, and after that div I will keep another div where actually I will inject this portion which will be card totals. Okay, so let's put class name here, class name, and here it's going to be, how we can say, it will be max width of 7 axle, and give a gap of 4, and the flex justify should be an end, and empty going to be 4, margin top. Okay, now you see we can see the card details. Okay, over here in that particular portion, I will just take it within a div. Okay, so let's save that one. Put a class name width of 96. I'll make it a flex in column portion, and then gap it will be 4. If you are having doubt, we are going to make this portion actually, so that's the one we are creating right now. Okay, so now after that h1, up of that h1, we'll make that some class name. Actually it's I should not be for that, it should be in the top layer. It's my bad, I keep it here, so this will be here. Now in the h1 tag, let's put a class name, text going to be 2XL, and a font going to be semi bold, and text going to be right. Okay, you see the car totals is available. Now after that h1 tag, I will take a div, and then I will pass that as a p tag, which is going to reflect a subtotal. And after that, let's inject an h1 span tag, so it will be amount. Not the amount, it should be that price tag we used before, which will combine with that amount. Let's put 100. Okay, we can see the amount. So in that div, we need to work a bit here. So here, let's put actually I will just keep it simple as it. I will make the class name here, so it will it will be class name. It will be flex item center justify between, and let's put a border of 1 pixel, and then border of gray of 400, and border it will be border bottom of 0, and padding in y-axis going to be 1.5, text going to be large text, and px going to be 4, and font going to be medium. Okay, as you see, the subtotal looks good. So within that way, actually we can now create all other properties. So now we need to have a 3 portion, so it's a similar fashion. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just drive that one. So this one, it should be amount, sorry, not the amount, should be price. Okay, and then the amount, just put 200, just to show you that how actually it's working. So again, the price, it will be amount 500. So now we have a 3 value. Okay, so after that we can make that button to proceed to checkout. So in the below of that particular div, we're gonna just take another div, and then we'll make a button inside that button, which is going to be proceed to checkout. Okay, so in that div, class name flex justify and for the button, put some class name which going to be 52, and height going to be 10, and bj should be prime color, text going to be not a wrap, it will be white, and then hover bj will be black, duration 300. Okay, so now we need to get that amount here. Okay, so how actually we can pass that amount? Remember, we have that total amount portion here, which actually we're getting from the product. Okay, so that's the one we're going to implement right now. Let's just get back those things here. So from that product data, actually we can pass that value here. So below that, we're gonna get an use effect event to get actually the prices, because that price can be changeable. Okay, so that's why we'll inject on particular fashion. And first, let's put an empty variable here. So we need to declare several state, which going to be, I'll just get one state, total AMT, which gonna be set total AMT, total amount, and by default it's going to be use state. We'll just put it as 0. I'm not going through the shipping address, shipping amount or other. I'll just get the price is in a good way, so equal to 0. Okay, so now we'll make through that product data dot map, and here we will pass that item, and with that item what it will be, the price. It will be, so we will plus all the item dot price and into item dot quantity. Okay, and from here we're gonna return that price. So we are returning the price here. So now we can actually get the price. So this price, it will be implemented here. So it will be set total, and the total is going to be price. Okay, so now we are having that price effect here. So whenever any product data is changing the price, it will be just injected here. So now what I will do here for right now, to make it in a very simple way, for the shipping address, I'll just keep it simple to nothing. And for the amount here, I'm gonna just reflect with the amount, because if we don't have any shipping address amount, so it will be just normal amount. So it will be total AMT, and here also I'm gonna pass that total AMT. Okay, so now you see we have okay, subtotal is not coming. So let's go back here in the okay, I keep it in the wrong way, the subtotal. So this one, it should be 0, and this one will be total. Okay, 0. Now let's see, we cannot get any amount here. It's showing us as a 0. It means our function which we have been created here in the top layer is not working the way it's supposed to be. So we predicted to get let the price is 0, and from here we are returning that price into item.quantity, and we are making set total is the price. Okay, let's just check why it's not getting. So put a log, it will be total AMT. Okay, in the console we are getting it as 0. So now what's actually is happening, we are getting that as amount, total amount, and set total amount, we're passing it as a 0 value. So the price is, we are passing is 0, and from the product data we are mapping through it, we are passing all the item, and price, it will be item dot price into item dot quantity. So let's make that see log price, and if we can see the price here, no, it's 0. Okay, so let's make a log here item. Let's see what's actually happening to be in the item. Okay, I believe we have some issue here, so you can see the item. Just make a reload here. Okay, actually it's working. It's just having to, you need to just make a reload. Okay, that's some problem with, sometimes it's having a problem with the caching things in Nextjs, but it's working just fine. So we have our these possibilities now. Now we will create through that with the proceed to checkout, and we should have our checkout portion should be done. So before going in a further way, we will implement that our Next-auth authentication here. So now to implement that authentication, we will use that Next-auth authentication. First, let's go back to our home page. So after creating the authentication, we're gonna go with that checkout portion. So whenever we click on that profile, it should create that function to make that. So before we are going any further, first thing first, you need to just go back to that Next-auth documentation. So it will be Next-auth, and here you're gonna find every single thing. To just click on get started. For I'm using Yarn, so I need to install that dependency here. So just let's install that, and here you will find how you can create on that in the page directory. But for the app, they will have like a limited documentation here. So just search in the Google and other way, you will find so many documentation are already provided by various people. But for me, you know, you just can stick with me and I will show you how to make it done. To implement that, I need to create a folder here called API, and within that folder I need to create another folder which going to be auth, and after within that folder I need to create one special file which will be Next-auth. So .next-auth, and now within that folder I need to create a file which will be route.ts. so now here I'm gonna get all the things to be done. So I will just get a variable which will be auth options, and these auth options will take an object, and here I will pass my providers, which will be an array of providers. So I will just take all the providers, so it will be like the GitHub providers, Google providers, or and so many providers you can declare as the way you want. So I will just pass that GitHub provider is a function taking an object with a passable variable, and it will take the client ID and client secret. So what I'm gonna do, interject all the provider here. Now I'm not gonna elaborate it proper in a long way, because there is a lot of videos where I actually mention how you can create the auth authentication. The link you will find in the description, or you can find in a pop-up in somewhere, so it will be help you to learn from the beginning that how actually you can modify and you can use it. But for me, it just go through it and it will just save the purposes. Now you see process.env, GitHub ID and GitHub secret. Here you see in that env file I have that next.url, next.secret, which you need to implement, otherwise it will not work. And for the next.auth URL, I will just provide my URL, and to generate a next.auth secret, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna just write that one command which will help me, or actually you will find that in the Next-auth documentation, or you can just type any random text which actually can generate that one. There is a very easy way to get that secret command. So it will be like put that open SSL, and then open SSL, put a random number which is going to be base of 64, and the number will be 32 bits. So now just copy that entire text. Just don't copy you can copy all together all over the text, then just paste it here, just remove that equal sign, that's it. And also for the GitHub secret and Google client ID, I told you there is several videos where actually I show you how you can create those things. For me, I will just get with my previous value with my from different applications. So that GitHub ID secret and client ID and Google client secret, I'm gonna use that. Now in that route.ts, I need to implement one more positioning here. So it will be, I will need to declare a handler which going to be Next-auth, which need to import from the Next-auth React, I believe. Yeah, Next-auth next actually, not the React. So now here I need to pass my auth options. So after passing my auth options, I need to export that one. So I need to export that handler as get and handler as post. So for the both purposes, I can use that. So now I have the handler and I need to inject it in my application. So I need to create a session provider. Again, I already create a dummy layout. Remember, this is also a client-side application. Now within that layout, I can actually inject my session provider. So I'll just cut it and put that session provider, just pass the variable. So now I can access those things. So let's go back to my what you call that, it's a page button here. So in that page button, I need to write that functionality to make the sign in portion. So instead of that link, I will just create it as a button, because I need to implement that on-click event here. So let's pass an on-click event. Oops, it will be the button. So it will be an on-click event, and that on-click event, it will give us the sign in functionality, and that need to be imported from that Next-auth React. So let's hit the save, and just for the overshadow, it's better to just kill the command and run again. Also it will work if you just make it as a refresh. So let's click on the profile. As you see, we're now in the sign in page, and let's click on the sign in with a GitHub, and you see we're turning back. So now we can actually access those data here. So how we will access that? So it will be data which going to take back from the session, and it equal to be use session. Okay, so use session. So now we have the data, so we can actually write two more functionality here. Like once we have the session image, there should be something, or no image, there should be something. So like once we are logged in, we want to show the image. If we are not logged in, we just want to show that icon. So that's just a dummy configuration which we need to create. So here instead of passing that switch account icon, so I will just make that if a session.user is available, then I will pass something. I will pass an image which will come from the next image, and otherwise it will be that particular thing. Okay, and that image, that's the similar fashionable of image which I need to get from there. So that image is going to be coming from that session.image. Okay, let's hit the save, and once I hit save, there will be an error should be appearing here which will inject me to not to implement those things, and it's because coming from that Next-auth from the next config file. So as you see, there is a file named is the nextconfig.js. Here we need to, as you see, we already specified that Sanity, so I will just copy paste that one. Then I'll just get another one for that avatars GitHub users content.com, and let's just refresh that one. If it's not working on you, just kill the terminal and open it again, and sometimes it's also working with the refresh button. So as you see, it's we just reloaded, and if we click, you see one image we can see now. So now for the other portion, because we have the two image here running, so if you did the properly the first attempt, so it should be generating and that image also. So we will just put that condition also here, so the both image will just come with the condition. If the login is there, the image will be there. If not logged in, then the other portion will be there. So now also need to show one button here to implement the logout portion, and to get that we'll just go to our Navbar. So let's go in the Navbar. Here also is a client-side application, so we can actually get the session data here too. So let's click the session, and it needs to be injected from use session, and after that we will write that condition here. So this will be something called like if we have the user, then we need to give something. If we don't have the user, then it will pour something. So now we map somewhere. I think that's the one we did for the nav list. We create the mapping function. Now here we will pass a condition if the session dot user is available. So we'll just put an and. Then we want to pass a button, not the page button, a button which give us that of logout. So now let's put a class name which going to be flex over font medium. Okay, we will give a width of 20 and the height of 6. Justify center, item center, padding in x-axis going to be 12, and text going to be gray of 500, and then hover underline. Okay, and let's save it. Let's see how it's actually looking. Okay, that's the logout. So we can specify some more separational design. So underline, and the underline offset going to be a 4, and decoration, not the slice, we will just make it as 1 pixel, and hover text red of 600, md border r should be 2 pixel. Okay, 2 pixel, and then border are gray of 300. Okay, duration of 200. If it's a last, border r should be 0. I think that's the similar okay, I think border r is not required here as it's going to be the last one, that's for sure, or I'll just keep it for right now. Okay, so now if we click on the logout portion, if we just click in the logout, as you see, it will, okay, just okay, we didn't create the functionality here, so we will create an on-click event. So now if we are in the sign in, it will just make the sign out event, and I need to import that one from Next-auth. Okay, yeah. So now if we click on that logout, what it will do, it will sign out our application from there. Okay, so let's go and sign again. Profile, so open with the GitHub. Now again, if we click here, it will just take us to the sign in page. Okay, we need to forbid that one, because if we sign in, it should not take any clickable event. So how actually we can do it, we will modify that on click functionality, where actually we define that sign in. So here we will just make is that if no session dot no user is there, only then we will pass that sign in. So if there is a session, if we click, it will not take anywhere. Okay, or you can pass one message, which is that you can just pass that like that could be toast dot error. Okay, you are already you are signed in. Okay, just to make on that, or you can just direct it to see your profile page. It depends on you how actually you want to show the message. So we use that, I think somewhere we use our toaster, so just reflect it from there. And I will actually, did you use that here? No. Okay, let's import that toaster also. Now if we click, you see you are signed in. So now as you see, if we click in the card, first we will create a middleware to stop anyone without logging to not to visit certain kind of pages. So this the card, if like right now I'm not logged in, because if I logged in, there should be appearing my picture, right? So what I will do, I will create a middleware in the source folder. So it will be inside the source directory and not within any of the folder. So it will be mainly in the source, and that one, the name, it will be middleware.ts. Remember to create the name properly, otherwise it will just give an error. So it will be middleware.ts. Here what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna just make an export, which it will combine with the default export, and that export need to be from Next-auth, and then there is a folder name middleware we're gonna pass from there, and also we will pass an const config. Oops, it will be a config, and that config will take an object which will take that matcher. So it will match, which will be number of arrays. So it will match all the links we're going to provide. So right now we have the cart page, so we will let that not to visit any of the cart page, and also we will gonna have a page called success, which going to be initiated after the payment. By default you cannot access that one also, but we will just make that in a, just to take some precaution. So let's save it, and after saving, just try to reload that page, and let's see what actually going to happen. You see, after reloading, we cannot visit the cart now. If we go back to our home page, oops, it should be 3000. So now we can visit the home page. If we now want to go back to the cart, it's just asking for the logged in. So let's take my GitHub account to log in that particular website, and as you see, once I logged in, my profile picture is changed, and now I can actually visit the cart. So now it's time to create that payment authentication, which going to be running here to proceed to checkout. If we go back to our cart, and inside that card, as we create it as the use client, so I will just drag it down a bit. Okay, now here we need to create all the other facility. This the one, that's the button will be responsible to create that checkout. So let's write a function here which actually going to indicate to make the checkout. So we will make an on-click event, and that will be responsible to create that handle a checkout, or we can just make that create checkout. So now this function need to be called in the top layer. So let's go in the root. Now here below that function, we're gonna create that function which going to be stripe payment. So now we will declare that function, and it will be just going over there. So now this function going to be taking a lot of things. So first thing first, we need to actually get this variable here, which we have that .env file. We need to provide that next public stripe payment stripe publishable key and stripe secret key. And then also we need to create that stripe webhook secret. And to get those things, we just need to go back to stripe.com. Again, I'm referring you to read the documentation as much as possible for Write Me. Now I will just go to with the sign in. So as I am already signed in, so it will just give me that credential on the page, and beforehand I already created one. I have several projects. So what I will do, I will create a new account, like a new project, to take the payment and take the circulation if it's possible, because so then you will understand it from the core. So if you are new on this Stripe also, just feel free to follow with me. It will be all right. So the account name I need to give, and the name I will give is that RABYT, or I will just keep that RAB shopping. And country of operation, we'll just try to make it default, because as we are going to use the free one. Now I will provide my password, and that password, it will be the default password which you set for Stripe account. Okay, now it's creating your account. And after creating the account, you will land here. Right now we cannot take any payment, so what we'll we'll just go in the developer option. In the developer, we'll go in the API keys, and here we're gonna have two keys. Again, I'm referring you not to use the keys I'm using right now, because I'm gonna revoke those keys after I finish this build. So I will just copy that, and here I will put that one. It will be that next public stripe publishable key. So now we will get that secret key. So let's reveal the secret key, and I will just copy that. Okay, and I'm gonna paste it here. So now I have two key here, that stripe webhook secret. We're gonna get it later on, and I'm gonna show you how actually you can implement those things. So now I have this two key. So right now we can go and create that stripe payment authentication. And first, to implement those things, also you need to install two more dependencies. One is the Stripe, another is that which will be Nextjs. So let's open the terminal here, and I'll just take another git bash. Okay, and it will be yarn add and Stripe. Okay, so now let it install all the dependencies requiring the Stripe. Okay, installation is done. So now in the cart, we need to actually get those things. So first we will go in the top layer, and here we're gonna define something which will be Stripe promise. So const, it will be Stripe promise, and that one we will get from the load Stripe. So load Stripe. Okay, it's not giving me the pop-up, so let's import it first, and it will be import load Stripe, and that one will be from at Stripe.js. Okay, so now we are just importing that one. So what I'm gonna do is that this load Stripe, it will just taking a function, and here we're gonna define that publishable key, which going to be that it will take from there. It will be I think, yeah, load Stripe, then process.env dot, and remember we give a name here, so I will use the same name, which will be the next public Stripe publishable key. Okay, so now we can actually need to put an exclamation mark to say that, yeah, that key it will be available there. So now we need to get that key here. So what we gonna do is that we will make that function as an async function. Okay, so now we can actually get that stripe key. So if we just put const stripe equal to await stripe promise, and if we just make that log and see that stripe, I believe we can actually see something here. So let's go in our console and we can see all the like the log in the use client, like in the browser, because we create it as a use client. So here we will see actually what we are getting. So I will close that, and you see now it's actually we can get that, you see the API key. So everything is going fine. Now we can actually get that stripe publishable key from there, and we can use it here also. Okay, I'll remove that console which is not required from the last video. And here we need to create a method. First we're gonna take if there is a session. So did we use that? No, the session is not used, because if it's not logged in, actually if anyone not logged in, it should not browse that data, right? So that's the one we need to implement here for because anyone even you are not logged in, you cannot come here, right? Because you cannot visit those page. But even though we will make a double check, even if you come here again, we're gonna check that one if any session is there or not. And to get that, we'll just destructure the data from the session, and that session, it will come from that use session. So now we have the session. So now we can actually put a condition here. So this one I will just close, and I will keep the last one. Like if a session user, if the session and user is available, then we will go with that to fetch the stripe and the other properties, and else we're gonna pass a message. So it will be a toast.error, and that error gonna say is that please sign in to make checkout. Of course you will not see there, just to create that fallback things, just I keep in that way. So now we will pass the post request. So, and that request and responses we're gonna create with the checkout portion. The checkout layer in the API we're gonna do it later, but now I will just fulfill this one here. So now const, we're gonna get a response, and that response it gonna come, it will again, we need to await for it and for the page, and that one actually it will get from our localhost 3000. And we're gonna create a folder inside our API. The name we will give it as the checkout, and here we're gonna just hit, and we're gonna pass the other variable, and the method it's going to be a post method. And then the headers we need to pass, and that headers it will be content type, and that type it will be application JSON. So we're gonna pass the header as a content type of application JSON data we're gonna send, and also we're gonna make a pass the body, and that body we're gonna make that JSON.stringify, and with that items. Remember we have the item which is actually the product data, so we will pass the item all over the item we're gonna pass, and that email we're gonna also pass an email if we require to retrieve the data later on, and that email it will be that a session dot user dot email. Okay, so now these all the things we are going to pass through that response. We're gonna hit back, and after passing that also you're gonna get a response. So const data, and that data we will await for the response. So the response we are sending there, and that one we will take it as a JSON. Now actually we are in the for blank of in the goal to go. Now if this response which we are getting, if this response is okay, so everything is going to be a good way, then what I'm gonna do, that remember we declare the stripe, so the stripe dot redirect to checkout, and that checkout it will come from that we're gonna pass a session ID which is going to be data dot id. So that's the id we are going to pass, and this id it will come from that stripe. Right now you cannot cannot make it, because now only we can publish here that our publishable keys. So this secret key it's not accessible in the client side. And to access that secret key, you need to use the API, means the backend structure. That's the way, that's how actually Stripe is designed to work. So what we're gonna do now we are going to have the card. So what now is time to create our checkout portion. And to create that, let's go to inside our app, and inside that API, I'm gonna create one more folder here on that API. Create a new folder, and that folder, the name I'm gonna give is the checkout. Remember, the name you give here and also the name you put here, it should be similar, otherwise it will break. Okay, that's the route we are calling actually. So now it will be route.ts. So now here we're gonna define actually how and why, how actually we're gonna do the work. So it will be export, and we're gonna make a post method const, and it will be a post equal to, it's also be an assign function. Okay, and that assign function, we will just take a request which going to coming from the next request. Also we need to import it from the next server, then we're gonna pass the other thing. So right now let's see actually what we're gonna receiving in the body. Okay, so just to check that one, const, let's put that rec body, so means a request body, and we're gonna await with that, and await request.json. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, just put a log over here just to see what actually we are receiving in the request body. Of course that log is gonna come here in the server side, it will not go in the client side. So right now what I will do, I'll just click on that proceed to checkout, and let's see. As you see, there will be an error. Don't worry, because we're not returning any response. But what actually we are getting on that particular post request, if we are, if all the data is actually passing properly or not. As you see, we are passing all the data. Which data? You see, we have 3 products. We are passing the 3 products, that items, and the 3 items is available. Then also email we are passing, which is actually we logged in. So the message is passed properly. So now we can create all other things. So I'll remove the console, and first I need to declare the Stripe. So it will be const Stripe, and then it will be new Stripe. Don't forget to import the Stripe in the top. So on the Stripe it will be a process.env dot, remember we also gave a similar name. I can type it, but better to copy from here, so it will be a minimal issue to make the mistake. Now also put an exclamation mark. That's just for the type definition. If you put that as a string, it will just work. Okay, so I'll just put that exclamation mark to write a listing. So now here what I'm gonna do, instead of getting that, I'm gonna just get a function which will define the try catch block. So now in the top layer of the block, I will take my requested body, and I know what actually is coming from that request. Is coming that items, and also is coming that email, and both I'm gonna destructure from that rec body. Okay, so now I have those things. Now before going through that successful portion, I will go with that catch block just to pass any error if we are catching. So it can be any error, so you're gonna return, and that return we need to just pass the next response. Don't forget to import it from the server, next server, and then we're gonna modify it as a JSON data, and here we're gonna pass an object where we're gonna define that error. If there is an error is available, then we're gonna pass that error message. Okay, error message, and also we're gonna pass any status. That status going to be 500. Okay, so it will be the server error. So now here we need to create that checkout portion, the session we need to implement here. And to do that, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna extract the items from the items. Okay, so now we're gonna define that const, you can put any name here, const updated items. Now here what we're gonna do, we're gonna await for the items, and then we're gonna map through it. Okay, and that item we need to define that product props, the types. You remember we already have those types here available here. So here actually we mentioned what's the data the types actually having. So you will find that, and it will be very helpful to just define in that way. So now what I will do after that one, we need to define that actually how it's, we need to just return that. Okay, we're gonna just return an object here. So updated items, await, and in the item we're gonna pass an object, and here in the object we're gonna pass several things. So indicatively writing a lot of things. So what I'm gonna pass is there, I need to pass those things here. Okay, and URL4, we have that helper function. We'll just import that one. So actually what we are passing in the updated items, so we are mapping through the items, and from here we are taking the quantity, which the item dot quantity, we are taking the price data, currency as USD, and unit amount, because by default, as we are using as the, because it will take the default value. If you're using the dollar, it will combine with the cents, so it will just need to multiply into 100. Okay, if you are returning back the data, you need to divide it by 100. That's how it will work. And in the product underscore data, we are giving the name, title, and the description of the product and the images. Now you cannot send the images directly because we are using the Sanity CMS, so we need to create that URL for, and then from there we will pass that image URL there. Okay, so right now we are having that updated items which actually we can send. So now we're gonna create the session. So it will be const session, and that session it will await, and then it will make that stripe dot. Now you can see it will give you so many, like it will give you the things which you actually use that. So stripe and then the sessions dot create. So how we're gonna create is a function, and we are going to pass all the parameters within that object, and then we're gonna pass that payment method types. Okay, you see the payment method types. For right now you can pass multiple payment method types. I will just pass one, which is going to be the card, and then the line items. Remember, we already modified the items, so it will be the updated items, and the mode, it's going to be a payment. And also this, we need to provide the success URL, and that success URL, there will be a very tricky things, because remember, we're gonna pass that our normal URL, right? So that URL actually available in our .env file, so you can actually access from there. For now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just type that one, because I will show you some tricky things actually. So what we're gonna do is that will be our localhost 3000, then it will be / success page. And within success page, we will pass in the query params, we're gonna pass a session ID, which going to be equal to the ID we are going to having, which is the checkout session ID. Now while we're passing, now anybody can access that success URL. Okay, now if I'm logged in, I can access success URL, but so we need to only show the success URL only to land anyone on the success URL whenever we will having that checkout session ID, means we're gonna have a successful payment checkout. And also at the same time, we're gonna dispatch our card, we're gonna receive the card, and we're gonna take the fallback data, and we're gonna pass the data to our order list, where actually you can send to any of the database. Okay, that's why we need to inject it in that way. And for the cancel URL, that's the similar things, but we will just do it in a simplistic way, the way we are going to use to it. It will be cancel URL process.env.nextauth and then the cancel. Now here also you can modify that, but I just type it in a normal way so that you will understand why I use that. So now I have the URL, and after that URL, I will pass the metadata, and within the metadata, I will just pass that email. So now this actually going to be helpful once we are going to retrieve the data, retrieve the payment data and other properties, so that time we can get it by email. Now we need to return, and that return, now the next request, it will be next response.json. And here we're gonna pass something. We're gonna pass a message. Oops, in here we're gonna pass message, which is that connection is alive, and then we're gonna make that success, it will be true, and then ID, it will be session.id. So now everything going, if it's everything working just in a fine way, we should be landing to somewhere. But before going to click on that page, what I would love to do is to create a success page. Okay, so I don't want to get go and get a 404. So what I will do, in that user layer, I will just open a folder which will be success, and here I'm gonna create a page which will be page.tsx refce. Okay, it will be success page. Now that success page, I'm gonna just make a little bit contribution here, container, need to import that also. Now within the container, I'm gonna preferable to pass something which just I'm gonna pass a div. Within that div, I'm gonna pass an h2 tag that will be your payment accepted by Oribi online shopping.com. Okay, of course that should be renamed properly, just come in the div. Okay, so now that h2 and other design, we're gonna do it later on, but right now just to show you that we're gonna land it there. So for the Stripe, let's just check in the payments. For right now, we don't have any payments. So what we're gonna do, let's go and add more products here. As you see, now we are going to have a pricing of 865. So let's click. Also check that compiler if it's happening and watching properly. Okay, compiled API checkout. Okay, we successfully landed in the checkout page. So now we're gonna pass an email, and also by default it's gonna be 4242. The default is type payment number 34123 123 for the CVC, and for the name put a name and pay. So after paying, if we did everything properly, we're gonna land in the success page. So let's see, it's redirecting. Okay, success, and we are getting the session ID. Okay, but because maybe we misspelled the name, which going to be let's go back to our checkout, the route SUCC, yes, double C. That's what actually we did wrong. So if I just make that double C here, we will land in the actual page. Okay, okay, we are now in the success page. Now we will gonna write some conditioning here so that we can actually retrieve anyone not to access this page. So first thing first, what I'm gonna do is make that entire page as a use client page, because it's gonna relate with that ID which actually going to pass from the session ID. Now you can make it as a client side library, you can do it as your own, but for me I will just try to make it simple. Okay, so in the container, let's give some class name. I will just make it flex, item center, justify center, and padding y I'm gonna pass as 20, but by default is 10. Now here in that div, put a class name min height. I'm gonna pass the height as let's just give a 400 pixel. It will be the minimum height. I'm gonna make a flex in the column portion, item center, justify center, gap in y of 5. Now if I define one by one, it will just kill the time, so just feel free to understand and go block by block. So in the h2, put a class name which going to be text of 4 axle, and also font going to be bold. Save. As you see, okay, that looks cool. Now after the h2 tag, I'm gonna take a p tag which is going to be now you can view your orders or continue shopping with us. So that's the text. And now in that next layer of the div, what I'm gonna do, just pass to button. So I will not just, that's too simple button. Also I need to import that link from the next link. So now that actually can take us to back the /order, and one can also take back us to the if you want to continue shopping. So that's the div actually regarding to having this to button. Okay, so now if we don't have the order page, so let's go back and continue shopping. So right now, as you see, our cart is still in the product in the cart, so we're gonna just reset the cart manually, and let's continue to shopping. And here we will do some trick. What kind of trick is that? First, we are getting that search params, right? We're getting that properties from the search param, so I will just get that as a search params, and right now I will put it as any, so you can define the type for that. Just try to find a way to define it, we'll see. So now in the search param, let's put a log, and before defining the log, because we see that actually is coming, so also we'll use that const dispatch, which is going to be from that use dispatch, not the dataset, use dispatch from the it will be from that React Redux search params. And now we will declare a use effect hook, and that use effect going to pass something, and here so now here what actually we need to define is that if anyone coming in that link without the search params, that and search params, within search params we have the session underscore id, the id actually we are passing on, so we are routing that. So if anyone doesn't have that id, we will not let them stay here, which will redirect to the home page. Otherwise they can visit this page and will dispatch the cart. So now if anyone doesn't have that search params, why is not giving us the suggestion? If anyone doesn't have the search param dot which going to be session underscore id, if doesn't have, then we're gonna redirect, and that redirect, it will be need to be import from the next navigation. We're gonna redirect that user to the home page. Otherwise we're gonna make a dispatch, and that dispatch going to be receipt the entire cart. So let's save that one. Now what I'm gonna do for right now, if we just try to go back to our success page, as you see, we can't stay there, we need to move on because we don't have access to visit that. So now if we just go and put some more item in the bag, let's go in the shop page and also add some products from there. Let's add that, nothing fun. Let's go back to buy now. Now we have around 1534. Now if we make the proceed to checkout, you see we have that 5 products in the cart, we can see right now. So this is the checkout page, we are here. So now make that checkout 02 12 35 1 2 3. That date should be a valid date, otherwise it will not work. So let's pay. So now as you see, we are actually following through that our session id, we are having that session id, and as you see our cart is empty and everything is working just fine. So now that's the portion. Now there is one more thing, actually we want to send the items to our dataset. How actually we can do that? And just to go with the flow, remember we have one studio which actually we are managing for our products and other things. So we will pass some data whenever we finish a successful payment. So on that way, that's why we need to create that Stripe webhook. Before creating the Stripe webhook, I love to go in the Sanity folder, and here in this schema I will create a new schema. So put a new schema which will be order.ts, and here we will define something. It will be export default, and that one it will be define type, and don't forget to import the define type from the Sanity, and also the define field we're gonna use later on. In the function we're gonna pass the object. Now here in that portion we're gonna pass some more variables which are going to be take the particularly the orders and the other we'll just import that define field. So now here we're gonna pass an order details. We're gonna pass the details of the orders, that actually how much is going to be get through there. So the name it will be order, title order, type will be a document, and the define field we're just defining the name and other things. For right now I will not get the line items, just to show you actually we can do it. Now you can connect your database and pass all the items as you feel it could be available. So right now we'll just pass the title, description, the message, the status, method, and the amount. That's the things, small things to pass, just to show you that is work. So now also we need to go back to index, and here we will pass that order portion. Okay, order. So now we are going to have that order. Just give it a little bit time to roll back. So now in the order, this will be our data structure. Okay, so as my dataset connected, I used my previous dataset, so that's why it's all the data is coming from the previous things. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make a reload. I'll just keep in that way, so we will track in new order if our order is coming or not. Okay, I'll just go back to my studio. Okay, so now to get that data set and other things, we need to create a webhook. Okay, to implement that webhook, how actually we can do that. And to do that one, what I'm gonna do in that API, I'm gonna take another folder, which is going to be just put the name webhook. Okay, webhooks. And now I'm gonna take a route again here, so it will be the route.ts. Now here, so in this order, just I want you to focus to, for you it will be the first one, because I'm using the same data set elsewhere in the product, so it's just giving all the data here. So for the test payment, is amount is 225, so that would be the change if we just use a successful payment. So let's go back to our website, and here now we need to get our what you call that webhook secret. So in here .env file, we have another portion where we need to define that Stripe webhook secret. So actually how we can generate the Stripe webhook secret is that you need to install that Stripe in your local machine. Now if I open my CMD, like the command prompt, it will showing that I'll just check that Stripe version. Oops, it will be Stripe version. As you see, it's it will show the correct version is there. Okay, so I am having 1.8.11. so you can feel free to go to the documentation and see how actually you can install Stripe for your machine, either it's a Windows or in the Mac. For right now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set a watcher which actually can set that one. Okay, so to implement that one, it will be Stripe, and that gonna be listen, and we're gonna make forward, and 2, it's going to be listen in our local host 3000, and there we're gonna give a API and webhooks, enter. So now it's checking for the newer things, and that's the things is provided what actually we are looking for. This is the secret. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass that secret here. Again, I'm saying you don't use the things which you're getting here, because I'm gonna remove that one after we finish. Okay, so I set a watcher here, let it open, and where it's open, we're gonna go in the route and we're gonna make some changes here to see if everything is working or not. And right now what actually we need to do is that we're gonna make that export, and it will be an assign function. Okay, assign function, assign function, and within that function we're gonna pass the request parameter, so it will be rec, which going to be from that we just actually we can pass it from that next request. Okay, so it will be from that next request, and now we're gonna define our function. So now that const payload, we're gonna pass the payload from that await, which going to be rec.text, which we're gonna passing from there in the request parameter. Now we're gonna just set that parameter, that how it's going to be work, because we are not going to make a call in our current API in the pages, so it will be just to sending the data in the database. And also for the signature, const signature, it's going to be rec dot headers, and inside that headers dot get, we're gonna get that method which will be Stripe signature. Okay, so now we need to pass the event, so it will be const event, and that event going to be Stripe dot event, event. It can be event, or either way it can get to be the null, and null is going to be equal to null. So now we define the stripe, so we need to mention the stripe, and of course this the stripe, it should not be, it will be a small stripe, because we need to define the stripe here. So the const stripe, it will equal to be new stripe. We need to import the stripe from stripe, and then the process.env dot, remember we passed that stripe webhook secret here. So that's the secret we are going to use, and after passing that we're gonna pass an object, and here we're gonna pass that API version. For this build I'm using the version from the 2023 1016. That's the one I'm using here. Okay, so right now okay, we are making the mistake. I think this one need to be stripe, yeah. So this one, it will go from the stripe event, because later on we need to use the other portion to create the webhook. Okay, and that function, we need to pass a method here, which is going to be a post method. Okay, so you can do it in a two type way, which we did it before. You can pass with the export const, or you can pass it the same way. Both way it will work. So now we will use a try catch block to pass all the parameters, and in the catch block we will pass the error. So now what we're gonna do is that if error is there, we're gonna just return next response. We need to import it from next server.json, and here we're gonna pass a message, which is going to be error message, and also we're gonna pass a status. Oops, it will be not a clone. Status going to be 500, and that error can be any error, any. And after setting that, also in the globally we need to return a response, otherwise it will just give an error for that. And .json, which is going to be, will pass a message that received true. So means we are holding here, everything is coming here is fine. So now in the try block we will write our functionality for the webhooks. So in the try we will create an event, so that event it will equal to be a stripe dot webhooks, remember, and we will just construct event from there, and in the event we will pass the payload, we will pass the signature, and we will pass the webhook secret. So now this webhook secret we need to implement here. We still didn't define, so it will be const webhook secret. Oops, this one not to be the webhook secret, this one going to be stripe secret. That's my bad. So two secret we need to provide to get the webhook to track. So this one it will be the stripe secret, and for the webhook secret it equal to be the process.env dot. Now we need to get that webhook secret here. Okay, so now we are having that our webhook secret. So this secret also we need to pass inside the parameter. Okay, so that's the signature. Okay, what's the issue we're getting? String buffer. Okay, let me see that. Okay, I think yeah, there is nothing. Okay, the signature should be string. Okay, could be the possible thing is it doesn't know that signature it would be available or not. So for the TypeScript we'll just define that yes, it will be available. Okay, so now we are passing that event. So now what we're gonna say to declare that if the event is there, then we're gonna pass a method. So if event.type is equal to, now here there is a lot of event type it could be. So if its type is payment intent, and is I think this one it will be the succeeded. So if this parameter is the succeeded one, then we're gonna pass something. So const session, which going to be event.data.object. Now here in the object, we're gonna just return, which will be that we're gonna return a function, and then it will just give the name of that fulfill order. Okay, in the fulfill order, we're gonna pass that our entire session, and then we're gonna pass that one response here, which is going to be next response.json, and that JSON we're gonna pass that status is 200. Okay, so that's the one implementation, and after that also there should be another implementation is that we're gonna catch the error if there is an error of that. So error, and on that error again it will be we're gonna return, so that error can be any error. Okay, we're gonna return a parameter which is going to be next, not request, it will be next response.json, and here we're gonna pass that error as that error.message, and after that also we're gonna pass a status, but normally it can be the server error, so we're gonna pass that one. Now we need to declare that fulfill order parameter. So to implement that one, let's go in the top layer. After that webhook secret, we're gonna return that function in the fulfill order. Remember, it also need to be an async function because we need to wait to get the session back for us. Okay, so that could be our session, and we will pass the session as any parameter. And now we know there will be a session, so let's put a try catch block again here. So in the catch block, we're gonna just make that log, and in the log we're gonna pass that error, and inside that error we're gonna just pass that error dot message. And of course you need to just define as any properties here. Now in the try block we will await, and remember we have one client which is the Sanity client. We will await for the client, and then we're gonna create. What we're gonna create? We're gonna create something in the type. The type is gonna be order, and then the parameter will just pass the other parameters also here. So it's going to be create that instances. So the type it will be order, status should be session.status, the payment method it should be the payment done, and description we can actually if session description is there, so if the session description is there then it will be that one, otherwise test messages from orders. Okay, the title will be the order, so we can actually instead of the order we can pass that session dot id, or if it's not available then we're gonna pass just order. Okay, so now let's see if we create the successful payment method, it should give us a value over here. We can see the action, and we can also see the other details. So we are not injecting anything within our application because I just want to show you how actually you can setting up that one. So let's go and create a successful payment method. So that's the payment. Okay, the 4 items, that's fine. Now it's 1220. Our previous payments, if we just go back to see all the payments, we didn't check yet if the payment is successful or not, because we are just landing in the success page. So now, okay, we had 2 payments and both are completed. So this time it will be 1220. Let's go back to the proceed to checkout, and okay, it's taking us to the checkout page. I will just shrink it down a bit so that you can see in the both way. So this is our checkout portion, and this is our API responses which actually we are going to get. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start paying that one. Okay, 2 3. Let's pay. Now once starting the payment, you're gonna receive something. Okay, I didn't start that watcher actually. That was the issue because I need to make that things to watch. okay, but it's fine. So let's just go back to our studio. Let's see if we receive something or not. Okay, we didn't. I think it will not happen yet because I think we maybe made some mistake here. Okay, yeah, it didn't come. So let's just go and debug a bit here. Now the problem can be arising from the Stripe login. So if I just open my command prompt here, you need to type one more thing, is that you need to get that Stripe login. So after login authentication is done, that time it will provide one secret key. Okay, now I will just pair the login. So that's the previously I used one Stripe secret, that's why it's just providing me that one. So I will allow the access. So right now if I just go back from here, it's gonna give me one, so which I have already. So this already adapted for 90 days. So there you're gonna receive that webhook key. So you just copy that, then it will just work fine. So now here, as you see, I have the keys which I am placing here. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go with a successful payment. So let's go back to in our shop page again. I'm gonna just make a reload, and also I'm gonna run here this command. Oops, it should not be that secret key which need to be running here to get that checkout portion. So it will be that localhost 3000 API and then webhooks. So it will be that key. Let's just start it with that. And also in my page, I'm gonna just get some add to cart button. Okay, we'll just add some more products. Okay, so it's total 6 products is available. Proceed to checkout. And now this time we're gonna record all the scenario, all the cases. It should be available here. So I'll just keep it in the side way. Okay, so now let's put an email and 4242. And also I will pass my name. Let's pay. So once I hit the pay, now actually I can get all the action. You see, the payment succeeded, so the charge succeeded, payment intent succeeded, payment intent created, and checkout session completed. And at the same time, I'm also getting the 2000 request for my payment. So now we did the payment. If we go back to our payment in this Stripe, so the last payment, which are going to be around something called this 700, the last one which we paid. Let's go in the details and we can see actually if this or not. So this the payment we have been created. So now let's go back to our studio to see actually if we can get the order items or not. So now if this is our studio, in the order we will receive something according to the ID. As you see, that's the ID which actually created the session. And the session ID, that's the order ID, title we put that, and the description, payment method succeeded, confirmation method is automatic, and amount it 700. So now you can make it more adaptive way. You can put some more designs, more details. You can also pass the line items, and from that line items you can access particularly, you can grab the order according to the ID, and then you can show it in your homepage or in the order page. So try to do that. If you cannot do it, just write in the description. I will try to do it again from the scratch with some more new designs, some more new items. So that is pretty much all alongside with the design pattern. So I think it can really help you to build a real-time e-commerce website and make it more helpful that you can do it either way. Now this search bar portion is pending, so that's the one actually we can do it also. If you can figure it out, it's okay. If you cannot figure it out, let me know in the description. I will also put that in the next video if it's required to. So hope you well, and we'll see you in the next video.